What is happening in Georgia and what is now currently a proxy war here between Democrats and Republicans. I think the question that you can see Sean Spicer again just a couple minutes after he walked out will be whether the president will in fact campaign for the Republicans challenge Karen Handel. She talked about it this morning. She says, hey, I hope you're talking about this phone call that President Trump made to her. How much political capital is President Trump willing to spend here, particularly if you have other reasons? Look ahead, for example, the Montana special election that will also be coming up in May. What Democrats see as they reach this year, the strategy for 2018, and will this end up being kind of a rallying cry on the flip side for Republicans as well, Andrea? As we wait here for Sean Spicer today, very crowded Brady University, the Patriots are in town.
What's going on?
My kids would be like, he was a great dad. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I realized, man. The older you get, you know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people about the house. We have
Yeah. Right, that's reporting from our Pennsylvania, the NBC News investigative unit, talking about the preparedness for some kind of action from North Korea. I did speak with one former State Department official who emphasizes he believes that we are actually, as a country, well prepared against the threat from North Korea militarily, but the comments from Senator Graham were striking. And listen, and that sounds like you should go to moments prior, when the guys said, hey, do you support it? Do you support some kind of preemptive strike? And the senator essentially said, yes, it could be. This is obviously an escalation of kind of tough talk. We are seeing Trump, for example, Vice President, has moved in the region. He said to Japan, is ready, is ready to strike. Now, I'm paraphrasing here, making very, very clear what they grappling is. That states that this administration is deliberate in the past 72 hours to debate. But it is no surprise that President Trump, now that he's in office, is looking to get rid of it. This was something that had become a Republican talking point and a big issue during the campaign, on the campaign trail, not just for then candidate Trump, but for his challengers as well. Not an unexpected move, but it is certainly, we watch it unfold, raising some questions about how the process actually works from here and how involved and what involvement the Secretary of State will have in the
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us a little earlier than normal today. I want to make sure that the pool has plenty of time to set up for this afternoon's major event. I'm excited to announce that next Monday, on April 24th at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, the President will speak via video conference with the commander of the International Space Station, Peggy Whitson, and her fellow astronaut, Jack Fisher. In 2008, Dr. Whitson became the first woman to command the International Space Station. And on Monday, she will break the record for the most time spent in space of any American astronaut. The President, joined by his daughter, Ivanka, and NASA astronaut Kate Rubin, will congratulate Dr. Whitson on this incredible accomplishment and discuss the importance of encouraging women to pursue careers in STEM fields: science, technology, engineering, and math. As you're all aware, in addition to signing the NASA Transition Authorization Act, the President also recently signed the Inspire Women Act, which ensures that NASA continues recruiting women for important STEM-related jobs in aerospace, an effort that's particularly important to this President. We're working closely with NASA and the Department of Education to make this conversation available to classrooms throughout the country. The Department of Education will also be providing tools for teachers to build lessons around this conversation between the President and these two outstanding Americans who are orbiting 220 miles above their heads. The call will air live on NASA TV and stream on NASA's website and Facebook page. And while we're on the topic of upcoming events, I'd like to note that the President will welcome Palestinian President Abbas for a visit to Washington on May 3rd. They will use the visit to reaffirm the commitment of both the United States and Palestinian leadership to pursuing and ultimately concluding a conflict-ending settlement between the Palestinians and Israel. We'll have further guidance on that visit as we get closer to the date. In terms of additional announcements, the President will be giving the commencement address at the Coast Guard Academy in New London, Connecticut on May 17th. And as we grow closer to that date, we will continue to provide updates. Moving along to current events, this morning the President signed an important piece of legislation for our nation's veterans. The Veterans Choice Program Extension and Improvement Act eliminates the original sunset date on the Veterans Choice Program, which gives veterans who are unable to schedule an appointment at a VA facility in a timely or convenient manner the ability to receive care from an eligible non-VA healthcare provider. Using funds that have already been appropriated for this program, this gives our nation's heroes the peace of mind they deserve while this administration works with Congress to enact comprehensive reform and modernization at the VA. The Vice President is continuing on his international tour today. On Tuesday, he spoke to 2,500 servicemen and women on the deck of the USS Ronald Reagan in Japan, thanking them for their service and discussing the President's plan to rebuild our military. He then met with and delivered remarks to Japanese business leader and stopped by a youth baseball clinic before leaving Japan. He is scheduled to land in Jakarta, Indonesia, right about now. We'll have further updates on his travels the rest of the week. This week is also National Park Week, and Secretary of the Interior Ryan Zinke is currently in California meeting with rangers at 5 national parks. On Monday and Tuesday, he was at Channel Islands National Park, where he led a class of junior park rangers, and today he'll visit Golden Gate National Recreation Area. Since being sworn in on March 1st, Secretary Zinke has met with rangers at 9 national parks. He'll make that 10 when he visits Shenandoah National Park outside Charlottesville, Virginia, next week. Every American has had the opportunity to participate in the celebration of our nation's parks. They're free of charge this Saturday and Sunday. Anyone who's interested in finding a local park or information can go to nps.gov. And finally, I know just moments ago the President announced that he will be holding a press conference next Thursday to discuss the progress that's being made on behalf of our nation's veterans. We'll have further updates on the guidance for next week. With that, I'm glad to take a few of your questions. John.
A couple of unrelated topics. First of all, Georgia 6th Congressional District. The fact that John Ossoff pulled in 5 or 6 points more than most Republicans thought that he would have. And Lindsey Graham saying this is a wake-up call to the Republican Party that there's a lot of moderates beginning to emerge in the South to a greater degree that the Republican Party needs to pay attention to. I don't imagine that the outcome of the runoff is in that much question, but does Senator Graham have something there that the Republican Party needs to pay attention to changing demographics, particularly in the South?
Well, I think you know that based on my former position, we talked about changing demographics throughout the country and made significant headway in doing that. And I think in large part that's why we won. I mean, we had been talking about how the Republican Party had won at so many different levels of our country, but the presidency had eluded us. This president went and got 306 electoral votes, won 30 of 50 states, over 2,600 counties. I think we did pretty well in November, and we've continued to pick up seats around the country at different levels, so I feel very confident about the state of the party.
The fact that Ossoff came so close to 50%.
Yeah, I would, well, I would just, looking at the facts, there was one candidate on the Democratic side. They spent over $8 million on one that they backed. I mean, and I think when you look at the total Republican vote, it was over that. This is a district that was very close on the presidential level last cycle, and the Democrats went all in on this. They were clear going into this election. They said that their goal was to get over 50%. They came up short. I mean, so at the end, if you look at what his percentage of what it was presidentially, it pretty much tracks. I think this was a big loss for them. The bottom line is they went all in on it. They said that their goal was to get over 50%. They came up short.
Unrelated issue. Tillerson's letter to Paul Ryan on the JCPOA in Iran. Is the United States basically saying there's no evidence that Iran is cheating on the JCPOA?
No, I think what the letter says is that the president is directing an interagency review of the deal to review that, and we have 90 days before the next one comes up. We'll have more, but right now we're undergoing a 90-day review, and I think the statement that the Secretary of State made to Congress very clearly stated that the president is directing the National Security Council to lead an interagency review of the plan and evaluate whether suspension sanctions related to Iran pursuant to the JCPOA are in the vital interests of the national security of our national security. That's the letter clearly lays out what the president's going to do to make sure that they're living up to their agreement.
Is the president concerned that Iran may be cheating on the JCPOA?
Well, again,
David Albright, the noted UN weapons inspector, says they're developing a new centrifuge, which he thinks could be a violation of
and I think that's why he's asking for this review. I think that there's if he thought everything was fine, he would have allowed this to move forward. I think he's doing the prudent thing by asking for a review of the current deal and what's happening.
Thanks, Sean. On the USS Carl Vinson, what happened? Can you take us through the events from the perspective of the White House that led to the miscommunication, this administration thinking that this vessel was thousands of miles away from its actual location?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last part?
Can you take us through the events that led people within this administration to believe the vessel was thousands of miles away from its actual location?
Well, I mean, PACOM put out a release talking about the group ultimately ending up in the Korean Peninsula. That's what it will do. I think we were asked very clearly about the use of a carrier group in terms of deterrence and foreign presence and what that meant. I think that's what we discussed. I would refer you back to any other issues with that to the Department of Defense.
Does the President believe that he might have spoken too quickly on this location of the vessel before it was actually arriving?
The President said that we have an armada going towards the peninsula. That's a fact. It happened. It is happening, rather. Yeah.
Sean, I just want to follow up on that. You know, obviously when the President of the United States says there's military hardware going to a region in the middle of a crisis on the Korean Peninsula, the allies of the United States are encouraged. When that happens to not be the case, they can interpret that as a false encouragement. So how is this White House explaining to South Korea and Japan that in fact during the build-up and the actual DPRK missile launch, there was no USS Carl Vinson?
No, but well, respectfully, Jessica, I would ask you to either touch base with PACOM or the Department of Defense. The statement that was put out was that the Carl Vinson group was headed to the Korean Peninsula. It is headed to the Korean Peninsula. It'll arrive there. What's that?
It's headed there now. It wasn't headed there
Sure,
last
no,
week.
but that's not what we ever said. We said that it was heading there, and it was heading there. It is heading there. So that remains.
An impression that allies had.
But if there's an impression, then that's not. Then there should have been clarification from people who were seeking it. But I mean, PACOM put out a release talking about what its ultimate destination was going to be, and that's where it ended up. Caitlin.
Well, why did the administration never clarify? Because it definitely, the intent in media reports was that it was headed there now, and now it's going to be there
But that
2 weeks
wasn't.
later.
With all due respect, that's not my. We were asked a question.
Yourself commented on it.
I know. No, that's not true. What I was asked was what signal did it send that it was going there? And I answered that question correctly at the time, that it signaled foreign presence, strength, and a reassurance to our allies. That's a true statement. You're asking me why you didn't know better. I don't know. That's a question that should have been followed up with either PACOM or the Department of Defense. But the only question that we were asked was what signal it sends, and I think we answered that very correctly at the
Don't you
time.
think it was a little misleading? No one found out about it until a picture was posted on a
What do you mean?
page.
What part is misleading? I'm trying to figure that out. We were asked a question about what signal it sent. We answered the question on what signal it sent. I'm not the one who commented on timing.
Well, what's misleading is that people thought it was headed there now, and now it's going to be there weeks later. They thought it was already headed there. and it
But
wasn't. It
again,
was doing
that's
an exercise before
I
it was
understand
going
the
there.
question, right? But what I'm getting at is, it was announced that it was going. It will be there. We were asked simply a question on that. I think all other questions should be asked of the Department of Defense. John.
Thanks a lot, Sean. Earlier today, China's foreign ministry spokesman said that China is increasingly frustrated with North Korea. And North Korea, you may have seen it, put out a simulated video over the past 24 hours which shows its missiles attacking, destroying an American city. What's the American White House reaction to that video and also to the comments by China's foreign ministry spokesperson?
Well, the first part, this isn't the first time that North Korea has put out propaganda tools, and I don't think we're going to comment on every time they put out a piece of propaganda. Second, I think it's encouraging to see China continue to move forward and join us in this effort to control North Korea. I've commented before, I think that the relationship that the President started building with President Xi down in Mar-a-Lago is clearly showing some positive signs. China continues to have both economic and political influence over China, and so I think it's important to see them heading in this direction. I think it's a very positive sign to see them play a larger and larger role. I think it is in everybody's interest to contain North Korea's actions. John Gizzi.
How strong is that influence? I'm sorry, John. How strong is that influence, though, if the foreign ministry spokesman for China, which the president is depending on for this particular incursion, is saying that he himself, that China itself is frustrated, increasingly frustrated with the North Koreans?
Well, again, I think from an overall diplomatic sense, I think it's a positive to see China continue to take positive signs aligning with the position that we have on this. That's a positive thing. I think that time will tell, but I think seeing a unified effort to contain North Korea's threat is a positive step to protect not only our national security interests, but those in the region. Sorry, John Gizzi.
Thank you, Sean. A few weeks ago, I asked you about the president's upcoming visit to Rome and whether or not he would have an audience with this Pope. And I pointed out that this is something that's a part of modern history, going back to 1959, when President Eisenhower had an audience with Pope John the 23rd. You said it was something you'd definitely be in favor of. A few days ago, the Financial Times reported that sources within the administration said this was very unlikely to happen, and that for the first time since nearly 60 years ago, the president would not have an audience with the Pope.
Yeah,
Why?
so right now, at this time, obviously, we headed to both Brussels and Sicily. If we have updates on the schedule, and we're still plenty far away, I'm sure that we will let you know about any additional stops. But
Are you in touch with the Holy See
I
about?
I appreciate the effort, but I think until we have an update, I'm not going to go there. Francesca.
Thank you, Sean. Back on Iran and the State Department's letter to Congress, there's been some talk about stricter sanctions on Iran for the ballistic missiles test that it's been conducting and state finance of terror. Are you concerned that tougher sanctions on Iran would motivate it to violate the nuclear deal?
Well, I obviously any action that we would take if we did is something that gets vetted through the interagency process, and all of those kind of considerations are taken in terms of trying to achieve the effect that we want. So sanctions have been an effective tool in many cases, and I think that, as we've mentioned, a lot of times the president doesn't telegraph what action he's going to take, but as we conduct review of options available in this situation, we'll go through the interagency process and have different entities weigh in.
Sure, but in consideration of those potential
Right,
sanctions.
obviously, but we're well aware of any potential negative impacts that an action could have. And so regardless of whether it's an economic, a political, or military action, you always weigh all those kind of options. George.
Okay, sorry, one small follow-up on that. The president has said, though, that he would like to see the nuclear deal renegotiated with Iran. How specifically does he plan to get a new deal? Is that something that he still wants to do?
Well, again, that's why we're undergoing this interagency review. Part of this is to get the entire team to look at it as part of the next 90 days review that is required under the deal. So we will have recommendations that will be presented to the president on where the deal stands and how to act further. George.
Thanks, John. Looking ahead to the 100-day mark and setting aside executive orders, can you say what the single piece of legislation that you are proudest that you got through Congress that was on the president's agenda?
Well, a few things on that. Number one, we're not done. We've got a little ways before we hit the 100-day mark. So I think what you've seen out of this White House is a very robust agenda of activity. There's a lot of executive orders that I think the president's been pleased with, not only what they've done or what they will do, but what they've done. I think when you look at immigration in particular, we see a very significant drop at the border. I think on jobs, there's been a lot of activity that we've been very proud to see American manufacturing and job creation. But then there's pieces like what we did today that I think if you're a veteran who's served our country, to know that you have additional options to get health care in a timely manner, or not just but a geographically friendly manner, so you're not driving hours, is very helpful and a strong symbol of how we treat our veterans. There's a lot of things that I think the president's done on veterans, on immigration, on regulatory reform. As I've mentioned here, we're now at a dozen Congressional Review Act pieces of legislation that have been signed that have had, I think, a very positive impact and will have a very positive impact on job creation. And I've noted before to you that only one had ever been signed in history before. That's a pretty significant achievement for this president. And obviously, when you look at the confirmation of Neil Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. It's another significant one. But there's a lot, and again, we'll obviously spend some time talking about this next week. But I think we're very pleased with what the president's accomplished, and as he noted yesterday in Wisconsin, the amount that he's done overall has been significant. Zeke.
Thanks, Sean. Two separate topics. First, on the potential for a government shutdown next week on the CR, is the president, the budget supplemental that the White House requested about a month or so ago included boosts to defense spending cut and other discretionary spending, non-defense, include funding for the wall. What is the president going to insist that the CR that will be necessary to keep the government open after next weekend will include all of those priorities, or would he accept a sort of a flat CR that would just continue the status quo?
Well, obviously, yeah, we're having those discussions have been ongoing with House and Senate leaders as we approach this deadline. But as you correctly point out, I mean, the president's priorities are very well known. What he wants to do in terms of both military and homeland security. Yeah, but I think that to start negotiating in public would probably not be a very prudent thing to do as we get closer to that deadline. So I respectfully, we're days away. You'll have plenty of time to see what's in there. Richard, I'm sorry.
Question, another topic. Sorry. Late last night, the Presidential Inaugural Committee released its list of donors at the end of the filing period. It included, raised record amounts of money, obviously, included lots of money from corporate donors, many of them who have business before the administration. As the president who ran on the Drain the Swamp slogan, concerned about the perception, certainly, but also any or the potential for any real conflict of interest between some of those donations coming into supporting his inauguration.
No, I mean I think that this is just like a campaign in the sense that you have there's full there's disclosure on this for a reason so that you know what's happening. I think funding the inaugural committee has pretty much been a nonpartisan activity that is going back every administration, going back through administrations. So this is a time-honored tradition. I think a lot of Americans and companies and entities are proud to support the inaugural, and I think that you've seen that over time. The people who have been there are a lot of people who really take pride in helping us show the world a peaceful transformation of power. Richard.
Thank you, Sean. I just want to go back to Wisconsin yesterday.
You want to go back, huh?
It's nice. It's the president said about the issue with the local dairy producers, dairy farmers, that the White House was going to work on that very hard immediately. Actually, starting today, that's what he said. Calling Canada and asking for solution. Has the White House been in contact with anybody in Canada, in Ottawa?
I'll have an update for you, hopefully at some point on that. But I'm well aware of the president's comments on that. I think it's a very important issue for people in Wisconsin, and the president looks forward to following up on that.
He's going to go fast on this point.
I think all I will say is that the president is going to make sure that we follow up on that. David
and
Jackson.
Very quickly, he said that on NAFTA he wants very big changes, or we're going to get rid of it once and for all. Are we at that point, like very big changes?
Well, I think we'll see what pans out in the negotiation. But I think there's an opportunity. Can I just? I think I got this, but thank you. Maybe. All right, thanks, man. I'll see you in a minute. Hold on one second. All right, that was cool. Real quick, how do you follow that? Just to John Gizzi's point, I just want to make sure I note that we will be reaching out to the Vatican to see if a meeting, an audience with the Pope can be accommodated. We'll have further details on that. Obviously, we'd be honored to have an audience with His Holiness. David, I'm sorry, I called on David first.
Thanks, Sean. What's the White House's reaction to the deportation of Juan Montez? He's a dreamer from California,
Right.
apparently the first one to be sent back.
I think there's that situation is evolving right now. There's a lot of things that are being looked at in terms of the circumstances surrounding that, and I'd ask you to stay in contact with the Department of Homeland Security.
Did President Trump say he didn't want the...
I think that I don't want to comment right now in the sense that there are some circumstances regarding that I think that need to come out or be further looked into, and I think getting ahead of that could be an issue. So I just respectfully, I would say that I don't want to rush to judgment. I think there's a lot of additional details that are coming out about that issue, and I think the Department of Homeland Security is probably the best place to get updates. Okay, Hallie.
Two topics, and one of those is a follow, but I want to ask about Georgia 6 here.
You can ask Ron.
Two quick ones on that. Is the president planning to campaign for the Republican challenger there? Will he go to Georgia to get out the vote?
I don't know. If needed, I think the president's going to make sure that he does everything he can to maintain majorities and further the party, but we'll see if we're needed.
Is he expending too much political capital on a race that Republicans should be winning easily?
Well, it's interesting. I thought that some of the coverage was a little intriguing as I watched it. Suddenly, the Democrats went all in on this race. They spent over $8.3 million. They said on the record that their goal was to win this race. They lost, and the reaction has somewhat been, that they almost won. No, they lost. They made very clear what their goal was in this race. They spent $8.3 million and threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at it and lost. And so,
2 months left, though, right?
no, not in terms of what their stated goal was. They said that their goal last night was to win the race with over 50%. They spent $8.3 million. They didn't run for a runoff. They ran to win last night, and they lost. And so anything short of describing that as a loss is sort of inconceivable to me, in the sense that that's literally what they said their goal was to do. And they said, we want to win Tuesday night with over 50%. They came up short of their goal. They put all the money that they had in there, they put all their firepower, and they came up short. So it's a loss. There's no other. Mara.
Can I just follow up on David? Answer that second topic for you on deportations. And I'm not speaking specifically about this case because I understand that you're referring over to DHS, but there seems to be a little confusion. So if you can clarify, what is this president's position on undocumented immigrants living in this country who have not committed serious crimes?
I think the president's priorities on immigration have been very clearly laid out. First and foremost, he wants to make sure that people who have committed a crime or pose a threat to public safety are dealt with first and foremost, and that we would continue to address immigration going forward. That's
so what is the, I guess my question is those who have not posed a threat.
Right, and I think that as I
threat.
said, I mean, the goal and the focus has been on people who pose a threat to national security or in some other way in violation.
These cases have come up
I
people who have
understand.
not posed a threat. So
But that's again, and I would
Sessions said it was confusing
I would respectfully suggest that in this particular case, the facts are not completely out yet. So I'd rather not jump to judgment on what's happening.
There's also a case in Ohio. So
I
I'm not trying to
understand.
belabor the
Thanks.
point.
You
There
are.
other instances.
Mara.
Thank you. I just want to get a little more clarity on Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the president determined to pull out of this agreement, as he promised during the campaign, or will that decision be determined by this review?
I think part of the review, the interagency process, is to determine where Iran is in compliance with the deal and to make recommendations to the president on the path forward.
So he might or might not decide to pull out.
I think that's why you undertake
This is up in this decision has yet to be made.
That's why he's doing a review.
Because that was a campaign promise.
Right, and I understand it. And the point that I'm making is that he asked the interagency team to conduct a review, as the secretary laid out in the letter last night. Anita.
Sean, two questions on one issue. My colleague who's currently in Colombia has learned that the president met with two former presidents of Colombia last weekend in Mar-a-Lago, and I think it was set up by Senator Rubio's office. And so I had two questions. One, well, first, some people there are saying that it's to undermine the current president's visit next month before he comes here next month. So two questions. One, why was that not released publicly to the press, to the pool at the time? And secondly, can you talk a little bit about the point of that visit, and do you all stand by the Colombian peace?
Yeah, I'll be glad to look into the circumstances. I don't have anything for you at this time, so I will get that something and then read it out.
Saying that didn't happen?
No, I'm just saying I'm unaware of the circumstances.
So can you get back to me on the policy
I can.
issue? But why not release that if that's the case?
Because again, I don't know that it's the case, and so until I know, I think it would be tough to answer the second question. Okay. Thank you guys very much. We'll have an event for you tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one.
Can I do a Patriots question?
That was an excellent.
That was 27.
All right, everyone, that wraps up our press briefing. We're getting another angle now, which is typical. It's tape playback so that we get cutaway shots, a different angle. It looks like they've shown us the White House now, so what we're going to do is take you to the Stephen Jones trial that continues, the NAU shooting trial.
Did they respond to that request?
They responded in a polite manner as well, and I thought everything was going to be okay. I've done this before. It wasn't a big deal asking people to leave an area, especially because we didn't really know them necessarily, and that could potentially
Let me just ask you, where did that conversation that you just described take place?
That conversation happened at Colin and Nick Pearing's house down the stairs in the parking lot of Courtyard.
Okay. So if you were facing the Courtyard from the street, the parking lot's on the left side, would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
All right. So it was kind of in between the two buildings towards the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so, and what was there a specific reason why you guys were asking people to leave?
We necessarily didn't want to have any big party that night. We just wanted to have a couple of friends to hang out. If it was a big party, we probably would have let them in, of course. But we were just having a couple friends over. At the end of the day, we just really didn't want anything crazy. Like I said, it was a Thursday night.
All right. So you asked them politely. They responded politely. What happened next?
And after that, I went back inside and they responded politely, said, oh, okay, we'll get out and out of here. So I walked back inside. About 5 to 10 minutes later, I walked back outside, and they're still there. And so once again, I asked them politely to leave. I think they said, I do not recall what they said,
Right.
And then I walked back inside.
Okay. Was it still polite?
It was still very polite, the way I had my manner towards them.
And them in response?
In response was still polite.
All right. All right. Were you the only person amongst the party, the invited people at the party that were interacting with those guys?
I do not recall, and I do not believe so, but I know I was there interacting with those 4 gentlemen.
All right. All right. So, did they ultimately leave?
I suppose not, because when I walked back I walked back inside after the second time talking to them. And when I walked back outside, I believe, from my understanding and what I recall that day, that I saw Nick Pearing and Colin Bro out there, and I believe Nick Prado. And then I heard a little bit of yelling, and that's when I guess things got a little out of hand that night.
So where was that?
That, I believe, started in the parking lot and made its way over to Mountain View.
Is that what you saw?
What I saw was when I walked out, I saw them right next to the grass area in Mountain View getting over, and I was at the grass area in Mountain View, I should say, and they were walking across the street.
All right, Nick, so I'm just going to ask you to limit your testimony to what you saw, to what you heard.
I apologize.
So forth. But so what I understand is you walked out, there was a polite conversation back in, a few minutes later out, a polite conversation again back in. And then the next, did you go out through the courtyard and come around the building, or out
I walked out those same stairs, and when I walked out those same stairs, I believe I was with an individual, and I do not recall his name. I do not recall who he was. I don't remember. And when I walked out, there's that grass area, and I heard screaming and yelling and shouting, and that was across the road over in Mountain View.
Okay, so...
Over across Franklin, I should say.
So when you came around, you walked out through the courtyard, and when you came around the building, can you just describe what you could see?
What I could see when I came around the building was I was sitting on the grassy area over at Courtyard across the road. And when you pass Franklin, or when you see the other side of Franklin, I saw a confrontation. I did not see pushing. I did not see punching. I did not see any stir of, all I saw was a verbal interaction and a verbal words being exchanged. I don't recall the verbal words that were exchanged, but all I heard was yelling, screaming.
Okay. How many people did you see that were engaged in the actual verbal confrontation you've described?
I believe I saw 5 to 7.
Okay. And did you recognize any of those people?
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this NAU shooting trial. We'll go back to it a little bit later on. I want to take you to live images coming in from Indonesia, Jakarta, Indonesia, Vice President Mike Pence arriving there now. Again, this is the photographer that is on the ground in Jakarta, Indonesia. Just moments ago, we watched as Mike Pence was there. It looks like the photographer is just streaming the ground right now, but we are tagging along. Perhaps he's moving to another location to get a better view of the vice president. All right, everyone. Looks like we've now lost that feed, so we're going to take you back now to that NAU trial.
Tree, more towards the asphalt, and basically where the scene occurred.
All right. And you said you didn't recognize or understand the things that were being said?
It was, I mean, like I said, I was 50 to 60 yards, a football length away. It was pretty hard to, get dialect out of what I was saying.
You said you heard yelling?
I heard yelling.
Was it just from one side to the other, or
I think it was both. I believe it was both sides.
So, Nick, I appreciate you answering the questions, but the stenographer needs to take down both the question and the answer,
Okay.
so we
Sorry.
can talk at the same
Apologize.
time. That's okay. So, okay, so you thought it was both sides?
Yes.
All right. And so you indicated that you left that grassy area and started moving in that direction?
Yes, I left the grass.
Why?
I left that grassy area and started moving in the direction over past Franklin. And when I saw this, I thought there was a security guard at the moment.
All right. Describe what you saw that made you think that.
I saw a light. I saw a flashlight. And like I said, I was about, moving towards 50 to 60 yards away, now probably hitting 40 yards away. And I see a flashlight. And I thought, hey, maybe it's a security guard or a police officer breaking the altercation up. And like I said, I didn't drink too much, and I wasn't underage. I was underage. And so I went over there to see if I could stop the altercation or see if I could do anything.
Okay.
All right, everyone, we are going to go back to this trial once again in a little bit. I do want to show you some video from just moments ago. President Trump signing a health care bill in support of veterans. President Trump signing a health care bill in support of vets. Stand by.
Good morning. We're honored to join and be joined today by some absolutely tremendous people and great veterans. Thanks as well, and I have to thank them dearly, but as well to Representative Phil Rowe. Where is he? Oh, Rowe, come in. What a job you've done. And all the members of Congress who worked on the bill that we're about to sign, such an important bill. I especially want to thank Senators John McCain and Senator Johnny Isakson. They have been incredible in working with us. Let me also welcome my good friend, Florida Governor Rick Scott, a Navy veteran who's here with us to represent more than 1 million veterans from the state of Florida. We're also joined by the leaders of a number of veterans groups. I want to thank all of them for being here and all of the tremendous and important work that they do. We would not be here if it weren't for them, I can tell you that. Finally, I want to thank our Secretary of the VA, David Shulkin, who, by the way, was approved with a vote of 100-0. That's shocking, right? 100-0, Rick. You wouldn't get 100-0. We met earlier today in the Oval Office, and Secretary Shulkin updated me on the massive and chronic challenge he inherited at the VA, but also the great progress that he is making. He's got a group of people that are phenomenal at the VA. It's one of my most important things. I've been telling all of our friends at speeches and rallies for 2 years about the VA, how we're going to turn it around, and we're doing that. And actually, next week on Thursday at 2 o'clock, we're going to have a news conference with David and some others to tell you about all of the tremendous things that are happening at the VA and what we've done in terms of progress and achievement. The veterans have poured out their sweat and blood and tears for this country for so long, and it's time that they're recognized, and it's time that we now take care of them and take care of them properly. That's why I'm pleased today to sign into law the Veterans Choice Program Improvement Act. So this is called the Choice Program Improvement Act. Speaks for itself. This bill will extend and improve the Veterans Choice Program so that more veterans can see the doctor of their choice. You got it? The doctor of their choice. And don't have to wait and travel long distances for VA care. Some people have to travel 5 hours, 8 hours, and they'll have to do it on a weekly basis, and even worse than that. It's not going to happen anymore. This new law is a good start, but there is still much work to do. We will fight each and every day to deliver the long-awaited reforms our veterans deserve and to protect those who have so courageously protected each and every one of us. So we've made a lot of strides for the veterans. These are like the most incredible people we have in our country as far as I'm concerned, and they have not been taken care of properly. I want to thank David. You've done an incredible job, and you're going to see some of that on Thursday. So thank you all very much, and we're going to sign this, and I think I'm going to have to give this pen. The way I look at it, we should probably give it to Phil. What do you think? Does everybody agree? I think Phil is. At least I know Phil agrees. So congratulations, everybody. Really fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Phil, maybe you could say a few words if you'd like.
Well, Mr. President, thank you very much. And this was a very, very important bill to get started with so we can get Choice 2.0 to get to the place exactly where the President said he wanted to be. And it's a privilege to work with all of these great people up here to help make the VA better. I spent last week on the break going to Los Angeles and Phoenix to get a first-hand view of what's going on. And what we want to do is put the veteran in charge of these choices, not the bureaucracy. And I think Dr. Shulkin is just the person to see that happen. Mr. President, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic. And David, where's David?
Yeah, I'm right behind you, Mr. President.
Why don't you go ahead? I won't look back. You just talk.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody here as well and thank Congress for seeing this done and Mr. President for you signing this. This is a good day for veterans. This is a great day to celebrate not only what veterans have contributed to the country, but how we're making things better for them. And by working together, we're going to continue this progress. I think as the President said, we're actually going to do this a week from Thursday, Mr. President, and talk about the tremendous accomplishments, but most importantly, about the great things that are going to come to fulfill the President's commitments that he made to veterans. And so thank you all for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you. Great job. So again, next week on Thursday at 2 o'clock, may change a little bit, but about that time, we're going to have a conference to talk about the progress and the achievement. I'd like to ask Rick Scott, the governor of Florida, who's done a fantastic job as governor, by the way, and really understands this subject and really understands a lot of subjects. Rick, do you want to say a few words?
Sure. Well, I was really proud. My father was in the 82nd Airborne. He did all the combat jumps, and I grew up
listen to the stories about the war. I had the opportunity to serve in the Navy. Unfortunately, in 2014, I had to sue the VA because we had our state healthcare agency couldn't go inspect their hospitals when we heard all the stories about deaths, delays, poor conditions. And so, Mr. President, and I want to thank Congress for doing this to create certainty of care while we figure out how to fix the VA system. And David, I want to thank you for what you're doing. You've got absolutely the right background to do this. I know President Trump has been focused on our veterans and our military before he was president, and I know he's going to continue to do a great job. We have 1.5 million veterans. I want them all to move to Florida, of course. But thank you for doing this, Mr. President. Thank you.
Most importantly, thank you. Thank all of the great veterans. Would you like to say something? You have all of these people out there.
Sure.
You'll become a movie star tomorrow. You look so good.
Well, a nation will be judged by how it treats its veterans, and the future of our country will rely on generations. Right now they're children, but they're going to be our future service members, and so we have to treat veterans well. It's about national security, it's about patriotism, and this is a great step forward in doing that.
Thank you very much. Nobody can say it better than that, so we're going to end. But I want to just thank you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so as you can see, that was a video from just moments ago. President Trump signing this health care bill for vets. And in case you missed that moment, President Trump also thanking our very own Arizona Senator, Senator McCain, to help make this bill a reality. Looks like we're getting in a feed from the White House, an early feed of that event honoring the New England Patriots, the NFL, the Super Bowl champs. They will be honored by President Trump at the White House. This is going to be the first sports team, the first group of athletes honored by this president. You may remember in previous years here on News Now, we watched as President Obama honored various sports teams. Well, this is the first team that will be honored by President Trump, the New England Patriots. President Trump himself is a Patriots fan. We learned this morning that quarterback Tom Brady would not be in attendance at the White House because of personal issues that he had to take care of. This event happens on the same day that we learned that former Patriots player and convicted killer Aaron Hernandez took his own life in prison. We are now going to take you live to another event in Washington, D.C. Of course, we'll go to the White House when the Patriots event kicks off. That is scheduled to start in about an hour. In the meantime, though, we are going to take you back to Washington, D.C. Here is a live look at the White House. We are about to take you to an event where the Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, will be speaking at. Here's that event now. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson will be delivering opening remarks at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce U.S.-Saudi CEO Summit. Again, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's U.S.-Saudi CEO Summit. The Secretary of State will discuss how the United States and Saudi Arabia can deepen economic partnership in a way which benefits both countries and strengthens bilateral ties.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the United States Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson. Secretary Tillerson is no stranger to the chamber. His company, ExxonMobil, has been a member of this organization for as long as I think they existed and we existed, and they have been extraordinary supporters of our work here and around the world. Secretary Tillerson, of course, is no stranger to Saudi Arabia. In fact, few, if any, of his predecessors have had such deep working knowledge of the Mideast, and particularly from the business perspective. He is a man who has demonstrated all of his skills in recent days and weeks, taking over the State Department and trying to take on the nation's challenges around the world while building a staff and becoming acquainted with the government side of this town. We, all of us in this organization, look forward to working closely with him and the administration to advance the issues we've been discussing, the critical bilateral relationships between Saudi Arabia and the United States, and the effect that will bring us in the Mideast and around the world. Mr. Secretary, welcome back. Thank you for sharing your time and energy and your talents with us and with our country. You're very, very welcome.
Well, thanks so much, Tom, and good afternoon to all of you. And Tom and I are old friends many years back, and he has done extraordinary things with the Chamber under his leadership in terms of representing America business interests throughout the world, throughout the globe, and has done just a terrific job, I think, in advancing American business interests. I'm also pleased to be here today and want to thank the Council of the Saudi Chambers also for co-hosting the event, and it's always the good work you do on behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia similarly brings opportunities to U.S. business interests and the community as well. I want to particularly extend a warm welcome to His Royal Highness, Prince Saud Al Faisal, to His Excellency, Dr. Kasabi, to Ambassador Abdullah Saad, and to Vice Chairman Khalid Al-Saif. Thank all of you for your commitment to this very strong partnership between our two countries and for your cooperation on achieving our shared economic and strategic goals. I'm pleased to be here today to reaffirm the very strong partnership that exists between the United States and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have a long relationship with Saudi Arabia that extends over 80 years, and our support for a strong and steady partner on economic cooperation remains as firm as ever. As many of you know, we had a very successful visit last month with Saudi Deputy Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and his delegation. During the course of these meetings, President Trump and members of his cabinet agreed the U.S.-Saudi partnership should be taken to new heights. Those meetings and numerous others since show how the renewed depth and strength of our relationship is growing. As for me, I've already had many opportunities to meet with Foreign Minister Al-Jubeir as we work together with Saudi Arabia on some of the most vexing problems confronting Middle East security and stability. We are very encouraged to find in the Saudi leadership a strong and steady partner on these issues, as well as on the economic cooperation. We support Saudi Arabia's 2030 plan that seeks to transform their economy and society, in particular specific commitments to increase foreign ownership on listed companies, to boost the women's workforce participation rate from 22% to 30%, to augment the private sector's contribution to GDP from 40% to 65%, to move to free market pricing in place of subsidies in energy, to raise the share of non-oil exports from 16% to 50% of non-oil GDP, and to increase dramatically the capacity and quality of the health and education sectors through substantial capital investment. We encourage these kinds of reforms globally, and we certainly applaud Saudi Arabia's leadership in pursuing this vision and economic progress for the region. The Trump administration has made it clear that one of our policy priorities is to get better deals for the United States. Many of our administration's cabinet secretaries have already met with their Saudi counterparts, including at Commerce, Defense, Energy, and the Treasury. And we're working to arrange meetings with other cabinet secretaries as well. This administration is committed to using its good offices to help facilitate partnerships between American businesses and Saudi Arabia. By choosing U.S. companies for its procurement and service needs, the Kingdom will reap the benefits of what our private sector is best known for: superior technology, high-quality products, creativity, professionalism, and reliable service, and importantly, partners you can count on to deliver on their commitments. The Saudi government and Saudi businesses can be confident they are working with companies that abide by the highest anti-corruption standards and laws in the world. When U.S. companies invest in the Saudi economy, everyone wins. The U.S. creates jobs at home, and businesses in the Gulf region get the best business partners that the global marketplace has to offer. For Saudi Arabia's transformation to succeed, the private sector requires support from us in the public sector. This means engaging the Saudi government to ensure rule of law in commercial transactions, transparency in procurement, adherence to international science-based standards developed in consultation with industry experts, the protection of intellectual property rights, and a simpler, streamlined process to register and establish businesses in the Kingdom. The Department of State is ready to help in this process. First and foremost, our U.S. Chargé d'Affaires, our Deputy Chief of Mission, our consuls general, commercial officers, and economic officers in Saudi Arabia are at your disposal to engage with our government to facilitate trade and investment. This assistance includes all of the meetings, phone calls, and legwork of our Foreign Service officers to discover market conditions and support early-stage exploratory talks by you when you come to the Kingdom. We often talk about the commercial sales opportunities in Saudi Arabia, but we also hope Saudi Arabia will partner and invest with us here in the United States as well. One of the objectives of our regular commercial and economic dialogues in the region is to promote two-way foreign direct investment. Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 program seeks to transform its public investment fund into a sovereign wealth fund with holdings of hundreds of billions of dollars. We understand that the government will aim to hold 50% of its non-Aramco assets abroad compared to the 95% of the PIF's funds that are currently invested in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia will find many promising investment opportunities in the United States, and that will become more apparent as you further engage with our companies later today. And all of you assembled today, here and in the Kingdom, have a friend in the U.S. government to assist you in fostering mutually beneficial economic collaboration. I thank our Saudi partners for being here today to learn about the opportunities our industry-leading American companies have to offer. And I thank, again, the Chamber, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and the Council of Saudi Chambers for helping to initiate a successful new chapter in our important and enduring relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You are always welcome, and it's good to see all of you. Thank you.
We ask to please remain seated for a minute or two. Tom Donahue will be back momentarily, and then we will have the introductions of His Excellency Minister Kasabi and look forward to his remarks. So we just ask you folks to bear with us just for a minute. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Looks like that is the end of Secretary Tillerson's remarks regarding U.S.-Saudi relations. We're going to go now to an event in Little Rock, Arkansas. Senator Tim Cotton speaking on Trump's 100 days. Trump's first 100 days in office. Senator Tom Cotton, Trump's first 100 days.
Lived through shutdowns before. They're really not fun. But what we're faced with on April 28th is President Trump's budget, which really has some elements in it that have some real impact on Arkansas. NIH grants, Meals on Wheels, National Endowment of the Arts, the Humanities, AmeriCorps. There are a lot of issues on the Arkansas thing that are really in jeopardy in that budget. So as you come back, and we got a short period of time, we sort of got four things. What do you think President Trump does? Does he try to rush his budget through with the Republican Congress? Does he do a continuing resolution? Does he have a shutdown? Or does he compromise? What do you think he does?
Well, so the budget that was released last month, Skip, is the budget for the next fiscal year. The budget the government funding bill we'll pass next year or next week is the bill that implements our two-year budget agreement from a couple years ago. So my understanding is they'll live within the limitations of that budget, maybe ask for a supplemental increase in defense spending to fund operations overseas against the Islamic State, to stop some of the drawdowns in troop levels, but they'll live within the overall limits of spending for this remaining, I guess it's 6 or 7 months we have left in this fiscal year. The longer-term budget, though, that you're talking about is something that we'll address in the coming months after next week.
But aren't some of those issues tied up in this short-term budget thing, like funding for Planned Parenthood and other things that are tied up, that are whether you agree or disagree with the issue, that both sides are looking at
and those, whether it's Planned Parenthood.
All right, everyone. It looks like we're having some audio issues coming from the Senator Tom Cotton event. We'll go back to that a little later on. We're going to take you now back to that U.S.-Saudi CEO summit. Let's go ahead and listen in on what the other speakers are saying.
Mr. Al-Qasabi, Minister of Commerce and Investment, is a friend of business. He was the Secretary General of Jeddah Chamber of Commerce, where it had its best days at the time he was the Secretary General. And then he associated himself with the Royal Court, and he is among the very few ministers who has a direct contact with His Majesty, the custodian of the Holy Mosques. And when he promised to do something, he does it. He has been a member with CIT, and he was the most helpful to us all. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister Al-Qasabi.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Dr. Abdullah. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'd like first to thank Secretary Tillerson for his remarks and friendship to the Kingdom. And the Kingdom, in turn, hold the United States with a great friendship. It's really an honor to be here today in the United States and to be given the opportunity to address you today at this important forum. Let me start by extending my appreciation to the U.S.-Saudi Business Council for the strong business ties it has fostered, and also to thank the CIT for their effort and all its members, and also would like to recognize the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the President, Tom Donahue, for arranging this event. It is especially relevant to have job creation as a theme for this forum. As the United States, one of the highest employment rates in the world, and in March, its unemployment rate fell to a 10-year low of 4.5%. That's a notable achievement, and it's certainly cause for congratulation and says a lot about the administration and the U.S. economic model. At this forum today, in addition to discussing job creation, we will be sharing views, insights on ways to boost and grow economic and social development between the U.S. and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The U.S. has long been one of the great pioneers for such development and has been global standard setter for progress and growth. I would add that the U.S. has also been a pioneer and a standard setter for Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a relatively new country in terms of being a nation state. We are only 85 years old, being established in 1932. And the U.S. was one of the very first countries we established full diplomatic relation with. This was in 1933, just 1 year after our birth. Indeed, our oil industry was originally built by American companies, an enterprise which turned out to be mutually profitable for both parties. And we're looking to the U.S. companies now and again for mutually profitable opportunities as we implement new approaches to economic and social development that are perhaps in some ways as inventive and dynamic as some of those in the United States. We are doing this because we face many forces of change to the existing economic and social models, which require a new response and vigorous leadership. If we are to grow and develop and compete successfully in the new world economic order, we must respond to such challenges. The forces of change we face include a dramatic drop in revenue from oil prices, a rapidly growing young population, with over 50% of our Saudi nationals under the age of 25, a shortage of jobs for our young population. We need to expand our infrastructure and services at least as fast as our population growth, and the need to diversify our economy and improve production and competitiveness against a backdrop of slowing global growth and increased competition. We are successfully addressing these challenges through a national transformation aimed at making our economy more diversified and sustainable and our society more developed. These reforms are known as Saudi Vision 2030. It's really a paradigm shift for Saudi Arabia. It includes practical, specific plans, processes, facilities, and government support programs for each target sector, along with much improved and eased procedures and conditions for doing business, and improved terms and conditions for FDI investment, enhanced market deficiencies, and improved efficiency of government services and infrastructure. To give context, let me mention that Saudi Arabia improving investment and entrepreneurship opportunities and thus creating more sustainable jobs require 6 key areas of change. First, reform to shift the economy from a government-led model to more market-based approach. Second, increased labor productivity and participation. Third, implementation of sustainable fiscal management. Fourth, promotion of small and medium enterprise growth and entrepreneurship by creating opportunities and stimulus incentives. Fifth, greatly improved business and investment regulation. Sixth, a stronger governance and reporting framework for all the reforms with the specific KPIs and objectives, the Vision 2030 governance framework. I will just touch on the first theme, shifting the economy from a government-led model to a market-led model. In terms of implementing such a reform, Vision 2030 includes a program that focuses on developing strategic sectors, including mining and metals, petrochemicals, manufacturing, including industrial components, electrical and mechanical equipment, power generation, and renewable energy, and retail, household goods, and trade, tourism, finance, construction, and pharmaceutical and healthcare, and so many others. A key aspect of these economic programs is the development of government and private sector partnership, and that's why we're here today. It will improve the market regulatory frameworks, an improved condition for investment, and targeted support programs. These range from things such as opening up for the supply chains of services, of production, of sales and investment opportunities to 100% foreign-owned companies across nearly all sectors of our economy. Deepening the capital market through privatization and adjusting foreign ownership rules. Facilitating the private real estate sector to be the growth engine for construction contractors through new financing land regulation rather than rely on government infrastructure spend. Localizing some spend such as the defense industry, renewable energy, and the industrial equipment sector. Developing tourist attraction and improving visa issuance for visitors. Reducing unnecessary regulatory burdens. Whereas privatization in many parts of the world has often involved government existing from ownership of industry that were under intense competitive pressure, such as coal, steel, and shipbuilding, in Saudi, many of the privatization will be of government companies that have a clear growth and profit opportunities to become more commercial and efficient. Example here includes the Saudi Stock Exchange, airports, seaports, utilities, financial sectors, and industrial and transport companies. In general, the type of improvement these companies need to make in order to improve profitability and shareholder return are not about cutting costs, but are about improving products and services, tailoring products and services more specifically to client needs, improving purchasing and supply chain, and improving commercial practice. This is a clear opportunity for many U.S. firms to profit from partnering with privatizing Saudi firms to meet demand opportunities and to gain by helping them run their business better than before and more profitable. Vision 2030 is a proactive plan. It has been designed with carefully attention paid to private sector and a foreign participation. Already since the start of Vision 2030, companies such as Dow Chemical, Pfizer's, 3M's, and Six Flags have signed agreements to take advantages of new opportunities. We're opening to them next month. 15 more significant U.S. firms will be signing agreements to set up and operate their businesses in Saudi Arabia. We expect more companies from the U.S. will come to join them in the future. In terms of labor productivity and creating job opportunities, we are pleased that government reforms action have pushed participation rate by women to grow by nearly 50% from 2010 to 2016, with a proportion of Saudi women in national labor force now over 22%. Distinguished guests, it is now time for us to turn our minds to practical ways and means in which we can develop stronger and deeper and economic opportunities between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. Just as the U.S. was with us at the birth of our nation, so we look forward to you being with us at the next phase of the transformation of our nation as Vision 2030 helps us to grow from being an oil-dependent country to a truly diversified economy. And just as with the development of oil industry, I know the involvement of the U.S. firm and expertise will likewise lead to major opportunities and benefit for all parties. I look forward to hearing approaches and ways to achieve this in the following session, and thank you very much.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much for your important comments. I would hope perhaps we would be able to capture your 5 key points and give a copy of it to the folks that are here. I think that would be very helpful. And our next step is to have a bit of a coffee break so people can visit with each other. And we're going to do that where? Oh, we're going to do it here. That's a good use of space. And then we'll get back to the business right after that. Thank you very much. And Mr. Minister, thank you again.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this U.S.-Saudi CEO summit because it looks like they're going on a coffee break. Hopefully the audio issues have fixed themselves at this event in Little Rock, Arkansas, where Senator Cotton is speaking on President Trump's first 100 days. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I mean, that's what I'd like to know.
Well, as the Vice President said, that was an unfortunate misstatement. But my understanding is that the Carl Vinson is going to be ultimately bound for the Sea of Japan, and there might be additional carrier groups. No, that was obviously a mistake between the Pentagon and the West Wing. But more fundamentally, President Obama, I think the very first time he met with then President-elect Trump, cautioned him that North Korea would be the first crisis he was likely to face. And American policy for 25 years under 3 presidents, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, has been to kick the can down the road. That sometimes is the best policy you can have towards a troubled region or a troubled country in the world. Sometimes it works out. Yep. You might reasonably conclude that the North Korean regime would change its ways before it acquired nuclear-armed intercontinental missiles. That's something you might have reasonably concluded 25, 20, 15 years ago. But as President Obama cautioned President Trump, we've run out of road to kick the can down. Given the accelerating pace of their missile tests, which are now capable of holding at risk millions of our ally citizens and hundreds of thousands of our citizens and our troops in the Far East, given the continued nuclear testing, the risk that they could marry those two technologies together and have a deliverable nuclear warhead on an intercontinental missile and hold at risk the entire continental United States is something I think most Arkansans, most Americans simply aren't willing to accept. And it's fallen to President Trump after 25 years of this policy to make a change in direction. As Rex Tillerson has said, the era of strategic patience has come to an end.
So talk about the role of the vice president and talk about, he came out of the Congress, been a governor. I watched him on his trip. Tell us about him.
I think Vice President Pence is doing an excellent job on this trip. He's sounding all the right notes, as Secretary Mattis and Secretary Tillerson did before him in the Far East. As you say, he spent 12 years in the House of Representatives. He was a member of the House leadership, but he was also a conservative insurgent at times. So he understands kind of the perspective of most people who are serving in the House of Representatives. As a governor, he understands the way that Washington can help our states and the way that Washington can hurt our states. And I know that he's certainly earned the trust of President Trump over the last year or so since he was nominated to be vice president. I hear President Trump praise him regularly. I've had people that have gone to work for Vice President Pence that I know well that used to work for me, and I think his role in the administration is wide-ranging and healthy.
President Trump got a very big win with the confirmation of Justice Gorsuch. That was a big win for him, a significant accomplishment in the first 100 days. But I was reading the Washington Post the other day, and I was watching Morning Joe, which we watch regularly at our house. And Joe Scarborough said that it was amazing with a Republican Congress and a Republican president that we had no major legislative achievement, and it doesn't look like it's going to have one in the first 100 days. What do you say to critics that say that this is not working out as other administrations who have had success in the first 100 days?
I'd rather get it right than get it fast on everything. And we elect presidents to 4-year terms, not 100-day terms. And there's good reason for that. There's a reason why our founding fathers created at the time what were considered very long terms, not just 6 years for the Senate and 4 years for the President, but even 2 years for the House of Representatives, because they also created a system of separated powers that brings to bear different viewpoints, different interests from various states and regions and the nation as a whole, and they made it hard to pass major legislation. And I think that's a good thing in our country, not a bad thing. So we had a false start, as I said, on health care. I think we're better off that bill didn't go forward. Better to send it back to the drawing board than to rush it through just so we can claim some victory from a legislative front in the first 100 days. What the victory I want to see is every Arkansan having access to affordable quality care, whether a bill passes in March or whether a bill passes later this year. And as you say, there's a lot more to being president than simply signing legislation. On the things that matter most and the things that last the longest, these first 100 days, I think, have been a good start for the president. Most fundamentally, the confirmation of Justice Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. I think that's something that's a 30-year victory for President Trump. And also the strikes in Syria, in addition to some of the policies he's adopted towards places like North Korea, I think have a very healthy influence on restoring American power, prestige, and credibility in the world. That's one reason why you see all of our allies throughout the world lining up behind these actions. And the only people that oppose them are countries like Russia and Iran and Syria. That's a pretty big victory for a president of the United States.
But you have to admit that during his campaign, and I agree with that, I agree with that. I think you make good points on that one. But you have to admit during his campaign, and you can go back and read all the clips, and you've been through campaigns, and you know how sometimes people do get a little exaggerating during campaigns. I agree with that. But he made a lot of promises about what he was going to get done in the first 100 days, and he hadn't delivered. So I understand the 4-year term, and I got that. But you're predicting health care by the end of the year. You're predicting that we're not going to have a government shutdown. What else do you see beyond the 100 days in the first year? What else do you see?
Again, ultimately, what matters are getting these things right, not when they ultimately passed or when candidate Trump said they might have passed. What matters is getting them right. You talked about the budget. Let me go back to the budget and to our military. President Trump, in a major speech last fall in Philadelphia, promised to rebuild our military, which has been hollowed out by 16 years, not just of budget cuts under Barack Obama, but by continuous wartime operations around the world under President Bush and President Obama. That's an important promise, and I think in the next couple of weeks we'll see an important down payment on it. I hope we see that. And then in the long term, we'll see a steady increase in our defense budget. That's something that's got to occur over a number of years. Again, that's why we have those 4-year terms. So I think over time, you're going to see the Congress passing the laws that Donald Trump promised during the campaign and that we all campaign on as well. Now, and Congress has some fault here as well. The most distinctive issue, I would say, in Donald Trump's campaign was immigration. That's what set him apart from most Republicans in the primary, for instance. It wasn't taxes, it wasn't Obamacare. Most Republicans on that stage promised to repeal Obamacare and to fix our health care system, just like Donald Trump did. Not all of them promised to change our immigration system and start enforcing our laws and to reorient our legal immigration system to the way that most Americans will benefit from through higher wages and a faster growing economy and stronger, safer communities. There hasn't been a large push in Congress for that. I've introduced legislation with David Perdue, a senator from Georgia, but there's not a lot of other activity on it. So this is not just Donald Trump's not the only reason why legislation hasn't passed in the first 100 days. And we in Congress could do a better job of reflecting on the results of the 2016 election and what it meant for what the establishment Republicans in Washington were promising for so many years, and whether that really is the priority of all Americans, but especially the people that voted for us.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up because the travel ban And President Trump's good friend and close advisor, Rudy Giuliani, said it was a Muslim ban. President Trump said it wasn't. Some people said it wasn't. But clearly, that didn't go very well in the first 100 days. And so, what do you see? You've been out, you've made some comments, you've proposed some stuff on immigration. Where do you see this thing playing out?
Well, ultimately, the president largely has the authority he needs to implement a security and enforcement agenda. Secretary of Homeland Security John Kelly gave a speech this week about that very point. And John Kelly is a great American. He was a 4-star Marine, the longest-serving member of our armed forces by the time he retired, and a Gold Star father who lost his own son in combat. And he was defending the people that he now leads at Homeland Security who are enforcing our laws. And the point he was making is that they are enforcing the law, and to their critics who do not like the way they're enforcing it, they should try to change the law if they don't like it. But in the meantime, we shouldn't criticize people who are in our immigration agencies, just like we don't criticize our police or our soldiers for carrying out the policy that our elected representatives in Washington direct them to carry out. So on the security enforcement side, the president largely has the power that he needs. He may need additional funding, for instance, to secure our border. On the travel pause, you're right that the first effort at that seemed to be a little disorganized at some places. But the second order was well considered. It was staffed out to all the relevant agencies. They removed Iraq from it, for instance, because of concerns of the Iraqi government and our military and the State Department. Of course, it's not a Muslim ban because there are dozens of countries all around the world that are majority or almost exclusively Muslim to which it did not apply. Countries like Indonesia and India and Pakistan and Nigeria, enormous countries that do not have the same challenges that places like Sudan and Yemen and Syria have, where even if you want to try to thoroughly vet someone who's coming to this country, it's hard to know where to go and to know the reliability of that data. I think the judges who have enjoined that are acting beyond their authority because the president has almost more authority when it comes to admitting foreigners into this country for national security concerns than any other area where he can act. But the final point I want to make, is about my legislation and the part of the immigration debate that doesn't get much focus. So much of the focus is on securing our border and security and enforcement, illegal immigration, the status of those who are here illegally today. The fundamental point of our immigration system, though, is to admit the people into this country that are going to help us grow our economy, who are going to become good Americans, who are going to pursue the American dream, like we've had for 200 years plus in our country. And our legal immigration system simply does not work right now for most working Americans. So my legislation would reorient it the way so many Republicans and Democrats have wanted to, away from unlimited family migration. It would eliminate things that make no sense at all, like giving out visas just random by lottery, and it would focus on people who can come to this country and succeed and contribute to our economy and to our society, who have good English language skills, who have job training, who have high levels of education, who are in fields that truly do need more workers, where there's some gaps in American skills or American workers. I think that we should proceed on that, get that right, create a lot more trust to solve some of these more hot-button issues.
Well, and I applaud you for taking a look at it. I probably shouldn't be lobbying you here to this speech today, but I think I will. I would encourage you to really look at some of the issues that we are facing in higher education. We've got some really bright, talented international students all over the campus who come to America, not just to the Clinton School, but schools all across America. And they're either going to make a difference in their home countries when they go back, or they're going to make a difference in America if they stay. And quite frankly, Senator, in the last 3 to 4 months, not only on our campus, but on other campuses, they're scared to death. They're scared to death. And I just hope that in all this rush that everybody talks about illegals and criminals and all, I just wish the face of the international community of bright, caring, patriotic students. I hope you all will consider that. If you look, if you can, don't penalize the college students. They're not terrorists. They're good, decent people, and they're trying to do the right thing.
And Skip, I can tell you that in my conversations with President Trump about immigration, he would largely agree. He frequently cites the Canadian and the Australian models, that we need to have a legal immigration system that attracts the very best, most talented people in the world who are likely to come here. I mean, it's like having an NFL draft, except you get all the first-round picks. Because people, like, if you have, a brilliant scientist or a brilliant computer scientist, and they have a chance to leave a country where they don't have economic opportunity, they don't have the gifts of liberty and prosperity that we do, and they look around the world and where they want to go, they will come to the United States. Now, they may not be able to come under our current system, which doesn't work in many ways. Only 1 out of every 15 people come here because of their skills and their ability to succeed in our economy. They may go to Australia, they may go to Canada because those countries have smarter legal immigration systems, but they would rather come here. They have more access to capital here to start a business, more opportunity to get a job, more opportunity to get continuing education. There's no question that the most talented people in the world, if they're looking at where they can succeed, America is still the best destination. Our immigration system doesn't deliver on that. In fact, I've spoken with Canadian officials privately. They laugh at us. They hope we don't fix our immigration system. Because if we do, all those people now who go to Vancouver, they're going to come to America. They're not going to keep going to Canada. They're going to come here to the United States of America. That's the kind of system I want to create. That's the kind of system Donald Trump wants to create.
Okay, come on, we got more questions here. Now, and again, as we've talked about, once you become president, you change your mind. I think you get the facts. I think we've seen that in Syria. I respect your opinion on that. I think we're seeing that. But we're also seeing it, is China a currency manipulator? Is the Export-Import Bank worth saving? Is Mexico going to pay for the wall, or the United States? So I guess I just need, I understand that, but there are some brash statements made in the campaign that are now being translated into, well, once you get president, you get all these facts. Well, help me on this one. Help me on this one.
So, those are all discrete issues. Like, take the Ex-Im Bank. I think the Ex-Im Bank has been flawed for a long time. That's why I voted against its reauthorization, because it skews way too heavily towards the biggest businesses in the world that have perfectly strong balance sheets, and they can go out and get funding from Wall Street banks. But take China as a currency manipulator. I think the president sees the role that China is going to play in North Korea. And I think, as he said, I think he tweeted about this. I don't think he said it. I think he tweeted about it, that he thinks that we can use China's desire for trade with the United States as a way to put leverage on them to deal with North Korea. That's something that most presidents haven't done for a long time. For decades, most presidents have more or less treated open trade with America and our nearly $20 trillion economy as something that underwrites global prosperity and stability. That's not the only way to look at it. The other way to look at it is we have the largest market in the world. Most countries are desperate to trade with us, and that we can ask them to do things for us outside the trade domain. So if the president thinks that not labeling China a currency manipulator might help us denuclearize the Korean Peninsula, I think that's a prudent calculation.
Okay, let's talk about his tweets. No, I'm serious. He's got 27 million followers. And you just cited a tweet, which I cite tweets. So, do you follow his tweets? Are you briefed on his tweets? What does Congress think of his tweets?
I would say don't miss the forest for the tweets.
That's a good line.
So, certainly I have his tweets brought to my attention if they're relevant to what I'm doing, which they're not always. If I'm coming to interview you about his first 100 days in performance in office, what he's saying about special elections here or there are not all that relevant. But with any major statement of an administration official, whether it was Barack Obama or Donald Trump or a senior cabinet secretary, especially in an area where I'm focused, my team keeps me apprised of what's being said. I don't have any problem with the president using Twitter. I might suggest he sometimes change the way he uses it, but Twitter is an important way to reach out to the American people. I don't know how many people use Twitter actively, but it's in the tens of millions of people in this country now, maybe over 100 million. And just like FDR scandalized a lot of politicians in his day by starting the fireside chats, just like Barack Obama changed the weekly radio address to a weekly address on YouTube, Donald Trump is using Twitter to reach out to other people.
Well, because there's no doubt, I mean, whether you agree or disagree with President Trump, there's no doubt that his late night tweets or early morning tweets set the day's agenda often. They often set the day's agenda. But, in preparation for this interview, I've been following your tweets. And I got first of all, I got to say that from April, this is a good fact. From April 1 to April 15th, Donald Trump tweeted 55 times. Tom Cotton tweeted 90 times. So you're making a run at him for the number of tweets. But I do think that Twitter is an effective media, and I do think, and I agree with you, I think Donald Trump has used it as effectively as anybody I've ever seen.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think ultimately when people criticize his use of Twitter, what they are criticizing is this or that specific statement on Twitter, not the overall use of it.
Yeah.
I think it's perfectly appropriate for any president, any elected official, any public figure, if they want to communicate to a mass audience, and that audience is now increasingly on not just Twitter, but other forms of social media, to use those medium. What people complain about when they complain about his tweets are probably the content of this or that tweet.
And I say this as a former Senate staffer myself, and I'm going to throw a little homer out there in the fact that you've got a great staff. Your staff does really good work. I've worked with a lot of staff, Democrats.
You're not supposed to say that in public.
I'm telling you.
Don't get the big head.
Yeah, I know, but they do. They really do good work, and I applaud you for that. That's a credit to you. But I want to shift to President Trump's staff. I wanted to clarify that on the front end. We've had Steve Bannon on and then off the National Security Council. We've had Michael Flynn retired. We've had Sean Spicer's Holocaust centers. We've had the Kushner-Bannon fight in public. We've now saying we're not going to display or release the White House visitor logs because we're not going to let you know who's coming in to do the people's business. What do you really think about how effective his staff is?
Well, I'll let you in on a secret that I know about the West Wing. I can tell you where their power really lies.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
With all the back and forth in media, all the intrigue, and all the sniping in the media, I can tell you where the power truly lies, and that's with Donald Trump. Ultimately, the President of the United States is the one who's elected to make these decisions. You know, that they say that the biggest 18 inches in basketball is the distance from the head coach's seat to the assistant coach's seat, because it's the distance between advising and deciding. And that's the same thing about the 3 feet over the HMS Resolute desk. You can take lots of advice, but ultimately the president is the one who makes these decisions. And that's not just me speaking. You know, that's what Bob Gates wrote in his first memoir. Bob Gates served 8 different presidents in 2 different cabinet positions, multiple times in the West Wing for Republicans and Democrats alike. And he says, once you've been in the West Wing, you realize pretty quickly that very few people have any power there, except for the president. You know, the privilege of working in the White House and being able to be a witness to history is what repays all those hours and all the stress and all the pressure. It's not that you somehow get to be the Svengali behind the scenes pulling the strings of Richard Nixon to Barack Obama, to cite all the presidents for whom he worked except for Bill Clinton. You just get a chance to be on the front seat of history, because ultimately the power in the White House resides in the President of the United States. And I know that, you know, the Washington media they love all these power behind the throne stories about who's up and who's down and who's stabbing whom in the back, and you see that in every White House. You can go back and read memoirs from any old presidency. You see it in every White House. But power behind the throne stories are interesting when there is a throne, because the person who sits in a throne didn't get there by an election. He got there by an accident of birth. And he may not be either capable or interested in governing well. So the power behind the throne stories for hundreds of years in Europe made a difference. But here, we don't have a throne. We have an Oval Office. And the person who sits in the Oval Office got there because he raised his hand and said, I'm the best person to govern this country. And he got 60 to 70 million of his countrymen to agree to it. That kind of person doesn't just defer modestly to those around him that are on his paid staff. Not Donald Trump, not Barack Obama, not George Bush, not Bill Clinton, or not any other one.
Well, I accept that, but I also accept that, you were spending hours and hours and hours doing great work on the Senate Intelligence Committee, far more hours than probably most people realize. But there are Kansans who have Social Security and VA and other problems that your staff every day are spending hours and hours and hours helping them. And if your staff were to let you down and they didn't deliver that work, then ultimately people would come back to you and say, I wrote you, I didn't get a response. I called you, I didn't get a response. Again, I don't expect President Trump, I don't think anybody does, expects him to micromanage all the issues in the White House. But really, I mean, you are responsible for the people around you and the actions that they take. And everything from somebody should have checked where the aircraft carrier was going, and somebody should have figured out that, these were death camps, not Holocaust centers. I mean, that's what I'm saying is that, do you think he has surrounded himself with as good a people as you have surrounded yourself with?
Well, you cite some obvious missteps and misstatements, to most recently the location of the aircraft carrier. But some of the examples you give about the things that I can't do personally while I'm voting on the Senate floor or sitting in committee, those are not White House operations anyway. Those are cabinet operations. And again, to go back to Bob Gates, in the early days of the Obama administration, he was by far the most experienced person, and he was a holdover from the Bush administration. So they had a summit at the White House between White House staff and cabinet secretaries. And he made a very important point that people too often overlook, not just the public at large, but people who are in these roles, saying to the White House staff, your job is to advise the president. You campaign with him, you know him, he trusts you, he listens to you, he makes the decisions, but he needs your advice. Your job is not to implement that policy. It's not to conduct operations. And that's true no matter what the domain is. The West Wing tried to micromanage military operations in Afghanistan, or they tried to micromanage the development of a website that Health and Human Services should have been doing. So on so much of what the government does, the White House should not be involved in it. When they do it, as Gates says, it's usually inefficient and sometimes immoral and sometimes illegal. And you see that going back over many presidencies. Now, the cabinet secretaries have to be responsive to those West Wing staff, but that's where a lot of what you're talking about actually gets carried out, is in the cabinet departments. When Governor Hutchinson needs a new waiver for Arkansas Works, he should be working with Tom Price and his team in Health and Human Services. When we're thinking about what kind of military operation to conduct in retaliation for those chemical attacks, that shouldn't be carried out by colonels on the National Security Council. It should be carried out by the Joint Chiefs at the military in consultation with the president. And I think this president has assembled an outstanding cabinet, and also think they're beginning to work together very well. That, like I said, that second travel pause was clearly better staffed and better implemented than the first one was. The process under H.R. McMaster leading up to the strikes in Syria, I thought, was a model for the way the National Security Council is supposed to work. They got the information necessary, they worked up various courses of action, they described the implication of those courses of action, they did all of that in secrecy without any leaks, which is hard to do. So I think you're seeing a cabinet that, as they work together more frequently, is working together more effectively. That's common in any presidency. It's common in anybody's line of work as well. So I think things are pretty good and getting better right now.
So in the academic year, we're nearing the end of the semester. And in the Trump administration, we're nearing the end of 100 days. One of the things we have to do at the end of the semester is that we have to give grades. So from A through F, and you can use pluses and minuses. What would you give President Trump? First 100 days.
So let me go.
Now, I can't cheat on the grades. When I give grades, they get what they make. So,
no grade inflation, huh?
No grade inflation.
So I think it's hard to give a single grade. I'd give an A+ on certain matters, like the confirmation of Justice Gorsuch.
What, guys?
I'd give a...
We are respectful here. This is a Clinton school. I have students here. Please let Senator Cotton answer the question.
You know, I'd give an A+ on certain matters, like the confirmation of Justice Gorsuch, or, you know, our reaction to those chemical attacks in Syria. There are other things I'd give a lower grade on. So I'd give a B on the nominations process. Again, I think the president has assembled a good cabinet, but we're falling behind in populating the rest of the government. And as capable as I think someone like John Kelly is at Homeland Security, he can't run a department by himself that's got 300,000 employees. He needs a deputy secretary, he needs an undersecretary. The White House needs to move faster on getting those nominations to us. The Senate took too long to confirm some of these nominees, in my opinion, but right now we essentially have none pending. So we're open for business, and we got a lot of people to nominate and confirm, and the White House needs to move a little bit faster on those. Other grades, I'd probably have to say incomplete. I mean, on healthcare, I'd have to give an incomplete because we had that false start that we discussed earlier. It's something that's going to have to be done, hopefully done sooner rather than later, but hopefully done in a deliberate fashion that gets it right. So.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this event with Senator Cotton to take you live to the White House. The Patriots entering, they will be honored outside of the White House. A major event happening here on News Now. Mike Pace joining you in just a couple minutes with extensive Patriots Visit the White House coverage.
And welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are waiting for the event to start at the White House. Patriots will be honored by President Trump for winning the Super Bowl in dramatic fashion. If you saw it there in February, it was quite the game, everyone. Last year, the New England Patriots ended the year 14-2, 5-1 in their division, 11-1 in the conference, and ended their season before the playoffs going on a 7-game winning streak. In 2016, New England tied an NFL record, earning 12-plus wins for the 7th consecutive season, even though starting quarterback Tom Brady was suspended for the first 4 games, and all-pro tight end Rob Gronkowski was lost to injury in midseason. The Patriots still recorded an NFL best 14-2. Their only losses were a shutout loss to the Buffalo Bills in Week 4 and a loss to the Seattle Seahawks in Week 10. They scored 441 points, third in the NFL, while allowing the fewest in the league at 250 points. The Patriots, with the AFC's number 1 seed, began their postseason run by defeating the Houston Texans in the divisional round 34-16. The next week, the Patriots defeated the Pittsburgh Steelers in the AFC Championship game 36-17 in what was the third AFC Championship game match between the two teams. The other 2 matchups occurred after the 2001 and 2004 seasons, and both were also won by the Patriots. The Falcons, with the NFC's number 2 seed, began their postseason run by defeating the Seattle Seahawks in the divisional round 36-20, racking up 422 yards the next week in the NFL game. In the last NFL game ever played at the Georgia Dome, they defeated the Green Bay Packers in the NFC Championship game 44-21. In the first half of the Super Bowl, the first quarter of the Super Bowl was a scoreless defensive match with each team punting twice. And we're going to get now more into this event right here. You're watching live on the Fox 10 News Now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a great day it is to be with all of our friends at the White House. We celebrate the Super Bowl, New England Patriots, world champions, Super Bowl champions, champions, period, and their historic win. And they are champions. Before we get started, I want to acknowledge some special guests. We're proud to be joined by 7 wounded warriors who have bravely served and sacrificed for our nation. Specialist Cameron Greenstreet. Staff Sergeant Frederick Manning. Specialist James Matthews. Sergeant Christopher McGinnis. Specialist Stephanie Morris. Sergeant Major James Watson. Staff Sergeant Sheldon Warner. Special people. And America is very blessed to have you with us. Thank you. The New England Patriots are big supporters of our military and America's veterans. Joe Cardona, where's Joe? Where is Joe? There he is in his beautiful Navy. Thank you, Joe. Serves in the Navy Reserves and is a graduate of the Naval Academy. Coach Belichick is the son of a Navy veteran, and Bob, that's Bob Kraft. He's becoming a pretty famous guy for winning, I'll tell you that, between him and Belichick. Wow. You do so much to support our military. Bob's been my friend for a long time, and he wants to support our military. So what a group of champions, all of them. And Bob, I want to commend you for building such an extraordinary organization. 5 Super Bowl victories since 2002. Really unbelievable. And I'll say this right now. George Steinbrenner, as you know, is a very good friend of mine. And George was a great champ, too, but there was a little more turmoil. Right? A little more turmoil in his victories, and that's okay. He was another great one. Since Bob bought the Patriots in 1994, they've won more division titles, conference championships, and Super Bowl wins than any other team. No team has been this good for this long. Amazing. He's built a culture dedicated to winning. And he started it with his coach, and I want to tell you, that is some special man. It's called the Patriot Way, and that really starts with Coach Belichick. And I want to thank all of you for being with us. The Patriots are an incredible organization, and this Super Bowl victory was a complete team effort. That's the beauty of what they do. They win as a team. With your backs against the wall, and the pundits, good old pundits, boy, they're wrong a lot, aren't they? Saying you couldn't do it, the game was over, you pulled off the greatest Super Bowl comeback of all time. One of the greatest comebacks of all time. But the greatest Super Bowl comeback of all time. And that was just special. I think I looked at odds, and they gave you less than 0.5% of winning the game. And then the coach said, let's go for 3. He's losing by so much. He said, let's go for 3. And I say, what is he doing? That was a great decision, Coach. I tell him that all the time. The 4th down conversion by Danny Amendola. Where's Danny? Where's Danny? Way to go, Danny. The big sack by Trey Flowers. Big sack. Where's Trey? Come on, put your hand up, Trey. See, he's shy a little bit. You weren't shy when you hit that guy, were you? You weren't shy about it. He didn't mind hitting. Thank you, Trey. Great job. The incredible catch by Julian Edelman. What a catch. We all said, no, that ball was dropped. Isn't it good? You know, in the old days, they might have said that was dropped. Those replays are good. You're starting to like the replay. Right? Great going, Julian. I think of guys like Marcus Cannon and the offensive line. Marcus? Great, Marcus. That's some line. Or Matt Slater, who was awarded the 2017 Bart Starr Award for the character and leadership he has shown both on and off the field. Malcolm Mitchell. It's true. Malcolm Mitchell, who, as a rookie, handled the pressure of the Super Bowl like an absolute true veteran. Way to go, Malcolm. Good job. Or Nate Ebner, who played on our Olympic rugby team last summer. Pretty good athlete, right? And in Brazil, and he was in Brazil playing and doing really well, and is an all-pro special team guy and player. So, Nate, congratulations. Where's Nate? Which is a tougher sport, Nate, football or rugby? I had a feeling you might say that. But everyone played a role, and everybody played as champions. It was the first overtime game in Super Bowl history, and it ended with a legendary victory for this proud franchise and for these absolutely terrific players and coaches. You had the best record in football with 14 wins and only 2 losses, and that doesn't happen by accident. It takes hard work, dedication, and a commitment by every member of the team to work together in pursuit of the ultimate goal, a goal that very few people achieve. And you've achieved it 5 times, many of you. And our coach and our owner have achieved it 5 times. Great, great talents, great, great people. Whether you're trying to win a Super Bowl or rebuild our country, as Coach Belichick would say, there are no days off. And just a quick story about the coach. So I had won the primaries, and I'm now in this rather heated election that a few of you have read about. And he wrote me this beautiful letter after the primaries. Congratulations. He said all sorts of things that were really good. I mean, it was really a beautiful letter. And it was very close to going before the election. And I called up, and I said, Coach, do you mind if I read the letter tonight to a stadium full of people in a very, very big and important state? And he said, you know what? I'd rather not have you do that. Could you send it back to me? I'm going to give you another one. I said, no, that's okay. Nope, I want to give you another one. Now, immediately to me, that means she's going to tone it down because what he said was so nice. And you know what he did? He toned it way up. It was much better. It was much better. He made that the greatest letter, and I did very well in that state. Thank you, Coach. That was very good. But, you know, he's just a very special guy, and he's tough. Is he tough, fellas, or a nice guy? Tough? A little tough, right? He's tough, he's smart, and he's got a great heart. So the Patriot coaches and these great players have delivered iconic American sports moments that will last forever. We're going to watch that game over and over and over. That game will last forever. 5 Super Bowl wins in the era of free agency, which is really, really tough. What an achievement. So again, congratulations to Super Bowl champion, New England Patriots. And with that, I'd like to ask a very special and talented man and a great friend of mine for a long time, Bob Kraft, to say a few words. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a true honor to be here for the 5th time celebrating a world championship. And every time that we have the privilege of coming here to the White House, I think about the long odds that were faced by our country's forefathers who fought for our freedom and independence. Overcoming long odds through hard work, perseverance, and most importantly, mental toughness is the foundation of everything that is great about this country. I am proud that the first time we came here as a team after winning a championship as 14-point underdogs, but infinitely more important was it was in a season of 9/11, 2001, at a time in which our nation showed its mental toughness to rally together and to rebound from an unthinkable tragedy. This year's championship was achieved after falling behind by 25 points, a deficit so great that in the 97-year history of the NFL, over 20,000 games, that deficit had only been overcome 7 times. In that same year, a very good friend of mine for over 25 years, a man who is mentally tough and hardworking as anybody I know, launched a campaign for the presidency against 16 career politicians, facing odds almost as long as we faced in the fourth quarter. He persevered to become the 45th President of the United States. It's a distinct honor for us to celebrate what was unequivocally our sweetest championship with a very good friend and somebody whose mental toughness and strength I greatly admire. And I would like to call upon our coach to say a few words, but before, we'd like to jointly present symbolic. Super Bowl 51 championship jersey.
Thank you. On behalf of the team, the organization, just want to thank the President and his great staff for just a wonderful day, wonderful opportunity here. We've had the great privilege to be here several times, but this one, the way we were treated and the opportunities to be in the Oval Office, to meet with the President, to see the inside of the White House, has just been fabulous. So, along with the parade, the ring ceremony, as a team, the opportunity and the privilege of coming to the White House is just one of the great things about winning the Super Bowl. And so we're very privileged to be here, and we thank the President and his great staff for the hospitality that they've shown us. Also, our great Patriot fans here and through our Patriot Nation, thank you for coming out today. This, as Mr. Kraft said, this is really a special team. These guys worked incredibly hard all year. They put all the work in advance when we didn't have anything to show for it. And then as the year went along, a total of 17 victories. They were all tough. These guys are mentally tough. They're physically tough. They love to compete, and they knew how to compete under pressure, and that's probably when we played our best football, as we saw in overtime in the Super Bowl. So I'm incredibly proud and honored to coach this group with our coaching staff. Our coaching staff did a tremendous job this year. I'm so appreciative of them. And then this day really is a great, it's a great day for us. It's a thrill to be here, and we appreciate your support, and we appreciate the great treatment that we've received from the President and his staff. Thank you very much. And we have one other presentation to make. Super Bowl 51 helmet.
sir. We're going to get him up there. So we can get Malcolm and Joe.
All right, everybody, easy. You can see that event wrapping up on the South Lawn there at the White House. You're part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoxNPhoenix.com. We are going to take you now to Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. He's actually in England making a speech right now. Let's take you there live right now.
Vital national security interest. So we must work together, the United States, Great Britain, and all of our allies to finally end this nightmare. Let's be honest. This is not just about Assad. We must also hold his enablers accountable. Iran, Russia, they too were complicit in these crimes against humanity. That's not all. Russia is determined to exploit weakness and opportunity wherever it may surface. As they expand and seek to expand their sphere of influence in the Middle East, they are continuing to challenge the sovereignty of our allies in Eastern and Central Europe. Their aggression has also taken on many other forms. Russia interfered in our elections, and they are interfering in elections here in Europe as we speak. We've learned a thing or two about their tactics in America, and we commit to sharing those lessons learned with our allies so that you can be better prepared. These actions that they're taking, these are not actions that are taken by a friend. So let's be clear about that. We cannot allow a provocateur in Moscow to threaten our allies or our interests. This is a direct threat to the post-Cold War global era. And we, when I say we, I simply don't mean just the United States and Great Britain. To truly combat Russian aggression, we need a strong NATO alliance. And we need that now more than ever. Our delegation just came from Norway, and later this week we will visit two more key NATO allies, Poland and Estonia. So I just want to be really clear so that there is no ambiguity here. NATO is essential. It has been, and it remains critical to the safety and the security of the United States, of Great Britain, and of the world. And it must be strengthened. Member states should follow the lead of the United States, of the United Kingdom, Poland, Estonia, and Greece, and contribute 2% of their GDP to defense spending. And we should enhance our lines of communications to ensure that NATO countries receive the most timely and accurate, actionable information possible. And close security cooperation, it also needs to be coupled with enduring economic ties. Today, our countries boast the world's largest foreign direct investment partnership. America stands as the single greatest importer of UK goods. And there are those who say the United States and Great Britain, they're turning inward, that we're retreating from ourselves and we're closing ourselves off from the rest of the world. Let me join you in putting that myth to rest. We are determined more than ever to lead. We don't want China to write the rules of the 21st century global economy. We want to do that together. We want a level playing field for our businesses. Yes, we want free trade deals, but we want smart trade deals. They need to help workers. They need to raise wages. They need to create high-paying, sustainable jobs. And the good news in all of this, the good news is that these are the exact kind of jobs that you get from smart free trade agreements. And we must continue to sharpen the tools to combat the unfair trade practices that we experience across the globe. Now that Article 50 has been invoked, the UK and the EU will determine the best path forward over the course of these negotiations. We want the parties to come together and strike a lasting agreement. A strong UK-EU relationship is in all of our best interests. And in that same vein, the United States will work closely with our EU friends and chart a path forward on TTIP negotiations. In my prior job as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, I was already working toward this end. At the same time, we are committed to working with President Trump and your government to achieve a bilateral trade agreement between the United States and Great Britain. This is one of the bipartisan messages I bring with me. I bring Democrats and Republicans here to this room, to this country today, to say that the United States stands ready to forge a new trade agreement with Great Britain as soon as possible so that we may further tap into the great potential between our two people. There's one last point I'd like to make. At times, we all get mired in the slog of governing. We can never lose sight of the battle of ideas, and that is why I'm really pleased to be here at the Policy Exchange. To secure freedom and free enterprise, we need to believe in these things. We need to apply these principles to the problems of the day and then defend them at every turn. So let me simply close by saying thank you. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your hospitality. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you for working to ensure that our special relationship grows stronger far into the future. So thank you very much for having us today. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll shortly be throwing questions open to the floor, but just if I may exercise the Chairman's privilege for a second or two as discussed beforehand. If, say, in a year or 2 years, the majority of NATO allies are not living up to that benchmark on the 2%, what action would you urge your colleagues?
I can't imagine that would happen. Our goal is to get everybody there, and we want it to be a big GDP. That means we're going to do everything we can. This started with Don Rumsfeld. It hasn't been completed, and we know it's not going to happen overnight. But I think we're all beginning to appreciate just how important NATO is now and into the future, given the new challenges and the threats that we face together. So I think from all the conversations we've had with our allies, people are beginning to realize and take stock that this is necessary. So I don't think it's a hard case to make. It just requires, moving your budgets, and domestically, politically, that's fairly difficult. I think the best way to do this is lead by example. We're not only doing that now, but you will see just next week a renewed commitment to national security and defense in our budget that we're going to pass next week, and then you'll see a stronger rebuilding of our military as we finish our budget for the next year this summer.
And moving on to more recent action in Syria as a precedent, obviously the United States moved ahead unilaterally on that after informing allies such as the UK. If the United States has to end up doing any military action in North Korea, what will you expect from
Well, clearly
allies,
we consult
in the 1950s.
Well, clearly we consult our allies. This is a serious threat that we have to pay attention to. We're engaging allies right now. We had a very constructive engagement with China when she came to America just a couple of weeks ago. So we think it's very important to engage our allies, but we think it's important to see what is actually happening, call it for what it is, and do what is necessary. We've deployed THAAD systems. We're in the midst of deploying our missile defense system to South Korea right now. We're getting the resources we need to do whatever needs to be done, and we will do this in concert and coordination with our allies.
Thank you. If I now throw it open to the floor, as usual, House rules. No question too outrageous, just for the sake of policy exchange, and more particularly, Mr. Speaker, if you could give your name and organisation in case he doesn't recognise a friendly face. Gentleman at the back there.
Well, since I'm first, I'd just like to say on behalf of everyone, thank you very much indeed for a really inspiring speech and for a very uplifting vision. I've got a
name and organisation.
I'm James Bethel. I'm from Westbourne, which is one of Britain's leading communications companies.
How many of you are from Britain's leading communications companies?
I wanted to just step back and ask you about democracy, and just to ask for your reflections, please, on where we are on the global democratic advocacy, because it's taken a bit of a knock back. China's becoming very reactionary. The democratic successes that we had in Eastern Europe are becoming a little bit dented. Middle East, the spring that was so optimistic has gone wrong in many ways. What should Britain and America be doing, and what should our expectations be over the next foreseeable period, the next 10 years or so?
We're seeing,
what should we be doing together to try and
in the face of all this
democracy?
illiberalism that we're seeing, the best answer I can come up with you is let's lead by example. You've just shown yesterday and today democracy in action working. You'll show, what is it, June 8th? Yeah, June 8th. You'll show what a peaceful transition of power continues to look like. And then let's show results. The way I see it, we've had divided government in our country for some time. And we have not produced the kinds of results for our constituents, for the American people, that they expect and want and deserve from our system. We, now that we're a governing party, need to produce those results. I think the governing party here feels the same pressure to produce results. So while we exercise a democracy, while we exercise through our elections, which we've done in a spectacular fashion, I would argue, we've had very important elections. Now we need to show the results and show that people can affect change through the ballot box and then through other means. And so let's lead by example, and then let's do everything we can to spread and advocate for our principles and our values across the world. That doesn't mean impose, it means encourage, it means incentivize, it means inspire and lead by example. So this is not a new challenge to the world. We, the United States and Great Britain, have a special responsibility, I think, to advocate these things, and let's do it by example.
Gentleman there in front.
John Redwood, Member of Parliament. As you rightly say, our best security is if the NATO allies have strong and growing economies. One of the best ways to grow economies more quickly is to lower tax rates, and I know you are a great exponent of this. Could you just give us a little bit of your thinking and Mr. Trump's thinking, because I believe he was proposing a rather radical corporation tax reform down to 15%, with very few exceptions. You were proposing a very interesting cash flow and border tax at 20%. Can you sort something out and get on with it, because I think we'd all benefit?
Can I bring you home with me for a little bit? Yeah. So, I relate to that, right? All right. So the president, when in the campaign, they intentionally, the Trump tax plan in the campaign was intended to look like the House Republican plan that we ran on. We ran on an agenda we call A Better Way, and they're very, very similar. On the individual side, they're identical. We collapsed 7 brackets into 3 brackets with a top rate of 33%. Our system's much different in many ways than yours or others because we have what we call pass-throughs. 80% of American businesses are not taxed as corporations. They're taxed as individuals. The top effective tax rate for those businesses is 44.6%. So what, you're lowering your corporate rate to 18%, I think? Canada is 15%, Ireland is 12.5%. That's most businesses, not in America. In Wisconsin, we're on the Canadian border. 90% of our businesses are taxed on this other system with a top tax rate of 44.6%. When our competitors just over Lake Superior, that's what overseas means to us, where our competitors are at 15%. So we feel a great need to drop those rates. The bill we have, because it's the way that our numbers work, gets us to 20% for corporations, 25% for what we call pass-throughs. We think we have to become a territorial system for just survival's sake, where we have firms inverting, becoming foreign firms, or being ripe takeover targets of foreign companies buying U.S. companies, in many ways because of tax reasons. One very significant company in Minnesota, a medical device company, inverted so that they could take their trapped cash overseas and reinvest it in America. They had to become a foreign company just to get their money back. It's just a ridiculous thing. So we believe the smartest way is a destination-based cash flow tax. That's a long way of saying a consumption tax. The way in which we think we ought to have a consumption tax is the one we've described. We could not or would not put a VAT tax in place. A consumption tax, there are different kinds of consumption taxes. VAT is one of them. Our choice would be a destination-based cash flow tax, where a good or service is taxed based on whether it's consumed inside of America. Right now, we tax ourselves based on the origin of production. If it's produced in America, it's taxed. If it isn't, it isn't. So by contrast, we have a narrow tax base and much higher tax rates. Tax rates prohibitively high, and then we tax you double on your worldwide income. So we want to basically get in sync with the rest of the world. 160 countries have a consumption tax that border adjusts. Please know that when we're talking about border tax adjustments, that is not mercantilism. That is not trade policy. It's simply tax policy. It's simply moving from an antiquated, bad income tax system that has a terrible foreign tax treatment on U.S. goods and services abroad to just getting us in sync with the rest of the world. And as a result, we believe we could have a much, much more competitive tax system in sync with the rest of the world, and that's what a cash flow tax does. So what we're doing is working with the administration on how to achieve tax reform. This will be done in 2017. That is our timeline. We would like to get it done as soon as possible, and as soon as possible for us is by the end of summer. But we're going to take our time to get it right. We clearly could get this done by the end of summer, but if it needs to go a little longer, we'll do that. We know we need to do this because we arguably have the worst tax system in the industrialized world. Most countries have a consumption tax and an income tax on businesses. We don't have that, and we believe trading our income tax for a smarter consumption tax is a smarter way to go, and we think that will dramatically improve global growth. Our economic models show doing it the way we're describing it has faster economic growth, GDP, by a factor of 3 than if we go with just the traditional income tax rate cuts, which won't be nearly as good or as simple. The last point I'll simply say is going to a destination-based cash flow tax, we don't care what people do overseas. We will never worry ever again, and we will never have an incentive for an American company to put their money overseas, to re-domicile, shift production overseas. You're doing all these innovation boxes and things like that. We don't have to do any of that if we go to a cash flow tax. That's why we're talking about this. But at the end of the day, no matter what it is, we will be lowering our tax rates on our businesses and our families and individuals and dramatically simplifying our tax code because we know that, along with regulatory reform, the key to economic growth, and we truly believe this will help grow the global economy. Sorry for a long-winded answer, but you touched my sweet spot. That's the stuff I really work on, so thanks.
Gentleman over there, name and organisation.
There are two narratives about NATO. One is that President Putin is doing NATO's job for it by making it seem relevant again and encouraging countries to spend more on defence. There's another narrative, which is our constituents on both sides of the Atlantic are war-weary. Many of them have not grown up remembering the Cold War, and we have to explain much more clearly to them why we need to spend so much of their taxes on equipment and on people to defend us. Do you think we are getting the latter part of the narrative right?
Not entirely, but I think we're better than we were before. We hollowed out our defense from our perspective in the last number of years because, well, first of all, after '89 when the wall came down, we believed we could reap this peace dividend. That was prior to 9/11. And so we went into peace dividend times where we did more butter, less guns, and then 9/11 came, and then we got fatigued from that, and then we started retrenching and lowering our defense expenditures in our readiness. We now have weariness of that. And so domestically, politically, I would say there is a great concern that we're not giving our men and women in military what they need to do their jobs. So I would argue that there is political support for improving our military. This is not a tough sell congressionally. Of all the things I've got to do this year that we're working on, this is probably the easiest one. I'd say for other countries, the youth is the challenge. The youth did not live through the Cold War. They didn't read Gaddis and all of this and Kennan going through college. This is way before them. So you're going to have to retell these stories. You're going to have to re-show this. We have to redescribe why socialism doesn't work these days. Bernie Sanders almost got the nomination on the other side of the aisle, and I think my Democrat friends are nodding their heads at me. So we've got a lot of education to do among our youth. That's chief among them. But I don't think it's a very difficult sell, quite frankly. I think it's a pretty easy sell for the sake of giving our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines what they need to do their jobs, and that I think people believe the world is much more dangerous. The threats are asymmetrical, and we really we've got a lot of work ahead of us, and this is not hard to sell. Maybe harder to sell here, but you know what you need to do.
I see a lot of questions. I'm going to try and achieve various elements of geographical and other diversity. Gentleman there. In the middle, yeah.
David Lewis, Prospect Magazine. Taking the attempted Obamacare reform as an example, and thinking more importantly the public criticism of the policy, how can we bridge
the policy? Which policy?
The Obamacare reform.
Oh.
How can we bridge the gap between people and political structures? So, that is to say, when given the opportunity to propose a new policy, how can we incentivize political structures to directly address the will of the people?
So our charge from the electorate, the House of Representatives, we won the popular vote, and we ran on an Obamacare repeal and replace plan. This is the plan we're working on executing into law. So we took a plan, now we're translating the legislative text, and we're now debating about how best to do that. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, ran on repealing and replacing Obamacare. The reason this was a popular thing to do is because this law is effectively collapsing under its own weight. The law was promised when it was sold that it was going to dramatically lower premiums by an average of $2,500. It did the opposite of that. It was sold as giving you more choices, more options. It didn't do that. And that you would be able to keep what you want. You keep your plan, keep your doctor. It didn't do that. It's a situation where now we've got a third of all counties in America. Over 1,000 counties in America have only one plan left to choose from, one insurer, an Obamacare insurer in their county. 5 states only have one plan left. Premiums are going up double digits every year. They went up on average 25% this year. The insurers, those that are remaining, are telling us it's going to go up about 40% next year, if left alone, because the scheme didn't work. The scheme basically said younger people will have to pay a whole lot more to buy what the government is making them buy to make the thing work. Well, they didn't do that, and so now it's in what actuaries call this as a death spiral, where only people who must have it are paying through the nose for it, and it's basically collapsing. So we have to step in front of this crisis and replace it with what we believe is a patient-centered system where patients have more choices, where we have lower prices, where we have choice and competition, and that is at the core of what we're working on doing right now. We're in the midst of negotiating sort of finishing touches because our members want to make sure that we lower premiums, that a person who is buying health insurance has a lot of choices and actually has transparency in that they know what things are going to cost before they buy them. That's one of the big problems we have in healthcare. You have no clue how much this is going to cost you, where the best place to go for a service, and where the best quality or price is. So we have a system that is in dire need of reform, and we're talking about how to get those reforms, respond to this crisis. And this is big stuff. I mean, it's 2 basic entitlements. This is the kind of entitlement reform we've never done before. The welfare reform that we did in 1996, that program cost $16.5 billion a year. We're talking about hundreds of billion dollars a year here. So it's difficult to do. We're very close, and it's basically make good on the promises that were made. We want to have a system in America where everyone has affordable access to good health insurance, good health care coverage, including people with pre-existing conditions. That is not what the current law does, and that's what we're endeavoring to do. And it's just going to take us a little time to make good on that.
Gentleman there, in the middle. Name and organization, please.
From Mayo, correct?
From Mayo.
That's right.
Thank you, Paul. A long-standing member of the Conservative Party, and I think it's the only party that can really run this country. But I'm obviously prejudiced, yes. Thank you for your deliberations. They were very informative and very useful. It gives us room for thought, a lot of room for thought. Now, I'm not really worried about income tax, or I'm not worried about the different things you've been talking about the last week. I'm more worried about something very direct, and I think, you know, I want to cut to the chase, as you say in Ireland. Would you... There's a lot of pressure being put on by the American government or the Chinese government at this time to do something with North Korea, because this is something which I've taken a keen interest in over the years, and I have a colleague, Lord Alton of Liverpool, who spent a lot of time there, making no headway at all with the North Koreans. Now, if the Chinese people, you're putting pressure on the Chinese government, and if they can't be successful or have some decent outcome with the North Koreans, get them to talk or whatever else, the question is, would you bomb them?
Wait, we went from the income tax to bombing North Korea.
Would you bomb them? And if you did, what good would that do, and where would we end up afterwards?
This
Thank you.
This is just like what I have at home. So, let me simply say this. Of course, all options are on the table. You never take options off the table. Having an unstable dictator such as we have in North Korea, far less stable than even his father was, armed with a nuclear weapon, testing, even when they failed, even when tests fail, they learn a lot. So racing toward the ability to deliver long-range nuclear weapons, that is not an acceptable outcome. So we have to do whatever it is we can do to prevent that from happening, and all options need to be on the table. I'm encouraged with the engagement with the Chinese. I heard that that coal ships are being turned back. The Chinese are starting to engage. We have to do this. This is allowing this dictator to have that kind of power is not something that civilized nations can allow to happen. So, of course, we don't want it to get kinetic. Of course, we don't want to have a military options employed, but we must keep all options on the table. And the answer we know is not acceptable is a North Korea able to deliver nuclear weapons to friendly nearby nations or even faraway nations if they can get their ICBMs working. So that just goes without saying.
Thank you.
Did you want to talk about the income tax too or something like that? Yeah.
Other questions?
No, I'm just joking. I really didn't. Thanks.
Lady there in second row. Name and organisation, please.
Isabel Marking, CBS News. I'd like to ask, do you think that President Trump should release his tax returns?
This is more like it. This is more.
And if he does not, will that hurt the chances for tax reform?
It has nothing to do with tax reform. The president will do it when he wants to do it and when he's ready to do it.
Lady there, front row. Name and organisation.
Hi, Hazel Shearing, The Sunday Times. I wanted to ask, I think in February you said that Iran... sorry. I think that you said that the Iran deal will probably stay in place. That's what you know.
Say that again?
You said that the Iran deal will probably stay in place back in February. Given the announcement there will be a review, do you stand by what you said in February?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The law requires that, by the way. I got a letter from Rex today, I think our Secretary of State. The law requires these reviews. And what I said in February and what I'll say today is we have to make sure that we hold them to the letter of this law. And by the way, there are lots of things that Iran is doing outside of this deal, proliferation of terrorism, weapons, violating missile tests. Those things we should apply sanctions to. So I think we need to ratchet up our sanctions on Iran for all the other things they're doing outside of this agreement, in addition to making sure that we forcefully enforce this agreement. An agreement I didn't support, don't like, because if they even stick to the agreement, they get a nuclear weapon. That's not something that I want to see happen.
Thank you. A lot more questions, but not much time. So if I could just ask people to ask them as a trio. Gentleman there, holding up his hand. Name and organisation.
Thanks very much. Andy Bell, Channel 5 News. You talked about Britain negotiating an agreement with the EU over the next couple of years. What if there is no agreement at the end of all this? Should Britain be worried leaving the European Union without any kind of formal trade agreement?
Well, look, this is your country. You make those decisions. I assume you will get an agreement. I can't imagine you won't. And I just want you to know that as your special ally, as your greatest partner, we're going to stand with you through all of this. We want to have, we think it's in everyone's interest to have a strong relationship between Britain and the EU. We want to, as soon as the UK is ready and able, to do a trade agreement, a bilateral trade agreement. We're also working on TTIP as well. We think that's good for the world global order, and we believe that there are opportunities in front of us. I think what we're going through, if we handle this correctly, will be to bring more prosperity and security to our respective countries, and that we can show, per the first question, what it's like to have a liberal democracy, what it's like to have democratic capitalism, what it's like to show that liberty, free enterprise, self-determination, limited government, what great things can come for all people with those. So that's the opportunity in front of us. I can't imagine you won't get this done. I think you will, and we're going to be here with you every step of the way.
Gentleman there in the middle.
Matt Ridley, House of Lords and Times columnist. In your judgment, who is winning the argument within the administration over the Paris Climate Treaty, whether to withdraw from it, and if so, how?
Well, I'm not going to get into who's doing what within the administration. I think with everything, they're reviewing all agreements that were entered into recently by the past administration. We have passed 15 Congressional Review Acts, which is a tool we have to go back against recent regulations by the last administration, and we're disapproving them. That's something that cannot be filibustered. So we and the administration are going back and looking and scrubbing at agreements made by the prior administration to determine whether they have efficacy or not. So I can't tell you what, at the end of the day, the administration is going to decide on that. They're going through that review. But every new administration does this, as they should. Did my predecessor do things correctly? If not, how would I do them differently? So I won't prejudge what that outcome will be, only that they should be going through this analysis. That's what they're doing. And we have been doing the same thing ourselves with respect to regulations. So I'm not going to prejudge where they're going to end up on this. And of course, there's a debate within an administration. All administrations have that. So how's that for an answer? Sorry.
Two more questions?
Sure.
Two more questions. We'll take them as a clutch. There was a lady over there trying to get my attention. And then a gentleman in the front here after her.
Wonderful. Sorry, hello. I'm Saskia from Prospect and University of Cambridge, depending on which hat I wear. Just a very random question, actually, on the nature of democracy. I'm sure as someone who's elected, you probably get a lot of questions and a lot of demands on what people want from you. More importantly, what do you actually want to see from your electorate? How can you get people to opt in? And more importantly, what do you think, especially, let's face it, here we're a lot of people from think tanks, from news media. What do you want to see from us in order to bridge the gap?
More participation is what I'd say. More involvement, more engagement, more participation from the electorate. That's what I'd like to see. And, I think it's very important. Communications is hard. And it's hard to communicate what it is you're actually trying to do. And so what we endeavor to do is to make it very clear why we're doing what we're doing, and what we hope to achieve in doing so, in a torrent of information to the contrary. All parties do this, so it's just our job to be as clear as we possibly can be with our principles, our values, our ideas, and our intentions, and why our solutions are better than other solutions. And obviously we hope we connect with people so we can do that. I think we did. We just had an enormous election. Our party connected. Now, we got to deliver. We have to deliver. We have to say, look, we ran on a very specific, coherent agenda on poverty, on prosperity, on national security, on the Constitution, on self-government, on the separation of powers. All of these things we think are important to improving people's lives, to really reaching the promise of our country. And we now owe it to our country to deliver these results. Same goes for Tories, same goes for Labor, same goes for everybody else. You've got to do the same thing, and the proof's in the pudding. And so what we owe the people who hired us, deliver on the results and do what we said we would do. One of the reasons why in 2016, this was one of sort of my conditions on taking this job, was I wanted to be very specific with what it is we were hoping to achieve if given the chance to do it. That's why we ran on a very specific and very coherent agenda. And the thinking is in this, and we've seen this in our states. My own governor, a guy named Scott Walker, another friend of mine, a guy named Mitch Daniels, in Wisconsin, Indiana, they said, this is our problem, here's our solution. If I get elected, this is what I want to do. They won those elections, they did that, and people are more participating. People want that. People deserve that. This is what we're trying to do at a national level. We ran on a very specific agenda. We said, we think these solutions will improve people's lives and fix these real problems in our country. We won that election, and now it is our duty and our obligation in a difficult time to deliver those results. That is what we have to do. That's our covenant with the people who sent us there. And I would go to say, on June 8th, you're going to have your opportunity to make good on that promise as well. And then deliver afterwards.
Gentleman there. Name and organisation.
Jack Goodmer, BBC News. Thank you very much.
With who?
BBC News.
It wasn't a joke. I just didn't hear him.
Fake news.
He just said so fast.
No, thank you very much for your words today. I just wondered, you spoke about the support of the recent strikes in Syria, the 59 Tomahawk missiles. Is there some regret for you and also maybe the Republican Party that there wasn't more advocacy and support for similar strikes back in 2013?
No, I don't. I think it's different. First of all, I was on the ticket when the red line was designed. It was in our 2012 race. We agreed with that. When John Kerry came to Congress after that and said it will be infinitesimally small, when he made so many comments to basically undermine the whole goal behind it, that's when he lost support in Congress. When they basically said to us, this will be a pinprick, it won't be a scale, it lost its support. What the president did is what a president should have done. When a leader gasses his own people, especially after a president, whether it was this president or the last president, we need to make good on our word. And I think the value of what the president achieved with this decision is not only a moral statement that he made, but I think he sent a signal to the Iranians, to the Russians, obviously to Assad, that we're not going to stand by and watch this happen. I think that was very important that he took that action. That's why we supported that decision that time and to this day. That is much different than the way this was handled in the past administration, which I think made a colossal mistake in drawing the red line and not seeing it through.
Thank you. Final question. I saw somebody looking there. Yes, gentleman in the middle. I failed to catch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Oliver Harvey, Deutsche Bank. I have a very simple question, which is that President Trump on Fox News the other night said that healthcare wasn't dead and that corporate tax reform would have to wait until after healthcare. Is that something that you agree with? And does that make the August deadline quite difficult?
Yes, so healthcare is not dead. We're still working on it. One of the reasons why the president says this is it makes it so much easier for us to do tax reform. One of the reasons why it makes it so much easier for us to do tax reform is our baseline. We repeal about $1 trillion worth of Obamacare taxes in our Obamacare bill. That means then the resulting tax code that comes afterwards has a revenue baseline or revenue target $1 trillion lower. The way that works in our numbers, $1 trillion is 10 points of corporate tax rate reduction. So we propose to lower our corporate tax rate but from 35 to 20%. That scores cost $1.5 trillion. So it makes it much easier for us to get tax reform if we first do healthcare reform first. It doesn't make it impossible, it just makes it more difficult. The choice we would be faced with if we wouldn't get our Obamacare or our healthcare repeal bill done with replacement is then we'd have $1 trillion of other taxes hanging out there while we do tax reform. And it's such a big number that we wouldn't be able to absorb that within our tax reform. We don't want to lower the rate from 35 to 30. We want to lower it from 35 to 20, and I would love to get to 15. That means we'd have to keep all these other taxes on the books. And in many of the cases, they're pretty ugly taxes that dampen and depress economic growth. So that's what he means when he says we want to do one before the other because one helps beget the other.
Thank you. Well, like John Foster Dulles at the Indochina peace talks in 1954, I've tried to hold the clocks for as long as possible at a specific hour, but I fear that like AGPTL, if not warred by timetable, certainly the timetable of our delegation is moving very rapidly. So I would just like to conclude proceedings. We've had many distinguished people here tonight. As many of you know, Stalin said in the matter of arms production, eventually, enough quantity becomes quality, but we do have quality. We do have quality here tonight, and no more than in the person of our Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice, Right Honourable Liz Truss MP, whom we're delighted to welcome here tonight, along with many of our other colleagues. But Liz, always a pleasure to welcome you back to Policy Exchange from your days as a reforming minister at DFE and many other portfolios besides. So look forward to hearing what you have to say in honour of our speaker tonight. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker Ryan, for, I think, a hugely fascinating and inspiring talk that sets us, I think, in a good train this week of all weeks. And you have attracted a huge number of luminaries in this audience. You said that you've admired the way the Prime Minister copes with Prime Minister's questions. I think you've done a fantastic job dealing with some pretty tricky questions from our audience tonight. But I think your depth of knowledge and your belief in ideas has really shone through. And that is what's important in politics. And that is what's going to take people with us as we make important and bold reforms. And your belief in freedom, your belief in enterprise, your belief in democracy, we can all get behind you in that. And I think that's incredibly important. And you also talked about trade. And of course, as we move forward, as we leave the European Union, trade is going to be incredibly important. My colleague Liam Fox is in the audience. I'm sure was delighted to hear what you said about a trade deal with the UK. And of course, you are an extremely close ally. And also the work you're doing in supporting NATO and your tour of Europe this week. I wish you all the best, and I'm sure all of us wish you all the best in building up this support. You mentioned that many of us in politics end up fighting battles that were fought generations ago. So people who haven't necessarily experienced socialism or what it means, we need to refight those battles and we need to refight those ideas. And I don't think we could be in better hands than somebody with such a grip of the detail, such an understanding of the policy wonkery, and I'm a former think tanker myself, so I love it too, but also somebody who has that big vision that shows what we can achieve. So thank you so much. Thank you to Policy Exchange for putting on this fabulous event. As I say, as a former person of reform, it is one of the best think tanks in London. There are others too, but you have done a brilliant job. You've done a brilliant job today, Dean, really, of bringing this event together. And I don't know... I don't know if the timing was deliberate, Speaker Ryan. Maybe you knew something.
Yeah,
we didn't.
Teresa told me about this idea a couple of weeks ago. Sorry. Yeah.
But what an inspiring talk, and great to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for saying so. Appreciate it. Good? All right. Thank you, Dean. I hope that went well. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
American friends leave quickly, and then please, you're all free to go. Thank you.
All right, folks, showing you a live shot right now of the Capitol. We'll be back in just a little bit. All right, folks, coming up next on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we're going to take you to Atlanta, where community members and officials there in Atlanta are paying the respects to a firefighter that paid the ultimate sacrifice. Herons was riding with 2 other firefighters in Southern California near Marina del Rey when their vehicle was hit by a suspected drunken driver.
The cannabis laws are. I speak to the experience.
Coming up next year on the Fox 10 News Now stream for the fox10phoenix.com, we are going to take you to a recreational marijuana hearing. Testimonies are being given to members of the Illinois House and Senate in support of legalizing recreational marijuana in Illinois. We'll take you there live.
Hello, thank you for joining us. This is, I don't know if you heard this part, but you are the first virtual witness before one of our committees here in Illinois. So congratulations on that distinction. And our members do have copies of your presentation. So if you just want to jump in, state your name for the record, and share working with some of these other states, we would be deeply appreciative.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you remotely today. While I am Carmen Hansen from the National Conference of State Legislatures, normally headquartered in the beautiful city of Denver, Colorado, I am today enjoying the lovely city of Atlanta, Georgia for the National Prescription Drug Misuse and Opioid Conference. And tomorrow I'll be attending a marijuana conference here as well. If this hearing would have been 2 weeks ago, I would have been in Chicago enjoying the national championship by the University of Denver Pioneers at the National College Hockey Championship. But today is today, and unfortunately I'm not in Chicago. But thank you for making the accommodation for me to present this material today. I just wanted to let you all know I've worked on health policy for NCSL for roughly 16 years and on cannabis and marijuana policies for over 10. And NCSL is the nation's most respected bipartisan organization providing support for states. And we serve all state legislators, 7,383 legislators, and over 30,000 legislative staff. And I'm going to be providing this information as requested by your joint committee on marijuana and cannabis policies. And I'm going to do a little bit of overview of medical policies and the adult use categories, and some information on the current legislative landscape. And I'll also be using the terms marijuana and cannabis interchangeably. And as a reminder, NCSL takes no positions on individual state policies and provides this information as an overview of state actions and legislative roles. And I've done my best to remove any intentional and unintentional puns from my presentation. And while some folks may find this topic of marijuana and cannabis amusing, I can guarantee you that this issue is taken very seriously by, as you just heard, the state of Colorado, NCSL, and policymakers across the country. And I'd also like to thank Steve and Ted and the rest of your committee for working with me on this presentation that I was able to do remotely today. Going on to my second slide, the state legalization of marijuana started with California back in 1996. And since then, mostly Western states also legalized medical use by ballot initiatives, which is more common in the Western states than the Eastern states. And states began legalizing medical use via the legislative measures a few years later, and currently all but 5 states have some sort of legalized marijuana program. And please note on my slide, you'll see that West Virginia has a little asterisk on it because they approved a medical cannabis bill through the legislature just last week, and they're potentially it's going to be dark green pending the governor's signature, but I just wanted to designate that on that slide for you. And the rest of my slides will provide information on these various programs. And I know that your primary focus for your hearing is medical, but or is recreational or adult use, as I generally refer to it. I'm just going to give a quick recap of kind of the process and the progress that medical programs have taken. And as I mentioned, California was first back in 1996 through voter initiative. And since then, 28 states, D.C., Guam, and Puerto Rico have followed, most of those since the year 2000, making for a total of 31 programs. 16 programs were voted in by voter ballot initiative, and 13 were approved by legislative bodies. And I'd like to note that not all of the approved programs have been implemented to date. It can take anywhere from 6 months to 24 months or even longer to get a program up and running, depending on the process in each state. And that time is also similar for adult use programs. And I've provided a link to NCSL's medical marijuana webpage here for your reference. And most of that information covered in this presentation can also be found on that page. So as you may expect, looking at slide 4, no two medical marijuana cannabis laws are similar, but they're not alike or identical, but some similarities do exist. Most programs include provisions for following issues like patient registries, grower and caregiver registries, dispensaries, require specific conditions for the use of medical cannabis, and or they may recognize patients from other states or they may not. Most states with medical programs do have registries, and possession limits range anywhere from 1 ounce to 8 ounces of product or 3 to 12 mature plants or seedlings. And the other categories can also vary. For example, the amount of licensed dispensaries in a state. Some states limit that with a hard number, and so for example, Connecticut has a hard number of 6 dispensaries for the whole state, or Minnesota started their medical program with 4, and they also may limit when it comes to growers and dispensaries within local zoning and licensing procedures, if they want to allow them in their municipalities or counties or not. And as Director Brohl mentioned about Colorado, many cities and counties allow for commercial growing and dispensaries within their jurisdiction. However, it's about a third that do not. I believe if that's the right ratio. She can correct me if I'm wrong. But licensing and registry processes also vary widely across the states, and most states have a qualifying list of conditions for the medical use of cannabis. Some states are kind of silent or yet to be determined on their details on implementation, just because it can take time, and these details aren't necessarily included in the ballot initiative language or in the legislative measure. And it also can take, like again, anywhere from a couple weeks to a couple months or up to a year to get all these rules and regulations in place. And let's see here. And I just want to point out that the state health departments generally operate the medical programs. However, a few are run by attorneys general and offices of consumer protection, public safety, or justice. And one of the latest issues with medical marijuana is new or low THC limited research programs that have come about in 2014 and 2015. And it's a growing interest that states, I think you can't hear me, so I'm going to try calling Steve really quick. Sorry.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, you can? Oh,
yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, we're moving the microphone to try to make it a little bit better for the folks who are listening to the live stream, but we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry. Am I loud enough?
You're fine. You're fine. It's our technology. It's not you. It's not you. It's us. We promise.
I'm sorry.
Keep going. You're doing fine.
Okay. There's a bit of a delay with the audio. So one of the new things with medical marijuana programs are the new low THC or limited research programs that have come about in mostly 2014 and 2015. It's a growing interest for states looking to find a way to provide access to non-psychoactive cannabidiol products or CBD products without creating like a full-blown comprehensive medical marijuana program. 17 states passed these bills a few years ago. Idaho had a program approved by the legislature but was vetoed by the governor. And again, more information on these programs can be found on my webpage. And the next slide has some more of those details. Again, most of these programs are not functioning as intended because they did not allow for the in-state manufacturing or growing of the cannabis to develop the products. So it kind of created a barrier to access. It might have said it might be legal for you to have these products with a medical excuse or medical defense if you were arrested in possession of these products, but they didn't create a system of regulation to create and sell the products within their state. So I know it's not necessarily the focus of today, but I'm happy to discuss these programs with you later if you have additional questions. And looking at slide 7, like anything else, the medical use of marijuana has its advocates and critics. Shortly after California legalized medical use of marijuana back in 1996, the Institutes of Medicine came out with its own opinion, and it found that marijuana helped some patients with pain relief, and any side effect was generally short-lived and well-tolerated. In late 2012, the Treatment Research Institute released its own opinion based on its addiction-related research, and they do not advise using marijuana for medical use. And since then, there's been a lot of different research coming out from full support to no support at all, and most kind of come in somewhere in the middle saying we see maybe some promise, but we definitely need to do additional research. Various health groups and associations have their own opinions. Groups like the American Society of Addiction Medicine, American Cancer Society, American Glaucoma Foundation, and the National Multiple Sclerosis Society and others do say that there could be some promising uses of quote medical marijuana or cannabidiol-based medications. However, more research is for sure needed. As was mentioned previously, marijuana does remain a Schedule I product federally, seen as having no acceptable medical use. However, as Director Brohl mentioned, in 2009, the Obama administration stated that they would not actively prosecute those folks operating businesses in the states that followed their medical distribution guidelines and business practices, as long as as they were being highly regulated in those states. She mentioned the Cole Amendment or the Cole memo that was in August of 2013, and that was the Department of Justice memo announcing an update to their marijuana enforcement policy, and it mentions that while marijuana remains illegal federally, the DOJ expected legalizing states to have strong state-based enforcement efforts, and they will defer their right to challenge their legalization laws at this time. Keywords "at this time" that everyone seems to refer to. The department also reserves the right to challenge the states at any time they feel it is necessary. Again, this was specific to the adult use laws in Colorado and Washington at the time, but it is similar position taken for medical states as well. And this all could change as Attorney General Sessions has been heard in the media with their current position of the new administration. And so that largely sums up the medical side of things. Looking at slide 8, and I'll start looking at the adult use issue. And in 2012, 2 states, Colorado and Washington, legalized small amounts of marijuana for adult use, often called recreational use. Colorado's Amendment 64 and Washington's Initiative 502 both passed by popular vote. And as Director Brohl mentioned, I'll try not to repeat too much of what she said, but it really was unprecedented for Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper to appoint a 24-member task force to have the responsibility of coming up with the actual rules and regulations for the cannabis industry in Colorado. It included 4 legislators, members of the Public Health Department, Department of Revenue, and the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel, among others. They announced their comprehensive recommendations in a quite large report back in March of 2013, and sales started on January 1st, 2014. Washington State uses their Liquor Control Board and Liquor and Cannabis Control Board to implement their law, and their retail sales started shortly after Colorado in the summer of 2014. NCSL has published quite a bit on these 2 states and their experiences. I have links on the slide and on my website. We have 2 magazine articles called Legally Green and The Green and Winding Road, which detail the process of establishing these rules and initial implementation status, and those can be found on ncsl.org library. And we also have two other legis briefs that take a closer look at Colorado and Washington's experiences and the legislators' thoughts about the process. And those publications are listed on a later slide for your reference. And after Colorado and Washington, there was Alaska and Oregon and the District of Columbia, and they all passed voter initiatives to allow for legal adult use of cannabis products. DC's effort is different in that they only allow for growing and possession, and it does not otherwise regulate the production or sale of cannabis. Alaska is currently issuing permits and is just now rolling out their dispensaries. And the Alaska law allows for individuals to grow and possess limited amounts of cannabis, and that was as of 2 years ago. So that was kind of a quick, as soon as the law was enacted, there was a short kind of waiting period, but then it became okay for possession and self-grow a few months after the election. And they now have the Alcohol Beverage Control Board, or a new entity, if they decide to create one, that would regulate production up there. And most recently, back in November, 4 states approved new adult use programs in California, Maine, Massachusetts, and Nevada, and the details are still being worked out on those new programs. Slide 9 has a 2017 summary of bills to allow for either the medical use or adult regulated market, or both. Some of the bills in red have already died for this session. As I mentioned before, there were some ballot initiatives last year that were successful, and Arizona was the ballot initiative that was defeated for adult use. And some states have proposals out to amend current programs and laws. As, again, Director Brohl mentioned, there are constant changes, and what are looked at as, through the legislative process, as improvements to what's going on. If they do see a problem, say with edibles or testing or something like that, they try to address it as quickly as possible through the legislative process. And those adjustments or legislative measures are not listed on this slide in particular. And there was also significant legislation last year relating to marijuana, generally, like one of the legislators mentioned, the decriminalization aspect and penalties, the criminal justice side of cannabis use and possession. And our criminal justice program follows that issue and may be contacted with any questions, because I am not a criminal justice policy issue, even though it does have a lot of overlap with the cannabis topic. So slide 10 shows some of the adult use legalization efforts that have come through the ballot initiative process. And while not all states have the ballot initiative process, it's important to know that the legislature still has played a very important part in determining rules and regulations for the medical and adult use related programs in those states. And again, Director Brohl mentioned all of the activities that Colorado has been going through. Legislators are drafting legislation and regulations and using some of the directions from that enabling language of the ballot initiatives or the piece of legislation in response to what the voters may have approved at the ballot box. Some legislatures have direct oversight of implementation and evaluation of programs and procedures. Some of the most common areas of regulation established by legislators are the establishment of fees, tax structures, and enforcement of regulation funding. Oversight is typically assigned to another state department like public health, revenue, or another agency. And as I mentioned, many of the states allow localities to further regulate or prohibit locations and operations of cannabis-based businesses within county or city limits. Looking at slide 11, this is about regulation and oversight, which again varies by state. As you've heard, Colorado has a marijuana enforcement division within the Department of Revenue. Washington uses their State Liquor and Cannabis Control Board to implement their laws. And NCSL has, as I had published, quite a bit on these two states. And let's see here, that goes back to how things are pretty similarly regulated as far as the categories and how they can possess or grow in certain states. Alaska allows for individuals to grow and possess limited amounts of cannabis. Adult use is all, for consistency, it's above 21 for all adult use states. But the regulations can vary on how much someone may possess, cultivate, if at all, cultivate and purchase. And those, I made two little kind of cheat sheets on the next two slides. And the first slide are the original 4 states, Alaska, Oregon, Colorado, and Washington. And it's a table with information from various sources that track the specific details of each state's regulations. I have to give many thanks to the different organizations and state groups I've contacted to find some of this information, because this 50-state data, or tracking anything across 50 states, can be quite difficult. So it does take a village to track the details on many of these. And these are some of the categories that I mentioned, varied by state, but you will see some similarities. The most variance that is out there can be seen in the tracking and security issues. And I can say from Colorado's experience that testing and tracking issues have gotten much more specific in the last 2 years since the industry went to adult use production. And now that has expanded into the medical side as well. Director Brohl was mentioning the edibles and how they're labeled with the little special symbol and the 10 milligram kind of doses per serving. That is an idea that is now being used both on the adult use side and the medical side. And there are also more discussions about local limits on licenses and types of licenses and procedures that NCSL doesn't necessarily track local actions on cannabis laws, but I can find that if necessary. And from what I understand from my experience speaking with other legislators in other adult use states, Washington has gone through similar learning curves and making improvements, like thanks to testing and packaging, as they are able to, as they see that it's one of those unintended areas that just wasn't covered in the initial legislation. Looking at the second chart of detail, this includes the 4 newly approved states, and this information given here is just what is currently known or understood to be known out there for data. And of course, it may be slightly adjusted by any additional rules or regulations created by further legislation. And the differences with these new 4 states compared to the original 4 states is that some allow for a larger personal possession and include a different purchase limit for things like concentrate products, extracts, and that's something that some of the original states didn't necessarily include at the start. Slide 14 has some basic observations on tax revenues for each program, and I really have to tip my hat to Joe Henchman with the Tax Foundation. He is kind of one of the cannabis tax gurus out there in the policy world, and I really appreciate his notes on this. Tax collections in Colorado and Washington both exceeded their initial estimates. And it's estimated that nationwide implementation of adult use and taxation could raise, upwards of $1 billion per year. Another thing to note is that Colorado, Washington, and Oregon all reduced their initial tax rates, or considered reducing their initial tax rates a bit, because they believe that the higher tax rate would not necessarily reduce the black market demand as much as they would have liked. So they have adjusted their tax rates down in most cases to help shrink that price differential between the retail market and what is seen on the black market. And tax issues with this is one of the most difficult areas of policy, and it takes time to develop these tax systems and establish consistent reporting and tracking, as again Director Brohl mentioned. And do not underestimate the role of health, agricultural, zoning, local law enforcement, and criminal penalty issues with this topic. They are largely unaddressed in ballot initiatives and are left to the implementation process. And as again Director Brohl mentioned, there is another type of overview. In Colorado, only 1/3 of counties allow for medical or retail production or sales in unincorporated areas. And as she mentioned, it's about the same for medical and adult use for those restrictions. And I think Director Brohl did an excellent job of covering the excise tax and the special taxes. So there's the 15% excise tax, which goes to the $40 million school improvement grant fund, and then the 10% special sales tax that the retail purchaser pays, and that amount funds other efforts, which I'll go into more detail in the next slide, and then the 2.9% sales tax rate. And as mentioned, medical products are not subject to the additional tax rates except for that 2.9% regular sales tax and any local sales tax on top of that. And Director Brohl has had the current number of year-to-date sales, and our $1.3 billion in sales last year resulted in roughly $200 million in tax revenue. Slide 15 shows some information from a Colorado Legislative Council report from last July, and this was a report on one of the first years of how it was a breakdown of how that revenue was spent. So, as she described, when Colorado voters approved retail marijuana, the measure dedicated the first $40 million of excise revenue to school construction, and that's in the state's constitution. And to facilitate that, the General Assembly referred a 15% excise tax to the voters because of our Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, our Tabor Amendment, and that made the first $40 million go to that best funding schools, building excellent schools today. It's an acronym, BEST. And that is used to renew or replace deteriorating public schools on a competitive basis, and that money is awarded annually. In 2014, the legislature created the Marijuana Tax Cash Fund, and this is where the other sales and special sales tax goes. It has to be spent, as the director explained, every year as it's collected and used largely for health care, education, substance abuse prevention, treatment, regulation, oversight, and law enforcement issues. And in 2015, Colorado made headlines reporting nearly $1 billion of cannabis sales, and that translated to more than $150 million in taxes and fees. More than $35 million was earmarked for schools, and Colorado is now fully funding that $40 million promised to the schools grant program. As far as sales go, generally there is twice as much sold on the retail side as the medical side, and there's just a couple numbers there on some of our latest, the latest sales numbers. 2014's total was $699 million. 2015's total was $996 million. And in 2016, the total was $1.3 billion. And again, that the $200 million combined in tax revenue and fees, considering the overall budget of Colorado is $28.5 billion, is a very small percentage. Here is the latest from Washington and what they're doing with their tax revenues. Washington has a 37% excise tax on all product sales collected at the point of sale. The first 12 months of their sales was roughly $257 million, and taxes on that was roughly $64 million. And according to the legislative fiscal note, this is the breakdown on how their money was broken down, and it's listed on the slide. Washington's basic health care fund and general fund will receive the largest portions of the revenue, with other prevention and education efforts receiving the remainder, and of course program administration is covered by the excise tax. And Oregon has less of a track record to analyze, but here's an overview of their tax methods. They have a temporary tax on adult use sales by existing medical dispensaries, and it's 25% at the point of sale, and that's to the customer. That's the customer's responsibility. And once their new retail dispensaries are up and fully functional, the tax will be 17%, and localities are allowed to add another 2% to that for their own tax purposes. There will be an estimated 350 licensed adult use retailers in their first fiscal year, and that number may grow up to 550 in the next few years. The revenue collected in Oregon will cover administrative costs, school funds, behavioral health services and treatment, law enforcement, and the state health department. Localities will receive funding based on population. However, areas that prohibit retail sales won't receive any marijuana tax revenues. And slide 18 will give a quick overview of Alaska, which is the last program to become operational. In fact, it still isn't very operational, but this is what we do know about what their initial tax and revenue structure looks like. Sales were expected to start late last year, and their Marijuana Control Board, which was set up shortly after legalization was passed, adopted regulations effective February 21st of 2016 relating to marijuana packaging, store locations, distribution, edibles, and social clubs. And that would be like an adult bar for liquor. A social club would be an adult bar for marijuana consumption. And the license application period began early last year, and their marijuana inventory tracking system started shortly after that. Their ballot measure 2 set up a $50 per ounce tax on marijuana paid by the marijuana cultivator when marijuana is transferred to a retail store or product marketing facility. At the current going prices of $250 per ounce in Anchorage, this would be an effective 20% tax rate. However, legislators in Alaska have explored alternative taxation options. The State Department of Revenue estimated tax revenue between $5.1 million and $19.2 million per year, with regulatory and enforcement costs between $3.7 and $7 million. And time will tell what their actual numbers look like, but again, we'll be sure to follow what happens. Washington, D.C.'s legalization law is very different from the other state efforts. The D.C. law allows for adult use and possession, but does not create a regulated retail market for sales. D.C. is also complicated by the role of congressional oversight. There was a particular member of Congress who is not supportive of marijuana legalization, and he inserted an amendment into a federal budget bill which prohibits the district from using any federal or local funds to, and this is a quote, enact or carry out any law, rule, or regulation to legalize or otherwise reduce penalties associated with the possession, use, or distribution of any Schedule I substance. End quote. This makes it nearly impossible for D.C. to create a regulatory or tax structure for commercial sales. One estimate has claimed that the district could generate about $20 million a year if they had a regulated sales system. Slide 20, we're getting close to the end, I promise. Slide 20 is a quick overview of the currently proposed tax rates and oversight agencies in the newest states. California will have both a cultivation tax of $9.25 per ounce for flower product and $2.75 per ounce for leaf product. And consumers will pay a 15% sales tax. Buyers in Maine will pay a 10% sales tax. And Massachusetts purchasers are looking at paying 3.75% sales tax and up to an additional 2% local sales tax if their localities choose to implement the local tax. Nevada has a 15% excise tax on wholesale prices, or wholesale sales, excuse me. And oversight is also varied and is housed in various agencies, which I have also listed at the bottom of the slide. So those are the main points of kind of what I typically get asked about. What are states doing when it comes to legalizing cannabis? And here's just a couple other questions I tend to get. I get a lot of really interesting questions on this topic, as you may not be surprised, about state marijuana policies. And so a lot of questions I get are about what are the tracking rates of diversion and minor access and things that you've already kind of asked Director Brohl, and I really appreciate her ability to address a lot of those with much more detail than I'm aware of. But the amount of diversion from, this was medical programs the last time it was really kind of analyzed in any kind of detail. One particular study in Colorado, and it might have been one of the studies that Director Brohl mentioned, that one of the early Colorado studies before the adult use was kind of a thing, or right after it became legal, said that the teens reported in the study said 70% of them were accessing whatever products they were getting, whether it be traditional flower product or an edible, they were getting it from a medically qualified person. So it might be someone they knew that had a license, or a parent or a friend, or maybe they stole it from someone who had what we call in Colorado a red card, a medical cannabis access card. That statistic may have changed with adult use retail sales. It hasn't. I haven't seen any reports from within Colorado yet. I do know our Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment has some extensive studies going on right now. There is currently $9 million of some of the marijuana tax revenue that does go into funding state kind of social impact studies, some of those unintended consequences, as some people describe them. Because there's unintended consequences with any and every kind of policy. So this policy the area is really no different than a lot of others, via transportation or education, things like that. So Colorado does have a lot of studies currently underway within Department of Health and within the University of Colorado Health Sciences Center. There are some federally funded research processes also going on looking at Colorado data, and I believe Washington State has some similar studies going on. And let's see here, another question. It goes back to the medical side. You know, which organizations support or oppose medical use really varies widely. A couple organizations track this much more closely than we do. Groups like the Marijuana Policy Project, Project SAM, NORML, a lot of those groups have pretty extensive lists of publicly released opinions on support or not of medical use. And let's see here. But many of the health groups, as I mentioned earlier, really are hoping for more federal research in this area for rigorous scientific, double-blind, typical clinical trial style studies for medical use. And my other number one question I get is, who's going to be the next state to do something? Well, none of the adult use programs that are out there currently in the 8 states have been passed through a legislative body. They've been all through the ballot box by voters. And my other thing that is an out for me, NCSL doesn't prognosticate because there's no way to give an over or under on anything like this. So that's an easy answer for me. But nearly all states with existing programs will have bills to make adjustments. As I mentioned, Colorado, there are no less than, I think one of the last legislative sessions, maybe not the one currently, but last year, I think there were well over 50 bills to make changes and improvements to the programs. And, again, this is just like any other area of complicated policy. There is constant change, constant knowledge gain, new research all the time. It's a pretty exciting area of policy to try to keep up with. So the next to last slide is a current listing of the most current NCSL resources on marijuana policies, and they're all available online, and I'm happy to answer any questions about those or anything else. And last slide is my contact information. I'm so happy that I was able to accommodate the request today for testimony. And please contact me at any time if you have any additional questions. And again, thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. And I think this was pretty fun to be the first guinea pig for remote testimony in Illinois.
Just a quick question. In terms of, it seems like there's many different ways people sort of set up their regulatory regulatory structure. One of the things I'm wondering about is it looks like California and Nevada were going to a 3-tier system where they had sort of the distributors as well as the cultivators and the retail. I don't know. If you're hearing me, the question is, what's the advantage of going that approach versus not? Do you have a view on that?
Madam Chair, it's a little hard to hear. I don't know if maybe Steve can repeat the question for me, or if I can try to pull up the live feed, and it just might have a bit of a delay with the question and answer.
I think that we are having a little bit of connection trouble. The question was about distribution systems in various states, whether some are using a 3-tier system, not unlike the way we do alcohol from production, distributor, retail. Sort of the differences in those distribution systems from state to state.
Implementation questions that I haven't looked at personally very closely. I do have some very good connections with other legal entities and business consulting experts that I can probably ask to get more detail on that level of distribution mechanisms within the states, but I don't have that level of information. There's also what they call vertical integration, and Colorado did have that, meaning that a dispensary, which is where you would go purchase your product, a single dispensary had to grow up to 70% of their own product that they sell in their stores. And they're getting rid of that requirement in Colorado, so they're getting rid of vertical integration, so to speak. But that's about the extent of what I know about the distribution and how many kind of interplays there are before it gets to the retail market. But I can check on that and let you know.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience with our technical issues and for being our test case on this. And with that, I want to thank you. I think we probably, given the technical stuff, I think we'll thank you for your help and thank you for your contact information and your promise to follow up with any of our other questions. I do appreciate it.
Absolutely. It's been my pleasure. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. With that, I just want to thank the members of the committee for your patience, for sticking it out. As we said at the beginning, we anticipate that this is going to be a lengthy conversation. We want this to be a very vigorous and thoughtful conversation, and we want to hear from everyone who has something to say, to share as we build this out. Today, we got a lot of information to digest as we move towards our next hearing, and I look forward to the continued.
All right, folks, as you can see, that hearing there in Illinois was wrapping up. We're going to take you now out to Fresno, California, where we are awaiting officials there to give an update on yesterday's rampage shooting there in Fresno, California. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Hey. I don't know if got new stuff, if it's the same. Maybe right there, Jody's No, this is the training. They do like training. Yeah. They retrofitted it essentially. Because there's just too many. Yesterday there were twice as many. Yeah, so they couldn't. It's probably just giving How many pictures do we have? We're
talking about you, Carl. Yeah, we want to get this shot. My time is done. The first time we ever saw your shoulder video, we're like, is that legit? I really, I'd like
Brett, you gotta take that photo before you guys leave.
Yes, I'll take it.
Yeah, I had a shot.
Hey, Marquise, if you can hear me. Marquise, apparently the chief is on his way. Marquise, just letting you know the chief is on his way. They should be getting going pretty soon here.
And I pointed that to Rich Herman. Rich Herman's the one who talk about you. He goes, yeah, you know where I live. Dave told me. He goes, when I started at 26,
Hey, Carlos.
If you're on time, you're late.
Marquise responding at all?
One more time.
Yeah, Marquise, apparently the chief is on his way. Might want to stand by.
He's one. Just tell him we don't know yet. We don't know exactly when he's kind of ready to go. We just
I got Kurt texted me. He's on his way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he wants an exact time, or a minute, 2 minutes.
Okay. Don't have an exact time. I would assume a couple minutes at most. Hey, Marquise, right now he's coming down the hallway. Or actually,
just say we see him.
we can see him down the hallway.
Well, I don't know when they're going to start it, so just so you know, it's okay.
And I think he just dipped into a room, so not quite yet.
Okay. All right. Well, I got the shotgun mic on. Can we turn it on? All right. Well, let me know if there's a problem. Right now, I've got full 5 bars. Yeah. All right. Let me know if there's a problem, and I can increase the lose the signal. That would do it. So. Okay. Bye. Tell Marquise I can hear him.
Marquise Carlos can hear you. He can hear you.
We'll tell him we'll cue him when we see him walking this way.
Okay. Hey, Marquise, we're going to cue you when we see the chief walking towards us.
Yeah, well, that's well. Yeah. That's the problem. Yeah. No, he's back there. Oh, well, maybe he'll come. You saw him already? He's back there.
Good. Been a while.
Yes, tell him it's not the chief. Okay. Bye.
You missed your shot. That's wrong.
Hello, they have the most, so you don't want me to send it to the zero, and you're going to go ahead and pick it up with the show like Seahawks a little bit you see the kind of regional fans. Like you look at
mic's dead.
I turned it off.
Okay. Oh, we turned it
Saving
off.
batteries.
Okay.
I don't want it to go dead.
So now the mobile box is dead.
Just in case.
I don't know if they can change it after this.
See how fast they can move.
You guys deactivate your phones? Whoever got them on, please.
Still good? Yeah. You good? Everybody good? Good?
Okay, I want to thank you for coming out to this news conference this afternoon. I wanted to provide an update, perhaps the final update, regarding the terrible tragedy that we had in our city yesterday, as well as the event that happened Thursday night. And I wanted to begin by highlighting the victims. I think sometimes we forget about the victims, and we focus more on the suspects and the people that are responsible for the tragedy. So I want to begin by focusing on those individuals that lost their lives this last week in the city of Fresno. And I want to begin with victim number one, who is 25-year-old Carl Williams of Fresno. He was a supervisor at Monument Security, also a supervisor for Toys R Us. And Carl Williams lost his life on April 13th at the Motel 6 at Blackstone and Ashland after being shot multiple times from close range. Turn that light down. Victim number two is 37-year-old Mark James Gassett of Fresno. Mr. Gassett was shot in front of 215 North Fulton. Victim number three is 34-year-old Zachary David Randalls. Zachary was an employee for PG&E, was on a ride-along with a PG&E worker, field worker. As part of his employment, Zachary was required to go out and ride along, even though he was assigned to the call center. Again, Zachary David Randall from Fresno, and he was shot and killed in front of 330 North Van Ness, apartment 108. The last victim is 58-year-old David Martin Jackson. Mr. Jackson was shot and killed and found at 149 North Fulton in the parking lot of Catholic Charities. I want to take this time to offer my condolences to all of the family who have lost these loved ones in the senseless acts of violence in our city, and to convey to them that we will be praying for them. And I know that there are a number of folks in this city who will also be praying as well. In fact, I know that there are some planned vigils. Some of those have already occurred in the city. And I also understand that there will be a number of church services that are occurring this weekend. And they will all be in prayer for these victims and their families. We have been in touch with them, our victim advocates have been working very, very closely with the families. I've also been in contact with Congressman Jim Costa this morning in making sure that that adequate resources are provided to these families in the way of ensuring that 100% of their burial expenses are paid for, and any other costs that they may acquire are taken care of through this federal funding. And he has assured me that that will occur. I want to give you a somewhat of an overview, a detailed overview of what transpired, including Corey Mohammed yesterday not only giving a statement to our detectives that lasted for several hours that highlighted what had occurred on Thursday evening, April 13th, as well as what transpired from that point forward all the way up until the murders yesterday and him being taken into custody. And I think it is very enlightening to shed some light in terms of what truly transpired. He also went with our detectives yesterday and last night to the Motel 6, pointed out exactly where he was standing, where the shooting occurred, why, and then took our detectives out to the Van Ness and Vorman area, the Fulton area, Mildreda, and walked them through that and shared with them exactly what transpired, which is very consistent with the evidence that we've found and witness statements. And we're going to show a map of that as well as some embedded gunshot detection so that you will get a feel for what transpired yesterday. So beginning on April 13th, which was Thursday night at the Motel 6, you won't need that light off at this point. Corey Mohammed had went to the Motel 6 to meet a female. He was going to stay there at that location. And again, as a result of that, he was contacted by security, and there was a verbal altercation that occurred. Eventually, they were going to ask him to leave, which they did. He wanted his money back. He went back to the lobby, and there was a confrontation outside in terms of a verbal argument that occurred between the female and an unarmed security guard. And that unarmed security guard is Mr. Williams, Carl Williams. What Corey McDonald said was that he fired his weapon at Carl Williams because he felt that Carl Williams had disrespected him, and that he fired those rounds from close range, again with the intent to kill him. And after the shooting, he ran behind the location, actually climbed onto the roof of the 7-Eleven and hid there throughout the night, and actually watched our investigators come to the location and conduct an investigation of that shooting. And he stayed on that rooftop until morning. After everyone had left, he got up and then left the location and went to a nearby school where he hid out by a trash dumpster. He then took a city bus that same day to the area of Milburn and Herndon. He stayed in a ravine Friday through Sunday, where he practiced what was described to him as voodoo rituals. He said he is Muslim, but prays to 7 different gods, and described one of his gods as Aguna. He then walked, on Sunday, he walked to an area west of there, where he then cut off his braids and set them on fire, and he slept in that area until Tuesday morning. He then, on Tuesday morning, walked to the Tower District. His intent was to go to a business called the Brass Unicorn, and that was for the purpose of buying some crystals as part of a voodoo ritual. He realized once he got there that the store was not open, and so then he went to Starbucks. It was at the Starbucks that he was able to access Wi-Fi, turned on the news, and saw ABC 30 News and recognized that he was listed as a suspect involved in the murder of the Motel 6. And what he told our detectives last night was that once he saw that he was wanted for murder, he was not going to go down for shooting a security guard for disrespecting him, but that he was going to kill as many white males as possible. And that's what he set out to do that day. He said he did not like white men, and that white people were responsible for keeping the black people down. He said the originals, referring to non-white, Hispanic, African American, needed to have their own land with their own laws. He bragged about how comfortable he was with firearms. He said he'd been carrying firearms since he was the age of 12. And in fact, when he was 12, he said that he ended up shooting an adult and was prosecuted as a juvenile for negligent discharge of a firearm. We have yet to confirm that. He referred to the gun that he was carrying as a Black Python. It is a .357 Magnum revolver. And now I want to take you through what he showed us regarding the incident that happened yesterday in the area of Fulton and Van Ness and just north of Divisadero. This incident actually started at 10:43 a.m. and 42 seconds when there was the initial shot spotter activation. And he took us through the scene, and that first one is in the area of Van Ness area, where he approached two males who were sitting in a PG&E truck, and that was at 330 North Van Ness, and that vehicle was parked facing northbound on the east side of the street. As he approached the vehicle, he noticed that the driver of that vehicle was a Hispanic male, and the passenger in that vehicle was a white male. He intentionally targeted the white male and began to shoot at him with the intent to kill him, and that passenger is 34-year-old Zachary Randles. Those are the 4 gunshots that were fired into the pickup. Part of those rounds were fired on the passenger side, and at least one of those rounds were fired at the rear of the pickup as the vehicle traveled northbound out of the area. McDonald said he then walked southbound on Van Ness and then westbound on Mildreda when he saw an individual, white male, who walked out of 934 East Mildreda, located on the south side of the street, and he fired 2 rounds at this individual, saw him fall to the ground, thought he was hit, and then began to reload. One of those rounds struck 922 East Mildreda, which is a house adjacent to 934, and again, fortunately, the white male was not struck. He then ran inside of his residence. Corey Mohammed said he saw him run inside, thought about going after him, but decided to go continue westbound. It was at that time that Corey Mohammed saw a car that was parked on Mildreda facing eastbound on the south side of the street. There were 2 occupants inside, but he couldn't see who they were. That vehicle attempted or started to drive away eastbound on Mildreda, and it was at that time that Mohammed fired 1 round at that vehicle, and as the vehicle passed, he noticed that that vehicle was occupied by 2 Hispanic females and stopped firing at that vehicle because of that. And this is the round that was fired. We may not have that round because I don't think gunshot detection picked it up. He then went to an alley, which is between Fulton and Van Ness, and it was at that point that he dumped his shell casings. There were 5 empty shell casings found there. We believe he emptied 6, and one of them is yet to be located. He then proceeded westbound on Mildreda, went over to 215 North Fulton, where there was an individual that was standing in front of that location on the sidewalk, and he fired 2 times. He struck that individual with 1 round in the chest area. That individual fell, landed on his back. Corey Mohammed then stood over him and fired 2 more rounds into him while he was lying on the ground. And that was 37-year-old Mark Gassett. Suspect Mohammed then saw 3 white males who were at the bus stop on Fulton, and he fired 1 round in that direction towards him. He thought at that time that he had ran out of bullets, and then he unloaded his firearm, dropped the shell casings, reloaded, and what we found at the scene were 5 empty shell casings and 1 live round, which he did not fire. And also there were 2 speed loaders left at that location, one that he had held on to when he had reloaded on Mildreda in the alley, and then the one he reloaded here. After he reloaded, he then saw 2 individuals, all 3 of those individuals at the bus stop scattered. 2 of them ran southbound. One of those was an older gentleman, and he said that he appeared to be heavier, felt that that was going to be his target. He then chased after him and caught up with him at 149 North Fulton, the Catholic Charities parking lot, and he fired 2 rounds into this individual. And that was, again, at 149 North Fulton, and the victim at that point fell to the ground and was pronounced deceased. That last victim is David Martin Jackson, who is 58 years of age. We also know there were additional rounds fired beyond the 2 that struck Mr. Jackson. We located 2 rounds in cars in the Catholic Charities parking lot. And we also located 1 round that had struck the Catholic Charities building, and we have not located another round that was fired. Mr. Mohammed then ran southbound on Fulton with a gun wrapped in some clothing. He, at that point, did not have any bullets left. He took that gun, wrapped it in the clothing, and he set it down in the area of Fulton and Vorman. And as he did so, there was a Hispanic male that approached him carrying a box filled with food. The 2 of them met, had a brief discussion, and the Hispanic male walked over to where the clothing was, set the box of food down, and retrieved the handgun from the clothing and ran from the area westbound on Vorman, and then ran in a northwesterly direction on Yosemite. We have a portion of this on video because we know that he ultimately jumped the fence into a backyard at 161 North Yosemite, and he emptied the 6 shell casings from that revolver in the backyard, which we have since located. He then took that gun and continued northbound from that area. And so at this time, I want to make a desperate plea to that individual to turn himself in. I'm asking for this individual, Hispanic male, that picked up that firearm, that ultimately took it to 161 North Yosemite and unloaded the empty shell casings, to turn himself in immediately. We have video evidence, which we will be analyzing to get a detailed description of who this individual is. We are also processing the box of food, as well as the items contained within that box, to learn of his identity. It would be much better for him to turn himself into the Fresno Police Department. And he can reach out to Sergeant Larry Bolin, and that number is 287-6579, 287-6579, and I'm asking him to call immediately and return that gun to the police department. The suspect, Corey Mohammed, after dropping the clothes on the ground, he ran southbound on Fulton to Divisadero, immediately saw a police car approaching from the west, and at that point dropped 2 objects that were in his hands. Those objects are like necklace pendants or charms, and he said that they were for the purpose of protecting against evil. He also utilized things called amulets, again, charms that protect against evil. Corey Muhammad was asked why he did not continue to flee and why he gave up to the police officers. First, he said he respected Fresno police officers, did not want to force them to shoot him, did not want the officers to be placed in a spotlight, and at the same time, he said he was not a coward. And he said that's what differentiated him and a terrorist, in that a terrorist does extreme acts, kills people, but dies for that cause. And that's not what he was going to do. And again, he said he was not affiliated with any terrorist group or any mosque. He hadn't been to a mosque in some 25 years, claimed that he was Muslim, but again, practiced voodoo. Corey Muhammad's a very calloused individual. When he was taking our police officers, our detectives to various locations last night and yesterday, as he spoke about the shootings and shooting individuals, he did so in a very callous manner. In fact, multiple times laughed as he described what transpired. We allowed Corey Muhammad to speak to his mother last night. He did speak with her, as one mother would. She was crying. And he told her not to cry, that he is still alive, and that his magic was powerful. And he started laughing. Corey Muhammad is not a terrorist, but he is a racist. And he's filled with hate, and he set out this past week to kill as many people as he possibly could. Fortunately, he was taken into custody a short time after he committed those murders, and he's not going to kill anyone else. And again, I want to thank the detectives that I have here. Sergeant Detective Larry Boland. I have Sergeant Andre Benson here as well. Lieutenant Dave Madrigal from the Street Violence Bureau. They have been working tirelessly around the clock, making sure that they can put together this investigation along with the other investigators in the Homicide Unit and the Street Violence Bureau and a number of other detectives that have participated in this investigation for the purpose of ensuring that we have the necessary evidence to allow for a successful prosecution of Corey Muhammad. And with that, we also have from the FBI, Rob Guyton here. He was here yesterday. He's not going to be speaking today, but at this time I'll open up to any questions you might have.
I'm trying to do the math on the number of shots fired. Are you still saying 16?
We believe there was 18 rounds that he had in his possession and that he fired 17 rounds. We think that the gunshot detection perhaps missed one of the rounds that were fired. And then one of the rounds that was not fired was a live round that we found at the bus stop over on Fulton. So probably a total of 18 rounds in his possession, fired 17. Yes, victim photos, if you can put the screen down, please.
Chief, has your assessment of his intentions changed at all since we told this yesterday?
No, we haven't talked to suspect today, but last night he was very much aware of what he had done. He's very much aware of what he had done when it occurred. He knew that he had shot and killed people. He told our detectives that, and he appeared to be okay with that. He had not shown truly any remorse to our detectives. He made that one comment to me when I came up to the scene. "I'm sorry, Chief, but I'm not sure that he was sorry for shooting people. He may have been sorry for the work that he causes, but not for what he did."
Shots fired has been in place for almost 2 years.
Yes.
But I think this is the first time you've actually played the sound of what the microphones hear.
Actually, we've done that a number of times at news conferences where we've actually shown what gunshot detection does for us. And again, when you look at this incident and you compare the times that occurred, the first gunshot went off at 10:43 and 42 seconds. He was in custody at 4 minutes and within 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
That's what I was going to ask, is how critical, because it seems like that response time is pretty, like, it's hard to explain any other way that the response can happen that quick.
Corey Mohammed would be outstanding today if it wasn't for shot spotter detection.
Hey, Chief, you mentioned yesterday 4 murder charges and 2 assault with a deadly weapon. It sounds to me like now he's fired at more people than what you knew yesterday. So are you aware, are there going to be additional charges stemming from him firing at the bus stop and other cars?
Currently, he's charged with the Motel 6 shooting, the homicide at the Motel 6. I know our detectives are working with the district attorney's office to determine the additional charge. I anticipate 3 murder charges, and then there's going to be a number of others for attempt murder or assault with a deadly weapon. That will be a decision made by the district attorney's office. But I anticipate there being at least 2 other victims or 3 other victims, and perhaps the ones at the bus stop. There are some individuals that were shot at the bus stop that we've not been able to have contact with. And we'd also ask that they would come forward and provide a statement to us.
Do you know where we got the gun from?
I don't know that we have that information yet. There is certain information we have about the speed loaders and so forth, but I think we're going to hold back on that information.
The timeline of the shots yesterday was under 2 minutes is what you're looking at. Is that still the timeline you're thinking?
It was actually a total of about 4 minutes. And the reason was with gunshot detection, it's based on acoustics. And the initial rounds that were fired over at 330 North Van Ness were not initially reported at that time. Actually, the first 2 rounds that we picked up were the ones at 934 East Mildreda. We had to go back and look for the other 2 rounds. And the reason is they verify that those are actual gunshots. And sometimes that takes a little bit longer when you have muffled sounds and acoustics that may be interfered with taller buildings.
Do you have any details on the conversation at the Motel 6 before Carl Williams was shot? Do you know what they said to each other?
Right before he was shot, you can see in the video that there was no conversation that occurred between Carl Williams and Corey Mohammed. The conversation was occurring between Carl Williams and the female who was standing on the stairwell. And at some point, this was being witnessed or watched by Mohammed. And for whatever reason, he walked around and then reached in to his waistband, pulled out a .357, and fired multiple rounds at Carl Williams. I don't know. He just said that he was disrespected, probably because of the discussion that occurred, and I'm not certain as to why. That was his opinion.
Chief, just to confirm, we don't know where he got this gun from, or if he legally owned it, illegally owned it, where the ammunition came from?
Well, he did not legally own this firearm because he's a convicted felon. And so he would have been in possession of illegally in possession of a firearm. I do not know where he had obtained that firearm. Our detectives might have determined that since. Once we do locate the firearm, though, we're going to have ATF trace it to determine where that came from.
Chief, also at the Motel 6, we were hearing that Carl Williams was called in, that there were 2 other security guards who I guess was already on scene or made initial contact. Do we know their condition at all, or if they're at home, or if they're involved in the investigation and helping you guys in any kind of way? Or?
I do not know. We've not had contact with the other security guards since that night, to my knowledge. We do know that Carl Williams was a supervisor, and it's my understanding he had come to that location and had went upstairs with the other security guard who was armed. But I don't know specific details about what their working environment is now or if they are working.
Chief, I hate to harp on this. I just got an email after my question last time about the timeline. The actual shooting itself was 4 minutes, or he was in custody within 4 minutes?
The initial gunshot occurred at 10 a.m. and 43 seconds. I'm sorry, 10 a.m., 43 minutes and 42 seconds. He was taken in custody within 4 minutes and 14 seconds of the initial gunshot. And remember, we did not get the initial gunshots. The first one we had gotten was at 10:45.
So the actual shooting, you think, lasted about?
The actual shooting lasted, looks like about 3.5 minutes, 3 to 3.5 minutes. It's difficult to say, but that's based on our detection. Some of those get a little bit delayed once for verification purposes, but about 3.5 minutes. And then he was taken into custody shortly thereafter. And remember, part of that time he had ran southbound, made contact with an individual, and then continued on to Divisadero.
Chief, the night Corey Muhammad shot the security guard at the Motel 6, so you guys used the helicopter or not? If you used it, why didn't spot him because he was hiding on top of the gas station?
Yeah, I do not know whether or not the helicopter was used on that particular incident, or I can tell you we did not have information that he was in the area. The assumption, I think, was that he had fled the area, and again, we're not certain as to when he went up on the roof, but that was information he had provided to us.
Chief, he took life of 3 innocent people. Why you're not charging with terrorism? Because you have to have a particular religion, you have to go to a specific religious institution that you can even call terrorist. You killed 3 innocent people.
Well, there are a lot of people that commit murders in our city that's not necessarily considered to be a terrorist crime or act. That has to be based on certain factors as determined by our federal partners. And at this point in time, the FBI is continuing to work alongside of us in the investigation. If at some point there's a determination that it is terrorism related, I'm sure at that point we will transition the investigation to them. At this point in time, it appears, based on all the information we have, that this is not a terrorist act. This is a hate crime. And that hate crime was based on an individual's race and gender.
Is he being mentally evaluated? Like, is he okay?
It's not my role to talk about an individual's mental state. All I can tell you is when he spoke with detectives, he was 100% aware of what he had done and was cooperative in terms of why he did it.
Chief, how unusual is it for a murder suspect like this to give himself up to police, then walk through the crime scene on the night, within 24 hours of it? And it seems unusual how cooperative he was.
It's very rare for individuals to cooperate to this degree. And, there's a lot of reasons perhaps why he did it. I just believe that he was okay with what he had done. He was, whether or not he was proud of it, it appeared that he was proud of what he had accomplished. And he set out to fulfill a mission, and he fulfilled it.
Chief, do we know anything about the personal life of the suspect? Does he have wife, kids, anything like that?
The suspect?
Yes.
Yeah, we have some information regarding him and his past relationship with a female, but beyond that, I do not know.
So you don't know if he has any kids?
I do not know.
Is he being looked at for any other cases at this point, potential to kill more people?
We're not aware of any other shootings that he was involved in. We haven't developed any information regarding that, but we'll keep an open mind. Okay, I appreciate it, everybody. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, that is the end of that press conference. In Fresno, California, where a shooting rampage, a gunman taking the lives of a total of 4 people, 3 yesterday, 1 last week, all because he said he hated white people. It is a sad day for those affected in Fresno. The police chief did announce the victims tied to this suspect. I was disheartened to learn that one of the victims, actually a couple of the victims I had mutual Facebook friends with, and that one of the victims was a good friend of mine. So she described him as a great person, and it is obviously very disheartening to hear about this story. We're now getting a feed in from the trial that we've been covering nonstop here on News Now. This is the Stephen Jones trial, the NAU shooting, Northern Arizona University.
A green label behind him, sorry.
Oh, right, okay. That was the necklace that I was wearing that night.
All right, and both 192 and 193?
The 193 was the chain for the necklace, and then 192 was a pendant with my grandfather's ashes in it.
Okay.
That I owned.
And 310, do you recognize what's in 310?
Yes, I do. That's the bullet hole through my neck.
All right, move to admit 192, 193, and 310 at this time.
No objection on 192, 193. Object to 310 based on Rule 403.
Objections noted. 192, 193, and 310 will be admitted.
First published judge.
Go ahead.
Let me show you first what's been admitted as 192. There we go. See that, Nick?
I do.
Okay. So just describe for the jury what we're looking at.
That was a pendant that I wore with a silver chain, and I wore it because it contained my grandfather's ashes in it.
All right. Did it have another part to it that's not depicted in 192?
The chain.
Okay.
Yes.
And let's go to that. Next, exhibit 193. What are we looking at here?
That would be the chain that goes with the pendant.
Do you recall when those came off your neck, the pendant and the chain?
I don't recall, but I thought that it was when I got shot.
All right. Do you recall wearing it that night?
I do. I was wearing it that night.
Now let me go to what's been admitted as exhibit 310. What are we looking at here, Nick?
That's the bullet wound in my neck.
All right. Can you identify, if you can, where the entrance wound would be?
The front of the neck.
Sorry, do you have that laser pointer? If you could use that again, thank you.
It went in right here, and it went out right here.
Okay, and it looks like there's a laceration, a linear laceration.
All right, everyone, we are going to show you more of this trial a little bit later on today. I do want to take you to something that you guys have been waiting for all morning. I've been teasing it. I'm talking about the Kia Kissing Contest that we've been following along over the last few days. The Kia Kissing Contest. This is video from this morning. The Kia Kissing Contest is over. We're going to fast forward through the stream. You can see there were still a few people standing. This is early this morning. You can see it's still dark outside. We're going to fast forward it for you now, because we did promise that you guys would find out the winner. So you're looking at the car right now. We're going to play some of this for you, and we will reveal the winner in the Kia Kissing Contest. The winner will be revealed in the Kia Kissing Contest. At this point, the people participating in this Kia kissing contest had been going at it for 48 hours. It was at the 50-hour mark that things came to a close. You can see many people just looking so exhausted, just struggling to stay in there. What started with 20 contestants down to 7 this morning, all hoping to win a Kia Sorento. Excuse me, all hoping to win a Kia Optima. Again, they've been kissing this car for 48 hours at this point, all hoping to win a vehicle that's worth about $22,000. We're going to go ahead and fast forward through this. As you can see, the sun slowly rising this morning. Many participants struggling to stay awake. And there's a guy in a giraffe costume? A giraffe costume. Again, this contest took place at the Kia dealership in Round Rock, Texas. That's a suburb of Austin. It's like a reporter getting ready. And the contest continues. The contest continued through the morning. I mean, at this point, if you've made it this far, you are just going to keep going. You are not going to give up at this point. Again, this contest started Monday morning with a deadline of today. The winner has been revealed, and we're going to reveal it to you here on News Now for many of the viewers who tuned in live over the last few days. I know many of you guys were invested in this contest, and you're all wondering who is the lucky winner of that Kia Optima. Again, you are watching the final moments of the Kia kissing contest. The final moments here on News Now. 7 people left in this contest. Started out with 20 people. They all had to keep their lips on the car for the longest period of time. They did get breaks every hour. They each got 10-minute breaks every hour. So for those of you wondering, how do these participants eat? Drink water, use the restroom? Well, that is how they did it during those 10-minute breaks. And this looks like the final hour of the Kia kissing contest. The final hour, their final break.
3, 2, 1.
Let's hear what this woman's saying.
Yeah, I was. Thank you for correcting me. Shout out to you.
of them just didn't even flinch. They were like, no way.
Oh man, you know, if I was them, I don't know if I would either. They've invested so much time into this already.
Yeah, I mean, you're 50 hours in. I want the Kia. I want the Kia. So.
So what are the rules that they've been having to follow this whole time?
So the rules, they get 10-minute breaks every hour, and a lot of people were like, oh, I can't believe you give them breaks. Well, they got to, do bathroom breaks, and they need to eat. We don't want anybody to get hurt. So, and it's really not that long if you think about it. So that's part of the rules. They can be on their phone. I mean, people said, can they sleep? I mean, if they could sleep as long as their lips don't come off the Kia. So some people have fallen asleep, and that's why they're eliminated. They just nodded off, and lips came off.
Yeah, and then we had a very unfortunate incident with people were Team Tyler because he was actually posting on social media and stuff.
Yeah.
So he had an accident.
It looks like what happened, and what I heard happen is he kind of had his phone on the hood or on the trunk or whatever, and it slid off a little bit, and he went to grab it, and he flinched, his lips came off, judges saw it, and he was gone, and he was a favorite, too. He was.
I like how people are really getting into this, They have hashtags for teams and stuff.
Yeah, they got hashtag Team Tyler. Samuel, who's over there in the bandana, if you've ever seen it now, he's there, and his fiance actually is here as well. So there are a couple, they're doing it. So their odds are a little bit better on winning this car if we have to draw for it coming up in 45 minutes.
Yeah, and somebody was saying one of them should take it and then still have a chance at the car, the offer.
Oh, yeah.
But they didn't go for it.
No, he was like, no, he's the one who asked if they were VIP passes, and they were, but he didn't move, even after knowing that. I know.
So y'all are going to do a reverse draw.
Reverse draw to see kind of eliminate people and then come down to one person who will win the Kia today in 45 minutes, actually.
Oh my goodness. Well, I don't, we're going to be here for that. And I'm really expecting some tears out there. It's a lot of time invested.
I know. I feel like I wish we could just give everybody something. I wish we all had like 7 Kias, to be honest. But we'll see what happens. We might have some more surprises coming up, too.
Yeah. Definitely. Thank you for having us this morning.
Thank you.
And for everyone at home, we have just 40 minutes left here at Southwest Kia. We're going to keep the feed up on our Facebook page, Fox 7 Austin, if you want to keep it up. And it's the new April. Everybody loves it. We have April's baby daddy out here, too. That's Pooh with the show.
Oh, gosh. It's getting weird. Scary.
Yeah. A team bandana. I talked to Serena, who's here in the white shirt right here, and she actually has to go work after this. Can you believe that she's been here for 50 hours? And she told me she's going to go work after this. So that's commitment right there. And her boss told her, she told me that her boss told her, you better drive into work today with that car. We'll have a winner. Okay. All right.
Cool. So as you can see, that was the Fox Austin reporter reporting live from that Kia dealership this morning. Again, just minutes away from the winner being revealed. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward once again so we can see more of the action. The final moments in the Kia kissing contest.
Thank you so much. Almost there, guys. Almost there. We are halfway through.
The final contestants standing or sitting. You have this contestant here, contestant there, another contestant there. What started with 20, now down to just a handful. Let's fast forward a little bit.
Is that a statement from the school district that says they're no longer students in the school? Is anything graduated, or does that mean they're kicked out?
I think their next coming in December.
Again, just minutes away from the big reveal. Many participants. Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, I wasn't sure when this exactly happened.
I don't know if
Minutes away from revealing who won the Kia kissing contest.
Draw 6 people's names out of there. Each person will win a prize, but they will not win the car.
Also, guys, just so you know, whenever it hits 9:05, I will call your name because I'm dropping them into the box so that you know your name is in there, and then I'll walk you through you need to come off the car. Got it? Yes, so when you hear your name the first time, don't take your lips off the car. It doesn't matter, because at that point the contest is over anyway, but I just want you to know that your name is for sure in the box in the running.
And koozies. Come on, we have a little bit better prices.
You don't want to send anybody home without something.
You have made it 45 hours. Right? 40. We're all tired.
The last name. So the person's name we doesn't know again. We're at 1,000 viewers. Everybody else. One of these? Yeah, we're at 1,000 viewers. So Christy thinks Real Retro the ladies should win. She said hashtag hearts up. Everybody's saying they're on.
Not so bad, you're right.
No, I just can only imagine. Get tired. Who wouldn't want to watch the live feed? Especially if you work for iHeart. This is one of the most entertaining parts of it. The car is $25,000. We're 1 minute, 4 seconds.
1 minute.
So does everybody keep their lips on once we announce?
Yes.
Alright.
Now, where are you going, Jacob?
I'm doing two things at once, man.
30 seconds remaining. Into the box. This is just so that you know that you are officially entered in the drawing for this car. So first we have Kelsey Davis.
Kelsey's back in.
Alicia, Gia, come up. Serena.
I know, I'm so excited about this. So we hit the mark, and yes, you made it 50 hours. Now it's time to draw the names and see who wins the brand new Kia. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a reverse drawing. I know that everybody knows. I think the contestants know we're down to 7. We started with 20. So we're reverse drawing, and as we draw number 7, we're going to still give you a little surprise, by the way, a little surprise.
I'm so nervous. I really feel chills for you guys, and congratulations for making it far.
And anybody who didn't make it, and thank you for doing the contest. You are awesome. Everybody who got eliminated, it's been so much fun. Thank you to Southwest Kia and all the people supporting the contestants.
Oh, yeah. Yes, thank you.
Here we go. Are you ready? So, as we draw the names, the last name drawn will win the Kia. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know who can do this. Drawing name. All right, here we go. Do we have Bill, do you want to do it? Would you like to do it? You want to do the honors of drawing a name? Okay, here we go. All right, so as we draw a name, we'll start with number 7. Let's see who will be eliminated first and get off the car. We're going to do a special prize, too. All right, number 7. You want to do it? Here we go. Thank you, Bill.
Kayla.
Kayla, number 7. Kayla, where's she at? Kayla's not here. Kayla's already eliminated. What? She fell asleep like 70 hours ago. How is she doing? Where's our legal team? He's right there. Zach? I'm just kidding. Let's do it again. Number 7. Number 7. Let's try this one more time. Southwest Kia Round Rock.
This has been intense, and you can actually watch it on Facebook Live, 967KISFM.com. I mean, everyone is.
It's so intense.
Everyone is really pulling. Everyone's got their hashtags happening. Fan favorites.
I mean, I can't say enough good things about all the contestants and what they've done, how strong they've been able to last.
Here we go.
I'm going to try it again. There we go. All right, number 7. Number 7 is Serena. Come on, Serena. We are going to give her some Chainsmokers tickets. Thank you, Serena. You are awesome.
Yes, how are you
You are
feeling?
absolutely incredible.
Exhausted.
I know, exhausted. Hey, and big thank you to Texas Home Improvement for letting her off work, which was a big deal. So, oh, big hug, Serena.
Yes.
She's one of my favorites too. Thank you for everything. Bill will hook you up. I'm sure he'll give you a discount. Thank you so much. All right, number 6. Here we go. We're doing a reverse drawing. So last name called will win the Kia.
Kelsey Davis.
Kelsey. She's right here. We're giving you some Justin Timberlake tickets, Kelsey. So congratulations. Give me a hug. Thank you so much. Give it up for Kelsey. Thank you. You can tell they're exhausted. I mean, you can really tell they're exhausted.
Everybody's tired.
Let's do number 5. Number 5. Here we go. Do the drawing, Haley.
Samuel Womack.
Samuel. Number 5. Samuel. Congrats, man. Thank you. You were my favorite. My pick to win it.
Good.
We are going to give you some Bruno Mars tickets so you can go to the show, Samuel. And you're now, his fiance is still in it, by the way.
Yes.
So she's in it, Megan. So let's see what happens as we draw more names. Number 4. Number 4. We ready? Number 4 was I know. Well, I had a fiance. She'd never do that for me. Megan Stewart. Oh my gosh, that's his fiance. We're going to give you some Bruno Mars tickets as well. Thank you. Oh man, I was kind of bummed about that. All right, we're down to the top 3, and we're going to do the drawing coming up next on KISS FM. Get ready. Oh, man, it's intense. You're making this part. All right.
Oh my God.
Okay, so we all right. Tell me when you're ready to record it. We're going to start rolling so we can keep it going. He's rolling?
He said he's rolling.
He's rolling. 2, 1. Southwest Key in Round Rock right now. Kiss the Key. We are down to the top 3 contestants as we're doing a reverse drawing. And so the last name we draw is going to win the Kia.
Just feeling so sad. Probably feeling like a baby the whole time.
No, we are giving away some stuff. So they get it. I mean, just awesome. I wish we could do them more. I really do. All right, number 3. I'm not going to wait any longer. Number 3, let's do the drawing. Here we go. Hand us number 3. Bill is our Vanna White. Yes. Oh, number 3 is August. Thank you so much, August. We appreciate it.
You fall asleep right there in the final hour, and your nose is bent over. Let's straighten it back out. Let's straighten it back out.
Hey, we're giving you the VIP. August, thanks. We're giving you the VIP ACL passes. Okay?
All right.
So
Thank
there
you
go.
so much.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are we ready? We're down to the top 2.
Gonna be it.
So
Final 2.
we have Alicia over there. Who else is over there on the other side? Delena. D. I know her. Delaney. We call her D for short. Slang. Sean's over there with her husband. Here we go. Are you ready?
In honor of the giraffe.
Giraffe.
Giraffe's got to pull it. Giraffe's got to pull it.
The giraffe. Let's go. Bill said so.
For the car.
So this is for the car. What do you want to hear tonight?
Let's get this
We're drawing number 2, so whoever name we draw comes off the card, they will not win it, but we will know the winner, obviously.
So the next name does not win.
Okay, so.
Why is he in control?
Yeah. No.
So this is a bad idea.
No, this is number 2, guys. I know you're not good at math, Drew. This is number 2. You draw this name, they do not get the card.
Okay, good.
It's a reverse drawing.
Shout out to the Railroad Police just to tell you.
Okay. Here we go. Number 2. It will be eliminated. You get 1 left.
Just call me Vanna Black.
Alicia, I'm so sorry. Alicia, that means. Thank you, Alicia. That means Delini's got a brand new deal. Hey, you're all good. Alicia, real quick. We're going to meet that soon. We're going to meet that soon. We're going to meet back to that soon. Delini, congratulations. Delini's off. I can't believe it. And Sean, get over here. Sean, get over here. She's crying right now. How do you feel, Zelini? Do you feel good?
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay, come here. Because she's so awesome. And Sean, this is her fiance right here. And he wanted 2 cars
You were so
because...
supportive the whole time.
Yeah, you needed a car.
I can't believe it.
I know, you needed a car because why? You have
Stink, guys.
You don't stink, you smell great. You smell like a brand new Kia, new car set. Isn't it awesome?
So much.
You needed this car.
Guys.
They needed 2 cars and they got it.
I
So
wouldn't have been able to do it without all of you. All of you.
what kept you going?
The dude that was dancing around.
There were a lot of those.
And the music, although it was repeated so many times, I was able to beat to the rhythm. It kept me going. And,
Thank you, Katy Perry.
and the people who competed with us were really nice too. So.
Oh, she's crying. I can
I'm
really
about to
cry.
start crying with you.
Hey, thank you so much. We appreciate it. I know.
Love
Big
you
hug,
guys.
real quick. Hey, one more time. Give it up for all the contestants and Delaney who won a brand new Kia. Thank you to Southwest Kia. So excited for you. It's 96.7 Kiss FM. Oh my God, you won. Support work. I love it.
Everybody.
So excited. Delaney won.
Yes.
Congratulations to Delaney. That's her fiance. 50 hours.
Tell us, can we talk to you real quick?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tell us why you did this. What made you want to do this?
We were down to 1 car, and I heard about it, and I wanted to get a car. And while I was doing all of it, I thought I was doing it for my husband. So, as a family, we don't have kids yet, but we're a family.
So what was the hardest part about doing this?
Making sure that I don't get my face off of the car, pretty much. So all I had to do was focus on keeping it on.
Did you have to kind of meditate there for a little bit?
Yeah, meditating didn't help. Billions of thoughts were going in my head, so just concentrating on relaxing whatever that was hurting. I would change positions. That was it. Yeah, try to keep it simple.
How did you prep for this? Was there any way to prep for it?
I didn't think I was going to get drawn, so half the list that I wrote to buy, I didn't buy, and thankfully my husband brought all the stuff that I needed throughout, so I wasn't prepared, so I'm so grateful.
And your advice to anyone who wants to do this again?
Advice? Well, just be determined, you gotta have determination. You gotta not give up, even when you see people are rising up, or you just have to keep persevering. That's all.
Okay, and would you say your name and spell it for me, please?
Delini Jayasuriya, and I'm from Sri Lanka. So.
And would you spell it for us, please?
Yeah. Dilini, first name. Jayasuriya is Jayasuriya.
And tell us a little bit about yourself. What do you do when you're not in the car?
Right now I'm working. I work for the state laboratory, and I got married 2 years ago, so enjoying my time with my husband and family. We all have my in-laws, and my parents are all in Austin, so it's been nice.
Whenever they offered you the deal, did you think about taking it? The deal, the earlier deal?
Absolutely not. I felt like everybody that was there, all 7 people, deserved something better. It was great. I would love to go to ACL, VIP tickets, hell yeah. But it didn't feel like it matched up to
the car.
Yeah.
Where are you going to go first in your new car?
Probably to, I don't know, I want to go to the beach then. somewhere fun. Yes.
What did you feel whenever they called your name?
Happy and sad, because as all the people's names are being called, I felt, oh, maybe it could be me, but I don't know. I feel, because I put myself in the other 6 people's positions, and then I was like, dang, that's got to be sucking really bad, because we all went through the same thing. So I just want to give a shout out to all those that were, in it to win it.
You're gonna get some sleep.
Yes, I look terrible. Gosh, I'm on TV. I can't believe it. I smell bad.
Shower and sleep.
Yes, that's my goal.
What was the most difficult part? What do you think?
The difficult part was I had like a couple of freak out moments. Like something was in my eye, then I was like, my mind was like, it's okay, you can give up, because my husband said that. But I wanted to do otherwise, and I stuck a minute or two later, it went away. So you just have to pass that point where, yeah, you think you can't do it, but then you just tell yourself you could do it, and then you do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
Congratulations.
so much. Thank you.
Can you say how old you are?
31. 30.
30?
Yeah.
And did you say you work at a state lab?
Yeah. The State Department.
Okay. I'm Claire with the statesman. Can I get your name, please?
Yeah.
No, I'm Tanya.
Tanya.
Yeah. No, last name.
Do you all have different last names?
Anne.
Okay.
Anne. Are y'all going to give her the keys to turn on the car?
What do you think
That would be like a good thing for video.
honestly, that is actually like a really good idea.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I guess like a piece.
Okay.
That'd be awesome.
Gee, they're going to get somebody.
You give me food.
Yeah.
So I want to go ahead and read you guys some information from the local newspaper in Austin regarding the winner. The winner, her name is Delini Jayasuriya. She's a 30-year-old woman who lives in Austin. She won a new car today by keeping her lips locked on this car for 50 hours. She got the keys to a 2017 Kia Optima after winning a drawing that included 6 other people who had finished the Kiss a Kia contest held by Kiss FM at Southwest Kia in Round Rock. Jayasuriya, who's married and works in a state health lab, is a native of Sri Lanka. She said she and her husband were sharing one car since she had to give up her 1998 Camry because it broke down too much. She has the keys now. Let's watch her get in that car.
Turn it off?
Get the girl a car wash.
All right. Me too. Thank you, guys.
Again, the winner is 30 years old, married, and working in a state health lab. They were sharing one car because she had to give up her 1998 Toyota Camry because it was breaking down too much. She said she was surprised to win. She said there were times she felt like giving up, saying, quote, "I had a couple of freak out moments like something was in my eye," but then she told herself to keep going. Now, for those of you interested, the vehicle that she won is worth $23,000, $23,108. Now, just a reminder, this competition started with 20 contestants, but most never made it to the end because they took their lips off the cars they were kissing, either because they fell asleep, got distracted, or just wanted to leave. As a reminder, the contestants had a 10-minute break every hour. They were also required to rotate around the cars they were kissing and had to spend time sitting and standing. All right, this concludes our coverage of the Kia Kissing Contest in Austin. We've shown you the weather. Now we're going to take you back to the Stephen Jones trial. This is the NAU shooting trial. Another witness testifying now.
I don't recall.
It's difficult to estimate how tall someone is. Say they're about 6 feet tall if you don't see the person standing up, isn't it?
Well, I did see him standing at one point, and in the parking lot, the initial walk over to Colin and Nick, he was standing. I could tell how tall he was.
Didn't you just tell this jury a few moments ago that it wasn't until after you were cradling your friend and you turned around that was the first time you were able to see Mr. Jones?
Identify and actually be able to look at his facial features, but before the light was bright and I just saw a shadow of a guy, but he was walking, he was standing up, and he was shining the light at Colin and Nick. I think you're confusing the time that the light got shined on me with the time that the light got shined on Colin and Peering, because it was on them first, and then what I meant by scan was that he shined it around the area. It was probably on multiple people, not just me for a second. So the light was on me for a second. It did blind me, and I remember that. I just don't really know where Stephen was after he shot me.
Okay. Let's go back to my question, though, because I'm not really asking you about what happened before the shots were fired, am I?
Okay.
Okay. Did you or did you not testify to this jury before that it wasn't until after Colin was shot and you ran up and you were supporting his back or his head and you then turned around that was the first time you were actually able to see what Stephen looked like?
Correct.
And in fact, when the police contacted you at the hospital, right there on page 3, and they asked you to describe who was referred to as the shooter at that point, you said, no, it was a bright flashlight, correct?
Where is that?
Page 3, line 3.
Page 3, line 3. I'm not sure when that was in the timeline.
That's what you said to the police, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on. You just testified a moment ago about people trying to restrain or keep Stephen from shooting anybody else?
Correct. It looked like they were trying
Yes,
to.
sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And your testimony this morning was that there were 1 to 3 people doing that, correct?
To my knowledge, it's a rough estimate.
Well, that was your rough estimate this morning, wasn't it? 1 to 3?
Yes, it was.
And they were trying to physically restrain him, correct?
Correct.
And from your perspective, it appeared that they were actively trying to prevent him from shooting anybody else, right?
That's correct.
So he has multiple people restraining him, trying to prevent him from firing his gun again, correct?
Correct.
And it's your testimony that it's under these circumstances that he either sits up or he's kneeling, recovers the gun from behind his back, points it at you, and then fires the gun, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you talked about your statements to the police,
which one?
Well, I'm getting there. When you talked about your statements to the police, the later one.
All right, as we promised, we will show you more of this NAU shooting trial a little bit later on. I do want to show you, however, James Mattis, Mad Dog Mattis, in Saudi Arabia earlier today, speaking with the press.
Okay, let's move on. You just testified a moment ago about people trying to restrain or keep Stephen from shooting anybody else.
Maybe something wrong with his pack.
That's your question. That's right. That's right.
That was easy.
So we okay?
All set, sir. Sorry.
All right, sir, we're good.
All right. All set? All set? Okay. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here in Riyadh, I had meetings with the King and with the Deputy Crown Prince. The meetings could not have gone better. They were frank, they were candid, they were honest, they were highly productive in terms of outcomes, to include how we are going to work together with one of our best counterterrorism partners against the enemy. What was really obvious to me today was the regional leadership role of the Saudis and how they are helping across the region, from assisting the refugees who are being thrown out of Syria by the fighting there, supporting Jordan and taking care of those refugees, the supplies, the energy supplies, and other support they're giving to Egypt as they work through some really tough financial times. But it's very clear that Saudi Arabia is stepping up to its regional leadership role out here right now at a key time in terms of trying to restore stability in this key region in the world. So let me take a question from whoever's got the question. Gordon?
Secretary, thanks. So yesterday you talked about deepening and broadening the relationship here.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think at the top of the meeting earlier you talked about helping to reinforce Saudi resistance to Iran's mischief. So I'm wondering if you could kind of like elaborate a little bit more about what form that could take now that you've met with some folks. And also you said that you'd like to push for a peace deal. Do you think that the Saudi government is anywhere closer to thinking that way as you are?
You're talking about Yemen.
I'm sorry,
on the peace deal.
Sure.
Well, right now, as you all know, we watch Iran's impact across the region from the militia they maintain, Lebanese Hezbollah that they support in Lebanon. That militia is also contributing thousands of fighters. And of course, Iran's got its own military inside Syria, continuing to hold Assad in power. Everywhere you look, if there's trouble in the region, you find Iran. So right now what we're seeing is the nations in the region and others elsewhere trying to checkmate Iran and the amount of disruption, the amount of instability they can cause. So going to Yemen, the point you were bringing up there, our goal is to push this conflict into the UN brokered negotiations to ensure that it ends as soon as possible. It's got to be ended. At the same time, Iranian influence, Iranian support, infiltrating weapons that have been caught in transit by the French Navy, by the Australian Navy, by the U.S. Navy, shows that Iran, once again, is no help. So we will make progress on this. The international community will make progress on it. We'll have to overcome Iran's efforts to destabilize yet another country and create another militia in their image of Lebanese Hezbollah. But the bottom line is we're on the right path for it. We just have to get down the path and get this in front of a negotiated peace by the United Nations, which is what we stand for, and all nations out here that want the best for Yemen stand for. So thank you very much.
Mr. Secretary, I promised America's newspaper one question as well.
It's the nation's newspaper.
The nation's newspaper.
Sir, could you clear up the confusion that's surrounded the Vinson? Some of it's apparently come out of the Pentagon, some from the White House.
Yeah.
How did that come about, and where does it stand right now?
The bottom line is, in our effort to always be open about what we're doing, we said that we were going to change the Vinson's upcoming schedule. The Vinson, as I said on the record, was operating up and down the Western Pacific, and we were doing exactly what we said, and that is we are shifting her. Instead of continuing in one direction, as she pulled out of Singapore, she's going to continue part of her cruise down in that region, but she was on her way up to Korea. We don't generally give out ship schedules in advance, but I didn't want to play a game either and say we were not changing a schedule when in fact we had. So we're doing exactly what we said we were going to do. She will be on her way, and I'll determine when she gets there and where she actually operates. But the Vinson is going to be part of our ensuring that we stand by our allies in the Northwest Pacific. Does that answer your question? All right.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
So we're done with you on the record.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this. We're going to take you live now to Quincy, Massachusetts. Quincy, Massachusetts. We're taking you live to Quincy, Massachusetts in just a moment. This clip has ramped up now. Secretary of Defense Mattis in Saudi Arabia. He spoke with the press. That's the end of that clip. Again, we are going to take you to Quincy, Massachusetts, where victims, family members of victims of Aaron Hernandez will be speaking out. We'll take you there in just a second. In the meantime, here is a quick look at New York City. All right, everyone. Looks like we have not gotten that feed in from Quincy, Massachusetts quite yet, so we're going to take you back to Flagstaff, Arizona, and the Northern Arizona University trial, the shooting that took place there in October of 2015.
So there's really no reason then why Nick Acevedo would make something up that makes you look bad, is there?
There's no reason at all. I'm going to object to that last statement, move to strike speculation.
Untimely, Your Honor.
Answer will stand.
Just a few more questions. So you essentially run across the street at some point after shots were fired or before shots were fired?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you crossed the street before or after the shots were fired?
I don't recall. It was very hectic.
Do you recall where you were when you first realized that Colin was shot?
I was a good distance from him.
When you, whatever point in the sequence of events it was, Nick, when you ran across the street to go into the parking lot, you had already overheard things, without going into detail, that suggested to you that there was a gun there. Correct?
No, I wasn't aware of a gun at all.
You didn't hear anybody say anything about a gun prior to running across the street?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear anybody say anything about a gun as you entered the parking lot at Mountain View and ran towards Colin and Nick?
No, I just remember seeing the flashlight coming out of the parking lot.
You didn't hear anybody make a statement or ask a question about a gun?
No, I did not.
When you first saw the person you later determined to be Stephen Jones walking through the parking lot with the flashlight or the gun, you thought it was a police officer or a security guard, correct?
Correct.
You made that assumption based on the way the gun was being held, correct?
That's not true.
Well, didn't you tell the police that the gun was being held in a way that it looked like they were trying to disperse the situation?
I don't remember saying that.
Well, let's look again at your interview with the prosecutors and Detective O'Hagan.
Was that 70, which one? 75?
I believe so.
Do you know the page?
Page 9.
Thank you. I'm not finding it up here. It's at page 8.
You know, we may have different page numbers. I'm looking at page from your interview with the prosecutors and Detective O'Hagan with the number 9 on the bottom in the middle. Can I approach, make sure?
Yes, go ahead.
75, right?
Page 9.
What page, Counsel?
Exhibit 76, page 9. Okay?
Right.
You got that, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. You told the prosecutors and the police something different about why you made the assumption or why it looked like it was a police officer holding a flashlight, didn't you?
Objection vague. Different from what?
The objection's overruled. I'm going back on this previous question. Let's set this one up.
Didn't you tell the police that you remember just looking over at the flashlight? I'm not sure what it was. I don't know what they thought it was. In my opinion, it looked like a cop flashlight to me, so I figured it was a cop trying to break up the situation.
Right, that's what I said.
Okay. Now, polls before that, you were trying to be honest with the prosecutors and the police, correct?
I was being honest with them.
And that was your opinion at the time then, that it looked like the gun was being handled by a police officer?
Objection,
or
it's flashlight.
Or that the flashlight was being held by a security guard or a police officer in a manner fashioned to break up the situation, correct?
No, I just figured the light was a cop because it was really bright, and that's usually what cops do in a situation like that. I didn't see much because of the flashlight, so I can't get into detail, but the light was on.
But what we just read is what you told the prosecutors and the detective back on October 13th, correct?
Correct.
Now, in this interview, this October 13th interview, when these gentlemen were there and your mother was there, you also made the claim at that time that the light was shined on you, correct?
Correct.
And that's the first time you ever told the police that, isn't it?
Yes.
You never mentioned that to the police during your first interview at the hospital, correct?
Correct.
You never mentioned that to the police at your second interview at the hospital, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't until after you met the prosecutors and the police and you typed up your statement that you read to him that you disclosed this blinding light was flashed at you, correct?
Correct.
When you came up on Colin and you saw that he was injured and he was bleeding, I think you said that you were shocked, correct?
Correct.
And that's understandable. He was a very good friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
Could I correctly assume that that would probably be one of the most upsetting things that had happened to you in your life?
By far.
You're in shock, you see your brother, he's seriously wounded, and you're thinking he's probably going to die, correct?
That's right.
You were totally distraught, correct?
That's right.
And at that moment, your thought was to turn around and look at the person behind you that may or may not be the shooter, just so you can describe him later on to the police? Was that your testimony this morning?
That's correct.
When you were participating in the October 13th, 2015 interview, you made some markings on a map for the detective to help illustrate what you were talking about, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 74. Let's take a look at that.
Thank you.
Is that the map that you drew on for Sergeant O'Hagan?
Yes, it is.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate duplication of it?
Yeah.
Has the markings on it where you left them?
That's correct.
Move to admit 70. Is that 74? Sir?
If I could see it first, please. No objection.
74 is admitted.
Now you have still in front of you the transcript from that interview, correct?
Correct.
Let's turn to page 6.
I'm here.
Okay. And you see where you were asked, I believe by Sergeant O'Hagan, to put an N and a P on the map? Page 6, line 7.
Yeah.
Okay. And then also on page 9, you're asked to make a little circle, lines 12 through 13, you're asked to draw a little circle where you saw Mr. Jones, correct?
Correct.
And on this map, you also drew a circle of where the shooting occurred, correct?
To my knowledge, correct.
Permission to publish 74, Your Honor?
Sure.
Counsel, I have it to publish if you want. I think you turned it off, so it's going to take a minute. No, I think you turned it off. It's just rebooting right now.
Yes.
I do. I am.
You indicated to Sergeant O'Hagan by this circle that that's where you were, correct?
Correct.
And this is the circle here you drew to show where you saw Stephen approaching with the gun, correct?
To my knowledge, correct.
And this darker circle here is where you mark the location where Colin and Nick were observed, correct?
Now looking at it, I probably underestimated the distance that I ran to Colin.
Let me give you another chance to answer my question. Wrote the markings on this map. This circle here was written to denote where you observed Nick and Colin when they were approached by Stephen, correct?
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this NAU shooting trial. We do have that live feed now. We are awaiting a press conference following the death of Aaron Hernandez. It appears the victim's family members will be speaking out. Now, the family members of Odin Lloyd, the man that Aaron Hernandez was found guilty of killing, will be holding a press conference momentarily. Now, this morning, Aaron Hernandez was found dead in his cell. Police say that Aaron Hernandez committed suicide. Now, we're learning from TMZ that Odin Lloyd's mother is going forward with her wrongful death lawsuit against Aaron Hernandez. As you know, this may get complicated considering Aaron Hernandez just committed suicide. Now, Aaron's death complicates things because his conviction in Lloyd's 2313 murder will essentially be wiped out thanks to an obscure Massachusetts law. What? Let's click and find out more about this. So this is an interesting Massachusetts law. It's technical, but it's true, according to TMZ. Aaron was convicted in 2015 of murdering Odin Lloyd. He was serving a life sentence when he was found hanged in his cell early this morning. But under Massachusetts law, when a person dies while a criminal case is on appeal, the death effectively erases all the criminal proceedings, as if Aaron was never arrested, never tried, and never convicted. The logic is that a person is not only entitled to a fair trial, they're entitled to an appeal of a conviction, and the process is not cemented until the appeal process is exhausted. TMZ points out that Aaron is being sued civilly for the wrongful death by Odin Lloyd's family. When Aaron was alive, the family could use the criminal conviction to automatically establish liability. However, now that Aaron Hernandez has killed himself, they cannot use criminal conviction to automatically establish liability. This according to TMZ Sports. Now, according to TMZ, the family will have to retry the murder allegation in front of a new jury without Aaron present. Again, the conviction would have made Odin Lloyd's family's case a slam dunk, but now with the conviction gone, Lloyd's estate will have to independently prove Hernandez was responsible for Odin's death. Now, TMZ spoke with the attorney that represents Odin Lloyd's mother. He says they're still laser focused on continuing the lawsuit against Aaron Hernandez. The lawyer says they strongly believe they will win, with or without the conviction on record. Now, as for how the Lloyd family is reacting to Hernandez's death, apparently the family is accepting of the situation and believes that everything happens for a reason. Again, we are waiting for a press conference to start from the family of Aaron Hernandez's victim. Some of you may be wondering what those pictures on that desk are. Those pictures are of the victim. Aaron Hernandez was found guilty of killing Odin Lloyd. That is a picture of Odin Lloyd there on the table, on that desk. Again, the family and representatives of Odin Lloyd will be holding a press conference momentarily. This press conference being held in Quincy, Massachusetts, following the news of Aaron Hernandez's death. All right, I want to just give our viewers another update on the death of Aaron Hernandez, this coming from the Associated Press. Now, hours before his former New England Patriots teammates were due to visit the White House to celebrate their Super Bowl victory, prison officials say Aaron Hernandez tied one of his ends of his bed sheets to a window and the other around his neck and hanged himself. Now, in a maximum security prison just outside of Boston, about an hour from the stadium where he played alongside stars like Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski, Hernandez jammed the door to his one-man cell to prevent guards from trying to stop him and put an early end to the life without parole sentence he had received for a 2013 murder. Aaron Hernandez was 27 years old. It was the last act in the downfall of an athlete who once seemed to have everything, including a 5-year, $40 million contract extension, and threw it all away. Now, the former NFL star's death left friends, family, and his legal team shocked and in disbelief, searching for an explanation. Just last Friday, Hernandez was acquitted in a separate murder case. His attorney spoke with the Associated Press, saying there was no conversation or correspondence from Aaron to his family or legal team that would have indicated anything like this was possible. Aaron was looking forward to an opportunity for a second chance to prove his innocence. Those who love and care about him are heartbroken and determined to find the truth surrounding his untimely death. Now, guards found Hernandez shortly after 3 a.m. Wednesday morning, that's this morning, at the state prison in Shirley. This former tight end was taken to a hospital and pronounced dead about an hour later. Now, the Correction Department spokesman, Christopher Fallon, said he was not aware of any suicide note and officials had no reason to believe Hernandez was suicidal. Otherwise, he would have been transferred to a mental health unit. The Worcester County District Attorney's Office and the Correction Department are now investigating. Now, the New England Patriots had no immediate comment. At the White House event in the afternoon, President Trump congratulated the Super Bowl champs, but made no mention of Hernandez. Now, Hernandez was a star tight end for the University of Florida when it won in the 2008 National Championship. Hernandez dropped to the 4th round of the NFL draft because of trouble in college that included a failed drug test and a bar fight. His name had also come up in an investigation into a shooting. Still, despite the controversy, he was a productive tight end for the Patriots for 3 seasons after catching 79 passes for 910 yards and 7 touchdowns in his second year to help the team reach the Super Bowl. However, the Patriots released him in 2013, shortly after he was arrested in the killing of a semi-pro football player. That's Odin Lloyd. That is the man that you see in that photo right there on the desk. Lloyd was dating the sister of Hernandez's fiancée. Hernandez was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Now, just last week, Hernandez was acquitted in the 2012 drive-by shootings of 2 men in Boston. As the jury was deliberating, cameras spied Hernandez blowing kisses to his young daughter that he had fathered with fiancée Shayana Jenkins. Prosecutors say he gunned the 2 men down after one accidentally spilled a drink on him at a nightclub. Hernandez then got a tattoo of a handgun and the words, "God forgives," to commemorate the crime. This, according to prosecutors. Investigators suggested that Hernandez had shot Lloyd to keep him quiet about those 2 earlier killings. In the Dorchester neighborhood where Lloyd grew up, a family friend of the victim wondered if Hernandez could no longer bear the weight of his crime and his squandered potential. That family friend spoke to the Associated Press saying, "I just think it got to him, the guilt. Each man has to live with himself. You can put on an act like nothing happened, but you've got a soul. You've got a heart. You can't say you don't think about these things. There's no going around that." Now, Miami Dolphins center Mike Pouncey said on Instagram that he had spoken with his former college teammate just a day earlier. He said, quote, Today my heart hurts as I got the worst news I could have imagined. I will forever miss you and love you, bro." Friends were also grieving in Connecticut, where Aaron Hernandez was raised. "Especially after him getting acquitted of that double murder, that was a positive thing in our minds," said Alex, who grew up with Hernandez in Bristol. He added, "I don't believe that he would have killed himself. It just doesn't add up. It's fishy. It makes you wonder what really went on behind those walls in prison." Again, we are now waiting for a press conference to begin. We believe that the family members of the victim, Odin Lloyd, will be holding this press conference. The family member of the victim, as well as the legal team, holding this press conference momentarily. All right, everyone, while we wait for this press conference to begin regarding Aaron Hernandez, we are going to take you back to the NAU shooting trial for just a few minutes. This is the NAU shooting, the shooting that took place at Northern Arizona University back in October of 2015. Let's go ahead and listen in now.
I think it might be backwards, is what he said earlier.
Yes. So that's in these. Is this the
benefit? This is Bates 2430.
Go ahead.
Okay. Isn't that what the police said to you?
Lines
11 and 12.
through 12? Yes.
Okay. And then you gave some answers to questions he asked you following that. Is that right?
That's correct.
How many pages is that first portion of the interview? If you could just go to the back of that portion.
About 8 pages.
8 pages.
Yeah.
Was there more information that occurred than is contained in these 8 pages?
Definitely.
Did the police say, we want to get every single detail from you right now?
No, they did not.
And so you had a follow-up interview a few days later with myself, Sergeant O'Hagan, Mr. Shea, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's Exhibit 76. You had that in front of you?
I do.
Counsel asked you, I'm looking at page 18 now, lines 14 or 4.
All right, guys. Actually, we are going to cut out of this NAU shooting trial. Just a reminder, we will be going live to this press conference when it begins regarding the Aaron Hernandez situation. But in the meantime, we do want to take you to the Oklahoma City Bombing Memorial, where Dr. Ben Carson spoke this morning.
Thank you so much, Senator Langford, Governor Fallon, Mr. Turpin, and all of those who've been involved with this astonishing memorial. Now, this is not just the Oklahoma Memorial, it's a national memorial. And the things that happened here 22 years ago affected us as a nation. I'm humbled to be here today with you, observing the anniversary and honoring the memory of 168 Americans who lost their lives 22 years ago today. This great crime, not only on Oklahoma City but on America, is something that still echoes in the memories of my colleagues at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, where we lost 35 of our brothers and sisters who've dedicated their lives to helping other Americans. In remembrance and tribute, at the national headquarters in Washington, D.C., there's a garden dedicated to those that perished here that day. And like in Oklahoma City, there's also a memorial to the children who were lost in the daycare center that day. But this observance is about more than our losses. It's also about the survivors and revisiting the cherished memories of those who work so hard every day to ensure a just and free society, a society that protects the most vulnerable people in our communities. I had the privilege of a meeting with several survivors yesterday and hearing their incredibly touching stories about that day. It's also about remembering the promise and the joy of the young and the innocent, and through our sorrow, building a nation that they would be proud to call home, where every little one is loved and is safe. No terrorist or weapon could ever take away that strength of purpose or innocence of character. None of those who died here, none of those who survived, none of the fellow Americans will allow something like this to destroy who we are as a nation. You know, as a pediatric neurosurgeon, I so much enjoyed playing with those cute little innocent babies. It was fantastic. It was one of the best parts of the day to go to the clinic and see these little babies. But you know, we all started out as cute little babies. Even Timothy McVeigh started out as a cute little baby that brought smiles to the faces of all of those around him. And you have to ask yourself, what happened? What went wrong? You know, every one of us has an opportunity to be an influence on all the babies that are born today. The babies that were born last year, that were born 10 years ago, and are little children today. Because it is the experiences in life that will form who they become, what their personalities are. Will they embrace the American spirit? Or will they succumb to the forces of division and hatred?
All right, so we were just showing you a brief clip of Ben Carson speaking at the Oklahoma Memorial. Perhaps one of my co-hosts will show it to you in full a little bit later on. In the meantime, though, I do want to take you back to the NAU shooting trial that's taking place here in Arizona. And in just a little bit, we will take you to that press conference from the victim's family, the Aaron Hernandez victim's family. But first, the NAU shooting trial continues.
All right, see that, Nick?
I do.
So this is a little different perspective than what we looked at before. Do you agree?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. From this perspective, can you identify where you believe the shooter was when you saw him shoot Colin and Nick Peering?
Yeah, right about this area.
All right, and you're indicating kind of near where that blocked out lane is?
Near that third, kind of underneath the third triangle from the left.
All right, thank you. And where was Colin from this perspective when you saw him get shot?
Colin was right here.
And Nick Peering?
Nick Peering was on the other side of the bushes and then jumped over them.
Thank you. You have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you, Nick. That's all I have.
I'll turn to members of our jury and see if they have any questions for this witness. Looks like we do. I'll see counsel and court reporter at sidebar. Jurors do have some questions for you. Would it be fair to say, after looking back on that night, that your state of shock could have been triggered at the time of seeing Colin?
Definitely.
The next question is, due to the spinal accessory nerve being damaged, did this cause any neurological damage or memory impairment?
No, it did not.
The next question is, when you reported that you were down helping Colin, did something catch your attention that made you turn around from helping Colin to look at the shooter?
Not really anything that grabbed my attention. It was more like me just wanting to know my surroundings and wanting to know where I was at. And
you stated that you thought the flashlight in the parking lot was an approaching security guard. Besides the brightness of the light, why would you think a security guard would be approaching the group gathered?
because only a cop would have a flashlight that bright and be shining it at people.
Follow up, Mr. Barker.
Just briefly on that first question, Nick, asking about if your shock was triggered when you saw Colin. As time has passed and you've been able to look back on the situation, have you had a good memory or can you recall what happened that night?
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes, sustained.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm not going to allow him to do it. I sustained the objection.
It's hard to get used to these rules. Let me ask you a different question. At this time that you were in shock with Colin, seeing Colin there, did that change anything about what you perceived afterwards being something you can recall today?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I don't think I understand my question either.
Yeah.
Let me ask it another way.
Okay.
The question was, fair to say the state of shock was triggered at the time you saw Colin there. My question is, does that change how you remember what happened after you saw Colin? So, for instance, can you still recall today what happened after you saw Colin on the ground?
I mean, I was able to identify the shooter, so yes, I was able.
All right. Thank you. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Davis?
Very briefly, just following up on the last question about the flashlight, to turn around and look at the issue from the other side, there was nothing about the way the light was being handled that suggested it was being done by somebody who was in a amped up state or somebody who was worked up or acting recklessly, correct?
That's hard to tell. It's a flashlight.
Well,
that's all it was.
For example, you didn't see it abruptly moving up and down, side to side, as if somebody was running, correct?
I don't know. It was very bright.
Did you see it moving in jagged motions?
Not that I recall.
No further questions.
All right. This witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Prattle, thank you for your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jury.
Can I see counsel up here, please? Disregard that comment, please. All right, folks, I pushed you pretty hard, so let's take a 20-minute recess. Please remember the admonition. We'll get back together at 3:30. Thank you, folks. 20 minutes.
Are you still cool, Marie? Because I am sweating.
Hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, taking you into the next few hours here on the show. You guys have been watching live the NAU shooting trial, this shooting that happened at Northern Arizona University, I should say, in October of 2015. Stephen Jones is being accused of shooting 4 people. You've been watching this trial live on the Fox News Now stream as they call witnesses to the stand, people that were at the party that night, fraternity members, as well as anybody that was at the scene. Coming up in just a few moments, we're going to have an Aaron Hernandez press conference. Stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate. Looks like they're on a short recess of this Stephen Jones trial we've been showing you guys all day. We do have this Aaron Hernandez event starting soon as well. We've got the shot up. I can show you guys right now. Take a look. So they're still getting ready. That shot's been up for a while. We are waiting for that to start shortly here. So let me pull up for you guys a couple more top stories here for you in the show while we get ready for this press conference to start. Give me one moment here. And I don't know if any of you missed the original press conference when this Aaron Hernandez news came out. So let me pull that up for you as well. In case anybody missed it, maybe I can play that for you guys to keep you updated on everything and then take you to the latest press conference about this. Let me just scroll down a little bit here, see if I can get this for you. I believe it is... in here. Okay, so I've got, all right, so I've got that ready. Okay, so I'll pull that for you guys here in just a few moments. And then we did have live looks of the correctional center that he was staying at and where this all happened. Let me pull this up for you guys here so you guys can see this. Appreciate your patience, you guys, as we're pulling up this footage for you here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, we're going to have this press conference starting soon concerning Aaron Hernandez. This is a look of the correctional center where the convicted murderer and former NFL star Aaron Hernandez was found hanging inside his cell at this Massachusetts prison this morning. It happened just days after he was acquitted in a separate murder case. Stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream while I pull up more information on the latest press conference that's about to start shortly. The press conference that we're going to hear from shortly is the family of the victim. That's who will be speaking soon here. But again, now you're getting looks of the correctional center where this all happened with ex-NFL star Aaron Hernandez, who was found hanging inside his cell at this correctional center that you're seeing right now. And in just a few moments, we're going to be hearing from the family of the victim when this all happened. You can see photos on the desk here, and that family will be speaking soon. That's a live look there. And then back to footage earlier of this correctional facility where this all happened. I want to hear from you guys. Let me know what you think about this shocking news today in the chat section. It's just, very shocking to people that they just saw him days ago, when he was in court and he was acquitted in a separate murder case, and then just days later was found hanging in his Massachusetts prison cell. I'm going to pull up some more information about this, just in case any of you missed it this morning when we first announced this news. This was hours before his former New England Patriots teammates were due to visit the White House today to celebrate their Super Bowl victory. Aaron Hernandez tied one end of his bed sheet to a window and the other around his neck, and he hanged himself. In a maximum security prison outside Boston, which you're looking at here now on our show, about an hour from the stadium where he played alongside stars like Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski. Aaron Hernandez jammed the door to his one-man cell without guards trying to stop him, and put an early end to the life without parole sentence that he received for a 2013 murder. He was 27 years old. It was the last act in the downfall of an athlete who once seemed to have everything, including a 5-year, $40 million contract extension, and threw it all away. Really sad news today, with or without, any reason of whether you're in jail, not in jail. His family is hurting because of this news today. The former NFL star left friends, family, and his legal team shocked and in disbelief, searching for an explanation. And just last Friday, Hernandez was acquitted in a separate murder case. His attorney said, quote, "There were no conversations or correspondence from Aaron to his family or legal team that would have indicated anything like this was possible. So they had no idea that something like this was going to happen." He also said, quote, "Aaron was looking forward to an opportunity for a second chance to prove his innocence. Those who love and care about him are heartbroken and determined to find the truth surrounding his untimely death," end quote. Now, the guards at the prison found him shortly after 3 o'clock in the morning at this state prison in Shirley Correction Department. The spokesperson there, Christopher, said that the guards found him early in the morning, as we just reported, shortly after 3 a.m. He was taken to a hospital and pronounced dead about an hour later. Now, the spokesperson at this prison that you're seeing here right now said he was not aware of any suicide note, and officials had no reason to believe Hernandez was suicidal. Otherwise, he would have been transferred to a mental health unit, which, yeah, that's standard. If there's any sort of health issue or suicidal, thoughts or, signs, they send them to a mental health unit. They are still investigating this situation, as a lot of people were shocked and in disbelief when this happened. Again, we are just waiting for a live press conference from the family of the victim from the murder that he was sent to prison for. The Patriots had no immediate comment. At the White House event in the afternoon, President Donald Trump congratulated the Super Bowl champions but made no mention of Hernandez. Here's a look again live of this press conference that's set to start shortly here. You can see pictures there across the desk. Again, we are going to be hearing from the family of the victim from this murder. Again, those of you in the chat asking, how did this happen? He tied his bed sheet. He used his bed sheet. That is how it happened. We appreciate you guys watching here live on Fox News Now. I'll keep you updated here while we wait for this press conference to start.
Oh.
radio. TV.
Is this somebody's camera? Is in the room?
Oh, I don't know who the BZ camera person is.
That's somebody's. Maybe a high angle, maybe a little higher angle. I'm right here, so like if you probably ran the spikes on, so there's definitely a little window. I don't know. I think the thing. You okay? You bet. He was asking me if I had an urge to move and go up. I moved over a little bit. I don't know if that's enough. It depends where they're sitting. That's a picture of crap. The guy over there, you're going to get rid of. Well, we'll try.
I didn't look. What I want to see is Gronkowski. You think they just let him run around the White House?
Definitely get whatever I get. Oh, okay. You know, really, if I go there, I really just be duplicating. Yeah. I think that's. Yeah. What about where I was? I moved it back. Yeah. Oh, okay. You guys are just getting ready to fire some recording devices before this happens? Correct.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I'm just going to sit down there.
I'm going to try to make this shot through the window. So
Yeah.
And they're probably going to walk in this way anyway.
Yeah. You know, as soon as we see them coming down the hall, or you let us. Oh, it's live.
They're calling me and saying, oh, guys, we will be live.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we'll see. All right, cool. Thanks, man.
I'm going to sit down. Forever hold my peace.
You'll have to stand and let them go by.
It's okay, I may trample you anyway.
Hey, Jay, it's John. How are you?
Good. Haven't heard back from Leo, but he sent me a headline that was new was what Hernandez was doing inside his cell or something like that. Was a story, so I was just wondering if it changed or. Okay. Because
manslaughter for me to headline something? All right. Really only affects the Yoden Lloyd conviction, though, right?
Right. Yeah, that's right. Right. What? So in other words, people will see me headlining a story.
Okay, everybody. Well, this should be starting shortly. This is going to be the victims' families speaking. Again, the families of the victims from the Hernandez shooting that happened. We'll be speaking about the recent news that Aaron Hernandez had committed suicide in prison today. So we will be hearing from those victims' families and what they have to say about today's death. As you can see, the pictures of those victims sitting along the desk there.
I got Jay on the phone. I said, this isn't really what you want to go to. I said, does this make sense? Yes, it does. I'm reading the headline about a story I'm not doing. Yes. It's crazy. Yes. For one. Like for the 9, 10, 11. It's going to say, wait until you see what was in Aaron Hernandez himself. And I'm doing it. We were trying to get Andy Hiller to come back in, but he wouldn't. So he's gone. He's gone? Yeah, he's gone. No party, nothing, right? Yeah, he just left out. Wow. Wow.
Okay, everybody. Well, while we wait for this press conference to start, why don't I take you back to the Stephen Jones trial? This is still going on live right now, so I'll take you to that trial, and as soon as we see the family sit down to have this press conference about Aaron Hernandez, I will take you there immediately. But in the meantime, let's take you back to the Stephen Jones trial just to give you guys a little bit of content while we wait. Here we go, everybody.
Next witness.
The state calls Adam Johnson.
Go ahead, Mr. Shea.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Could you state your name, please?
Adam Johnson.
Common spelling?
ADAMJOHNSON.
And Adam, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Have you recently or do you currently attend Northern Arizona University?
I do.
Are you also working?
Yes, sir.
In what field?
Construction management.
Directing your attention to the very early morning hours of October 9th of 2015. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
After midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, at some point, did you arrive or return to Mountain View Hall?
I did.
All right. Were you alone or were people with you?
I was with 2 friends.
Who were they?
Ryan Moravsky and Blake Norton.
Where did you come from?
The Commons at Sawmill, just east of Mountain View.
Okay. Had you been drinking?
No.
Where did you all go?
We were out at a bonfire before that, and then just gotten dropped back off at the Commons, and then we're walking back down to Mountain View.
Is the Commons adjacent to the Grove?
Kind of catty corner.
All right. So you walked down Franklin Avenue to
Yes.
Mountain View? And then did any of you go to Mountain View Hall?
Yes, Blake and I did.
Where did Ryan go?
Ryan went to the courtyard where he lives.
Did you enter Mountain View Hall?
Yes.
By what entrance?
The Gamma Phi wing door on the first floor.
Okay. Is that close to Franklin Avenue?
Yes, it's the closest door to Franklin Avenue.
And were you living there at the time?
No, I was not.
Why did you go to Mountain View at that time?
I'd left my stuff in there, my backpack, in our fraternity's chapter room.
Did you see any commotion, anything going on in the street before you went into Mountain View?
Not at all.
How long were you in Mountain View, would you say?
5 to 10 minutes.
And something caught your attention while you were in Mountain View?
Yes, as we were walking out, there were some girls frantic, kind of asking us or telling us, don't go outside, don't go outside, someone's shooting.
Okay, so what did you do, go outside?
I went outside. I was worried that my friend Ryan was maybe mixed up in it, as he had just walked away from Blake and I, so I tried to run out to help what I could.
Did you go back out that same door?
Yes.
And when you went outside, what did you see?
There was a boy laying on the ground on the back in a small puddle of blood.
All right. Was anybody around him, or was it just him?
I don't remember. I believe it was just him.
And where was he laying on the ground?
Just outside the door on the sidewalk, right by that driveway that comes in from Franklin Avenue.
What did you do?
Ran over to him and tried to ask him what was going on, trying to figure out where he was, what had happened really.
All right.
And
where was Blake? Was he with you?
Yes, he was right next to me.
All right. So did you attend to that individual on the ground there?
We attempted to, and by the time we had figured out what had gone on, the first police officer had arrived.
All right. All right. Let me back up a little bit. Before you went back outside, did you look out the window and see anything that was going on?
Yes, as those girls told us someone was shooting, we ran into their room to look out their window, and I saw an individual running south down that driveway in front of Mountain View.
Towards the track?
Yes.
Did you see anything else?
No, that was it.
The window that you looked out of, what floor was that?
The 4th floor of Mountain View. Okay. Technically the 3rd floor of that wing. The building kind of steps.
Okay, so there's one floor that's
Yes.
underground, or?
Okay, everybody, I will take you back to that NAU shooting trial, but as promised, I want to take you to this press conference where the family of the victims from the Aaron Hernandez shooting are speaking out today after the news that Aaron Hernandez committed suicide in his prison. Looks like one person already sitting down, so let's take you there just so that we have it ready to go. And then I'll take you back to that NAU shooting trial right after.
Although he speaks some English, it's very limited, and he really is more conversant in...
The interpreter is Tony Carrera?
Carrera, that's correct.
How do we spell Salvatore? S-A-L...
V-A-T-O-R-E.
Do you know how old Sal is?
Oh, you can tell. He's a lot younger than me, I know that. That's probably goes without saying, but no, I don't.
Dorchester resident, Mr. Fidel?
Yes, he is, yeah. They both are. Both fathers live in Dorchester. They live separately, but they live in Dorchester. These young fellows were residents of Dorchester at the time of their deaths.
Did they live with their dads, or were they off on their own?
No, they didn't live with their father. They have lived with their father before. At least Safiro lived with his father at one point, but he wasn't living with his father at the time. And Danny Abel was not living with his father.
Hey, Mr. Kennedy, common spelling of Salvatore is S-A-L-V-A-T-O-R-E?
T-O-R-E.
And sir, I just want to make sure, we're talking to Ernesto, right?
No. You're talking to Salvatore Furtado.
Okay, thank you.
Ernesto may wander in here during the course, but if he does, we can suspend and set it up. And we've been here before, but
Did he get lost?
I don't know. They're people that are not really used to talking to media people, and so I don't know what it is. But anyhow,
before we begin, can you tell us where we stand with the civil suit? Are you guys still considering it, or are you moving
we're still in it. Yep. Come on in here, fellas. Come on in, Salvatore. We're going to have to kind of, let me just stand here. Why don't you come back in here and sit? Why don't you sit right there?
The first.
And then Tony, you're going to interpret. Why don't you sit on the other side of the other? Now you got to push him aside. Let him sit on the end, Salvatore.
Could you sit in front of the microphones?
Yeah.
And move your chairs up, please. Come forward, please.
All right. All right, all set, ready to go?
Sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is William Kennedy. I'm the attorney for the estate of Safiro Furtado, and I'm also a representative of the family of the Abrus. As you know, several years ago, there were 2 wrongful death cases filed in this case on behalf of the families of the 2 young men that were the victims in the recent case that was concluded with a not guilty verdict of Mr. Hernandez. Those civil cases were some time ago put on, a stay was ordered because of the pending criminal cases, and that stay will expire at the end of this month. And we intend at this point to go forward with the cases. I expected to have both fathers with us. I don't know what happened to Ernesto, but he's been here before. But with me is Salvatore Furtado, the father of Safiro Furtado, and with him is his friend Tony Carrera, to the extent that we can get into any. We can possibly translate for you. He's a native Haitian, Cape Verdean Creole speaker, so that he can speak in that regard. I will say that I've spoken to both Ernesto, the 2 fathers, and obviously Salvatore, who's with us here today. They were both greatly disappointed with the verdicts last week. They believe that, in fact, Mr. Hernandez was responsible for the deaths of their sons. But, and Salvatore told me that he was at court a number of times. It was very painful to be at court, because every day he said that he was at court, it was like reliving the death of his son again. And it was a very painful experience. And certainly when the verdict came in, that increased the pain, with the thought that the person that was believed to be responsible was not going to be held accountable. Obviously, we all know that apparently Aaron Hernandez committed suicide, and I've asked Salvatore and Ernesto about that, and Salvatore has said that that he's a Christian, and he's a person that believes in life, and one of the reasons that he's continued to fight for some accountability in the loss of his son's life at the tender age of 27 is because his life was taken from him much too early. And in that regard, he doesn't believe that anybody should take anybody's life, and certainly doesn't believe that anybody should take their own life for the same reason.
that life is a precious gift from God. He also understands that just like the loss that he has had and his family has had with the loss of his son, and the Abreu family has had with the loss of their son from the killings that took place in July of 2012, that the Hernandez family is going through perhaps something similar. And they take no joy in what's happened to him and to more particularly to their families, his family. I think what he would like to emphasize is that he misses his son. He misses his son today as much as he missed him when he found out in the early morning hours that his son had been gunned down in Boston. His son was somebody that had aspirations to make his way in this world. He tells me, actually, he wanted to be a lawyer. Can't imagine why, but so he had ambitions. He was a young fellow that was a very good soccer player. He played goalie. He played soccer here on a kind of a club team here in Dorchester. He lived here for about 5 months prior to his death, and he misses that. He misses the time that he spent with him, whether it was watching a soccer game together or just sharing a story. He misses all of that. He has a loss that he doesn't think will ever be sort of satisfied, but he wants to see accountability for his son's death, and that's what we're here about. I know that many of you had wanted to speak to him or them regarding recent events, and again, I don't know to what extent he wants to say anything more than what I've said just now, but it's the emphasis that I think that he would want to place is that he lost somebody very special in his son, Safiro Furtado, as did the Diabros with their son, Danny Diabro. So that's what he wants to, that's what he remembers, and that's what is important to him. With that, I guess if there's questions, we'll try to deal with it as best we can.
What's the status of the civil lawsuit, and what assets do you think that Hernandez and his estate have at this point?
Well, the civil case is still there. It's still active. It was just put on, a stay was ordered by the civil courts because of the pending criminal case. We don't know what the status is of any assets. We know that he had a house in Attleboro. We know that he was supposed to get certain bonus money from the New England Patriots. I don't know what the status of all of that is now. That'll have to be sorted out in the future. So the answer to the question is we don't know at this point some of that information.
What's the impact of the not-guilty verdicts?
Well, I mean, there's a different, we all know, I don't know if we all know that, but there's a different burden of proof, obviously. You've heard about it in terms of the criminal cases beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a presumption of innocence. There's various privileges that you have. In a civil case, it's a fair preponderance of the evidence. It's not the same standard, and it's a lesser standard. We believe that we have a very good civil case. I'm not going to say the criminal finding did not have an effect on the civil case. I'm sure it would. But the fact is that the civil case is allowed to go on, and we're allowed to present our case, probably with much the same evidence, but present our case nonetheless for a jury to determine whether or not we have made our case.
Mr. Furtado, could we get your reaction, sir, to the suicide of Aaron Hernandez in his prison cell?
Minha reação é, como pessoa, como cristão, nunca te gosta que alguém morre.
first reaction.
Mr. Carrera, could you lean toward the microphones and speak up for us, please?
He says that his reaction as a Christian, as a person, that he never likes for anybody to die.
And we're told that Mr. Hernandez wrote a verse from the book of John, speaking of being a Christian, on his forehead. How do you react to that?
Well, I don't know. I don't. Wait a second. I don't. I don't know. I haven't heard that, let alone Mrs. Furtado knowing that. So I don't want to. I don't think that's a fair question to respond to. Other than obviously what he said, and I think he's repeated here in terms of Mr. Carrera, that as a Christian, he doesn't believe in the taking of any life, and doesn't believe that someone should obviously take their own life, and so he doesn't take any joy in the death of Mr. Hernandez, despite the fact that he considers him responsible for the death of his son. That's that type of an outcome is for somebody else to determine, not him.
Would Mr. Furtado feel comfortable talking about how today's events, Aaron Hernandez's death, impacted the pain of losing his own son?
Sentir confortável por falar do modo que o dia de hoje que Hernandez morre, se ele tem como que tem impacto dor que eu senti de perder o próprio filho.
Tem uma conexão de que Deus, quando faz alguém, reclama que tem o direito de ter vida e de vida só ele. Então, a hora que a pessoa auto-criminaliza, traz a sua própria vida, esse é um problema à parte daquela pessoa. Nunca sente nada satisfeito a hora que ele mata a cabeça, porque viola um direito que Deus dá. De maneira que...
He says that there's a question that when somebody when God created people, created man, that he gave them a commandment. He gave Adam the commandment to follow, for him to respect life, and that only God has the right to take somebody's life. That is, he says, it's very painful to him when somebody takes their own life.
Mr. Furtado, how do you feel that legally no one might ever be responsible for your son's death?
Que legalmente ninguém poderia ficar responsável pela morte do filho.
Nunca te acredita nessa pergunta que faz, porque tem dois factos, a impotência de autoridade ou qualquer coisa. Portanto, querer não só a autoridade tem que apresentar coisas concretas, mas também Deus está fazer seu trabalho de ser lado.
He says that.
Can you lean forward toward the mic and speak louder?
Yeah, he says that he doesn't believe, like in the question that how that was asked, that nobody's responsible for the death of his son.
Yeah, let me just say, we started these wrongful death cases before there was ever any criminal charges brought against Mr. Hernandez. It was always intended for this matter to be handled as a separate matter, as we allowed to under our system of justice as a civil matter. That matter is continued. Is there any certainty with the result? Well, we know that the answer to that question, of course, is no. There is no certainty. Is it possible that maybe no civil verdict against Mr. Hernandez or any other person would be made? I suppose that's all possible. I think what Mr. Furtado would say, maybe if he had a better mastery of the English language, is that he's here to participate in the justice system. That's why he cooperated to the extent that he could, that he attended the trial, and even though it was very painful for him, and even though some days he couldn't be there because of his job obligations and he had to work, but that he's committed, as he's indicated to me, to seeing that his son's death at a very young age, 27 years of age, is that matters, that there's some accountability for that, and that's what he wants to focus on in the future. So we don't know what that outcome necessarily will be, but this is why we started this process before there was any criminal charges, and why we're here today, and we intend to continue on.
And how does the death of Hernandez affect the civil trial lawsuit?
Well, what happens, it would happen in any case if he was a personal defendant, and now the case would be proceeding against his estate. So he's not there, I suppose, physically, but the case can proceed against his estate. Same thing would happen in any other kind of a case. So, is it better or worse? I don't know. But the case can still proceed against his estate. There might be other people that might speculate whether it's positive or negative. I'm not going to do that now.
Bill, it's our understanding that under mass law, because he died before his appeals were exhausted, his criminal convictions will ultimately be erased once his appellate counsel files paperwork for that. Do you know, does that have any impact on any of the compensation he may have been due by the Patriots or by the league or anything?
That may very well be. It's my understanding of the law, as you cited it, that the fact that he has died before his appeal had been perfected in the other case in which he was convicted on it may very well be that conviction will be nullified. What effect that has in the Patriots, I don't know, but that's something that we intend to look at with other counsel.
Did you say there's a $3.5 million signing bonus that may come due because he's not been convicted?
Well, at the time of his original, all I know is I haven't analyzed all of his compensation package, but at the time of his original arrest in the Odin Lloyd case, my understanding was that there was a $3.5 million bonus that we made a subject of an action in the Superior Court to try to attach, if you will, and we got a commitment from the Patriots that before any of that payment would be made, they would notify the court, the Suffolk County Superior Court, to give us a chance to deal with that. But that was part of our earlier proceedings on that. Now, whether there is any other money that would be due to Mr. Hernandez, I don't know. That's something that we would tend to look at. But again, the civil case continues. I think the emphasis here, certainly for Salvatore Furtado and the other family members, is that that their sons were special people. You have pictures of them there in front of you. They were buried together at Mount Hope Cemetery, side by side. They were very good friends in Cape Verde. They were good friends here. Danny Debrew borrowed a car from his sister, and 5 guys went out on a Sunday night. A Sunday night is because they worked at night as cleaners, and the one night of the week you get off is Sunday night, and that's the night they went out, and they went out to enjoy themselves, I suppose, to have whatever fun they could have on the one night of the week. I suppose they could get free, that someone could borrow a car, and they ended up getting gunned down. So that's the tragedy for these families, and as Salvatore has said to me, he thinks of the passing of his son every day. He was 27 years old. When you get to be 67 years old, as I am, you begin to realize, there's a lot of life to live after 27, and that was robbed from him. And Danny Debrew was only 28, and he was robbed of his life as well. So that's what they want to concentrate on. These are 2 very special people. They were cared about by their families, by their father, by their mother. Safiro's mother is Marie Texera, lives in Boston with his sister, Safiro, and they were special people to those, obviously, as they were to the Debrew family. And that's a loss that they have. And I think that The one thing that I think that they feel as if probably has been overlooked is that all of the attention that's been drawn on a star of former Patriots, not enough attention has been drawn on who these people were. They were referred to, I think at some point I referred to as cleaners. They were more than cleaners. They were two very special people that maybe made a lot of small favors for people, shared a story, shared a joke, spent time. They were good people that deserved to live, and that was robbed from them and robbed from the companionship or robbed from their family. So that's what this case was about when we first brought it. When Mr. Hernandez was with us, and that's what the case is about now that we intend to proceed on.
Mr. Furtado, could you just tell us, sir, if you were surprised by this news this morning after the not guilty verdicts just 5 days ago?
Se fosse preso desde manhã ali, porque ele nós que mora antes, depois disso.
Claro que sim. Estou surpreso porque ainda está se declarava nunca me rejeitava o direito de vida.
Says yes, he was very surprised, and he never thought that he would that Aaron Hernandez would reject his own life.
Anything further? So again, we appreciate it. We wanted to. I know there was a lot of attention, and with the recent events, to hear from some of the family members. Many of them, as you know, are not comfortable talking to the press. They're private people. But Salvatore Furtado was good enough to come down here and to present himself and to share some of his thoughts about recent events. And so, anyhow.
Mr. Furtado, can you tell us how old you are?
60.
Because he's 60.
60.
60.
Thank you.
Tony, can you spell your last name for me, please?
My name, Correa, Correia.
All right. So thank you very much. Appreciate it, and thank you. All right.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Oh man.
Is that Creole Furtado speaking or Portuguese?
I think we can ask. That's Creole.
Creole.
Yeah, Creole.
Cape Verde and Creole.
Are we giving up on Mr. Abreu's point?
Apparently, I know I did call. He was in a cab about an hour ago, so I don't know where he went.
That's a long cab ride.
Yeah, it's a long cab. He only lives in Dorchester, so. But I know he wasn't feeling well, so he might have gotten
Off track.
off track. Yeah. So if we can maybe do something.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, those were the family members from the Hernandez shooting. You're watching live here on Fox News Now. The family spoke out today after the news that Aaron Hernandez had committed suicide in prison today. We're streaming live here on Fox News Now. We'll be sure to bring you any updates about, the death of Aaron Hernandez, as well as the victims' families and what they think about it. In the meantime, though, let's take you back to the NAU shooting trial where Stephen Jones, who was a freshman there, is being accused of shooting 4 people. He wounded 3 and killed 1. And right now they have witnesses on the stand, people that were there that night. There was a frat party going on that night. So people that were at the party, outside of the party, people that heard the shooting from their windows, a lot of different witnesses on the stand. And we see that there's a new one on the stand right now. So let's take you there and see what is going on. Here we go.
Before you saw Colin fall that you can recall that we didn't talk about?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Any other image after you saw Colin, you described him falling, any image afterwards that comes to your mind of a memory that you saw?
No, just the light.
The light shining on you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Kyle.
All right. Sure. What are we looking for? Yeah, you're trying to find those exhibits. All right, let's stand at recess for about 10 minutes, 10 quick minutes. Please remember the admonition.
Again, you guys are watching right now the NAU shooting trial. Stephen Jones accused of shooting 4 people in October of 2015 on campus there at Northern Arizona University, and witnesses have been taking the stand telling their side of the story. The defense is saying that Stephen was just defending himself from fraternity members trying to beat him up, while the other side is saying that Stephen ran to his car, grabbed a gun, and openly started shooting people. That is the argument that's being made on both sides today of this trial. It's been going on for the past couple of weeks now, and this is the spot to watch it here on Fox News Now, where we stream the whole trial live for you guys. We do have footage from this morning as well from this trial. I'll bring you guys to that footage. Let me, because I think that they're on a break right now, or they might have wrapped up for the day. So let me, in the meantime, bring up the trial from this morning. If I see them go back on the stand here today, I will take you guys back to that. But let's see what we had this morning and which witnesses took this stand, everybody. So let me get this up for you guys here. Okay, here we go.
Sir.
Okay, how long had you been there?
I was there for approximately 2 hours.
All right, so you went over there 11 o'clock on the 8th?
Yes, I was in an exam, I believe, and I went over to Colin and Nick's place to go hang out with them.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what was going on that night at the courtyard?
Basically, at that courtyard that night, there was a couple of us, and we were hanging out. Nothing crazy. It was a Thursday night, I believe. And, sometimes when we, on a Thursday, we have exams that night, or that afternoon, and we just kind of want to go out, because Friday, usually a lot of people don't have class. And so we were sitting there, hanging out, and having a couple drinks. After that, a couple of people came that weren't invited.
So let me just stop you there, Nick. Would you say that it was a party or a gathering? How would you describe what was going on over there?
I would say it was a gathering.
Okay, you guys, we will take you right back to that, but I do want to bring up some breaking news that we have here out of Chicago. Let me take you to the live pictures here from the news chopper. Take a look at the scene here. Again, this is out of Chicago, where a shooting on the Dan Ryan at the Chinatown feeder ramp. It may be related to a police chase and crash on Chicago's South Side, where an officer's been injured and rushed to the hospital. All northbound lanes of Dan Ryan are currently closed. This is a live picture from the news chopper there. Let me get some more information and update this lower third for you guys as we stream this live here on Fox News Now. Joining me live now is my co-host Mike Pace, who's from Chicago. So, Mike, are you pretty familiar with this area where this happened?
Yeah. So this is a major going to be a problem for commuters. I mean, you figure, okay, what time do we have? Going on 6:30 there, and unfortunately, it looks like the Sky Fox there in Chicago is going to have to leave the scene there. But yeah, it's going to be a bad tie-up for commuters there. But luckily, the White Sox are not in town because it's really close to Guaranteed Rate Field now, and it used to be U.S. Cellular, used to be Comiskey Park, but yeah, at least there's not a game there, but hopefully everyone involved here is going to be okay. Ooh.
Yeah, they say that an officer's been injured and rushed to the hospital.
And I always get scared when I hear stuff like that because 2 of my cousins are Chicago cops, so you always...
Oh, yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah, you always get scared when you hear about something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully he'll be okay, and thanks for coming up here with me. I know that Chopper just left.
Yeah, isn't that always the case? Jeez.
Yeah, but you're really familiar with Chicago, so I thought this would be a good story for you to... But hopefully he'll be okay. You guys will keep you updated here on any other breaking news. In the meantime, let me give you guys a live look of the White House while I pull up the next top story for you. Okay, you guys, we've got a Rex Tillerson press conference from earlier today. Let's hear what he had to say.
Good afternoon, all. The Trump administration is currently conducting across the entire government a review of our Iran policy. Today, I'd like to address Iran's alarming and ongoing provocations that export terror and violence destabilizing more than one country at a time. Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism and is responsible for intensifying multiple conflicts and undermining U.S. interest in countries such as Syria, Yemen, Iraq, and Lebanon, and continuing to support attacks against Israel. An unchecked Iran has the potential to travel the same path as North Korea and take the world along with it. The United States is keen to avoid a second piece of evidence that strategic patience is a failed approach. A comprehensive Iran policy requires that we address all of the threats posed by Iran, and it is clear there are many. Iran continues to support the brutal Assad regime in Syria, prolonging a conflict that has killed approximately 500,000 Syrians and displaced millions more. Iran supports the Assad regime even as it commits atrocities against its own people, including with chemical weapons. Iran provides arms, financing, and training and funnels foreign fighters into Syria. It has also sent members of the Iran Revolutionary Guards to take part in direct combat operations. In Iraq, Iran provides support to some Iraqi militant groups, primarily through the Quds Force, which has been undermining security in Iraq for years. Iran maintains a long-standing hostility towards Israel, providing weapons, training, and funding to Hamas and other Palestinian terrorist organizations. Indeed, and in propaganda, Iran foments discord. Just yesterday, the regime reportedly exhibited a missile marked "Death to Israel" during a military parade. In Yemen, Iran continues to support the Houthis' attempted overthrow of the government by providing military equipment, funding, and training, thus threatening Saudi Arabia's southern border. Interdictions by Emirati forces in Yemen and coalition forces in the Arabian Sea have revealed a complex Iranian network to arm and equip the Houthis. Iranian naval vessels continue to undermine freedom of navigation in the Persian Gulf by harassing U.S. naval vessels that are operating lawfully. Iran has conducted cyber attacks against the United States and our Gulf partners. Iran has been behind terrorist attacks throughout the rest of the world, including a plot to kill Adel al-Jubeir, who was then the Saudi ambassador to the United States. Whether it be assassination attempts, support of weapons of mass destruction, deploying destabilizing militias, Iran spends its treasure and time disrupting peace. Iran continues to have one of the world's worst human rights records. Political opponents are regularly jailed or executed, reaching the agonizing low point of executing juveniles and individuals whose punishment is not proportionate to their crime. Iran arbitrarily detains foreigners, including U.S. citizens, on false charges. Several U.S. citizens remain missing or unjustly imprisoned in Iran. Apart from the abuses inside Iran's own borders, it is the threat it poses to the rest of the world. Iran's nuclear ambitions are a grave risk to international peace and security. It is their habit and posture to use whatever resources they have available to unsettle people and nations. With its latest test of a medium-range ballistic missile, Iran's continued development and proliferation of missile technology is in defiance of UN Security Council Resolution 2231. And it has previously stated it will conduct a second test flight of the Simorgh space launch vehicle, which would put it closer to an operational intercontinental ballistic missile. Any discussion of Iran is incomplete without mentioning the JCPOA. The JCPOA fails to achieve the objective of a non-nuclear Iran. It only delays their goal of becoming a nuclear state. This deal represents the same failed approach of the past that brought us to the current imminent threat we face from North Korea. The Trump administration has no intention of passing the buck to a future administration on Iran. The evidence is clear. Iran's provocative actions threaten the United States, the region, and the world. As I indicated at the beginning, the Trump administration is currently conducting a comprehensive review of our Iran policy Once we have finalized our conclusions, we will meet the challenges Iran poses with clarity and conviction. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
We'll take a few questions. Andrea Mitchell.
Mr. Secretary, by your own letter to the Speaker of the House, Iran is complying with the terms of the nuclear deal. If you break out of that deal, won't that send a signal to North Korea and other rogue nations that the U.S. can't be trusted to keep its end of the bargain? And Iran is already being sanctioned for its terrorism, for its missile advances by the U.S. Is another option, one that many Republicans on the Hill have suggested, to increase those sanctions, to punish Iran for those behaviors?
Well, Andrew, I think it's important in any conversation on JCPOA, and I think this was one of the mistakes in how that agreement was put together, is that it completely ignored all of the other serious threats that Iran poses. And I just went through a few of those with you. And that's why our view is that we have to look at Iran in a very comprehensive way in terms of the threat it poses in all areas of the region and the world. And the JCPOA is just one element of that. And so we are going to review completely the JCPOA itself. As I said, it really does not achieve the objective. It is another example of buying off a power who has nuclear ambitions. We buy them off for a short period of time, and then someone has to deal with it later. We just don't see that that's a prudent way to be dealing with Iran, certainly not in the context of all of their other disruptive activities.
Matt Lee.
So, Mr. Secretary, you mentioned that the JCPOA is another example of the failed approach, likening to strategic patience with North Korea. On North Korea, is there serious consideration being given to relisting it as a state sponsor of terrorism, something that was a designation that was removed, in fact, by the Bush administration?
We're reviewing all the status of North Korea, both in terms of state sponsorship of terrorism, as well as all the other ways in which we can bring pressure to bear on the regime in Pyongyang to re-engage, but re-engage with us on a different footing than the past talks have been held. So yes, we are evaluating all of those options.
Venezuela, the turmoil of Venezuela today. Are you worried about the situation in the streets of Caracas and Venezuela?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all your...
The situation in Venezuela. Today there is a turmoil, a lot of people on the streets of Venezuela protesting against the government of Nicolas Maduro. Are you worried about the situation there?
Well, we are concerned that the government of Maduro is violating its own constitution and is not allowing the opposition to have their voices heard, nor allowing them to organize in a way that expresses the views of the Venezuelan people. Yes, we are concerned about that situation. We're watching it closely and working with others, particularly through the OAS, to communicate those concerns to them.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would you mind clarifying the point, please?
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, everybody, that was Rex Tillerson speaking about the situation in Iran. We are taking you back now to the trial for Stephen Jones, who was accused of shooting 4 people at Northern Arizona University in October of 2015. 1 student died from that shooting, the other 3 were wounded, and they are taking members from that fraternity that was, well, they were having a party that night when this happened, as well as anybody that was on campus that witnessed this event, anyone else who was at the party, is taking the stand today. So let's take you back to that trial right now. Here we go.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. I think there's probably others too. My point is, throughout the interview, whenever you talked about the light, you never made any reference to it being pointed at your direction. Correct?
No.
Asked that question poorly. When you gave the interview, you did or did not make a reference to the light being pointed at your direction?
At this time, I did not.
It's fair to say that your memory is somewhat limited, if not very limited, from the incident?
Yes.
Your testimony this afternoon, as I understood it, is that once you saw the gun, you turned around and you ran away, and then you were shot. Is that correct?
I didn't see the gun. I saw a light pointed at me.
Okay. You saw the light, but you understood that it was a gun at that point.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then you turned around and you ran away.
I tried to.
And it was at that point after you ran away that you believed you were shot.
Yes.
You told the police something different on October 14th, though, did you not?
Where are you referring to?
Let me direct your attention to page 10, if I could, please. You see on line 11 where you're asked, so in other words, were you running toward the shooter or away from the shooter?
Yes.
Could you please read your response to the jury?
I think I was running towards the shooter to get his gun, and then, I don't know. Maybe I might have turned. He started walking more west, and I was walking, north or something. I don't know.
And then you're prompted with an okay, and you go on to state, I'm not really sure, but I thought I remembered it better, but I don't. Is that accurate?
That's exactly what it says.
You were standing to the south of Colin and Nick and Mr. Jones at the time that this all occurred, correct?
No, I was standing to the north, I believe.
Was there some point where you were standing to the south of them?
I don't believe so.
If we go to page 8. And you're asked about whether seeing, about the point in time when Colin is shot, and you indicate on line 16, yeah, I was right there. Question, okay, so you're a little bit more to the south of him, of where he was. Your response, yeah. Was that the information you provided at that time?
Yes. But I believe it was a confusion on my part.
Thank you for your testimony.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Kyle, you didn't mention anything about the light pointed at you in that first interview. When do you recall remembering that, if that's what happened?
It was definitely later. I mean, when that interview happened, that was about day 5 in the hospital, and every day in the ICU before that, I had a button where I could get morphine every 7 minutes, and I was on a lot of medication the entire rest of the time. To be honest, I barely remember the interview.
Okay. And at what point did you think back and recall that situation you described with the light pointing at you?
I'm not sure. It would have to be some other time. I'm not sure.
Okay. And we just want your best memory today, Kyle. Today, as you sit here, do you have a memory of the light being pointed at you?
Yes.
And then you turned, and that's when you got shot?
Yes.
Counsel asked you about these visits you received from your friends, Nick Peering, Nick Prado. You indicated that they were brief visits. What was the nature of these visits?
They were just making sure I was okay. I don't even remember them really visiting. I believe I was still in ICU. I don't even know. I'm pretty sure there was the day they were let out of the hospital.
Okay.
Or discharged.
You have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
That's all I have.
All right, I'll turn to members of our jury and see if they have any questions for this witness. Looks like we do, so I'll see counsel and the court reporter at sidebar.
All right, you guys, looks like they are taking a short break again of this trial. This is the Stephen Jones trial. Stephen Jones is the one who's accused of shooting 4 people in October of 2015. That night, a lot of people witnessed a certain situation happen. The defense is saying that Stephen Jones was just defending himself from fraternity members trying to beat him up, while the other side is saying that he ran to his car and grabbed a gun and came back, and that it wasn't just this immediate self-defense. So 2 totally different sides to this story. That's why they're asking so many witnesses to take the stand. 4 people were shot, 3 wounded, 1 killed. So this is a very serious story. A lot of people have something to say about this, and they've had all sorts of witnesses on the stand, including members of the fraternity, the guys who threw the party that night, as well as friends of the victims taking the stand. So it's a pretty big case, and again, this happened at Northern Arizona University in October of 2015. And I know a lot of you guys have a lot to say about this case as well. Some say that he was just using self-defense when he got his gun. Others are saying it was deliberate, he shouldn't have had a gun. So a lot of people have different opinions about this, and it does look like they're back from break. So let's take you back to the trial, which is happening live right now.
40 feet. Follow up, Mr. Barker?
No, thank you.
Mr. Davidson? All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and recess for the evening. Thank you all for your hard work. We'll get back together at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition.
Okay, so you just heard that they are done for the day. They'll be back in trial tomorrow morning. Let me pull up for you guys the trial from this morning. Take you back to where we left off. Let's hear what some of the witnesses from this morning have to say. Here we go.
It's in the morning on the 9th. Where were you?
I was over at the courtyard, sir.
Okay, how long had you been there?
I was there for approximately 2 hours.
All right, so you went over there 11 o'clock on the 8th?
Yes, I was in an exam, I believe, and I went over to Colin and Nick's place to go hang out with them.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what was going on that night at the courtyard?
Basically, at that courtyard that night, there was a couple of us. We were hanging out. Nothing crazy. It was a Thursday night, I believe. And, sometimes when we, on a Thursday, we have exams that night or that afternoon, and we just kind of want to go out because Friday, usually a lot of people don't have class. And so we were sitting there hanging out and having a couple drinks. And after that, a couple of people came that weren't invited.
So let me just stop you there, Nick. Would you say that it was a party or a gathering? How would you describe what was going on over there?
I would say it was a gathering, a party of some sort. Not too many people, 15 to 20, I believe. Started off just as some of my good buddies. We're just hanging around. We were going to invite a couple of women over just to hang out with them as well. Nothing crazy whatsoever. Not a whole lot of people, not blasting music. Just a little get-together, party, say.
Were you at Colin and Nick Peering's place?
I believe the party was at Courtyard, and so Courtyard is a 4-complex area. And if you could see on a map, basically Courtyard has 2 places on the left side and 2 places on the right side, or maybe 3 on the right side. And the intentional gathering was over on the left side, but I was at Colin and Nick and Michael Mullen's place on the right side hanging out with them that day, or that night, I should say. Sorry.
And so you indicated that people were having some drinks?
Yes, people were having some drinks.
Were you drinking?
I was drinking, but I wasn't drinking too heavily. I believe that night I consider I had one mixed drink and then a beer as well, so I could definitely recall every single moment I saw.
Okay. Were there any, so I think you previously indicated that some people kind of tried to come to the party.
Yes.
Prior to that, were there any problems? What was the mood about the party?
I remember talking to Colin earlier that day, and he was saying, hey, come on over to our house. We're going to have a couple of beers, have a couple of drinks, and hang out. And I said, that's awesome. My roommates at the time, I said, yeah, let's do it. Let's go over. And I had 2 roommates that came with me to that party.
Okay. What were their names?
Samuel Herbst and Clark Bush.
So, but what was the mood? So as you're passing midnight and heading towards 1 o'clock in the morning, what was the mood amongst the gathering, at least the people that you saw?
I remember laughter. I remember smiles. I actually remember taking a photo that night with a couple of people, and we were actually hanging out, smiling and laughing. No one was in a depression type of state.
So everybody, it was a good.
It was a good time.
Mood?
Yeah, it was a good mood.
All right. So, did something happen that kind of changed the mood?
I believe so.
What happened?
Well, 4, I believe at the time, Sigma Chi pledges came to the door. And usually Courtyard is right next to the dormitory areas, right across from Mountain View, and right below by the Grove, a big college complex type areas. And when we were at the Courtyard, a lot of people kind of come in and come out. And so when you hear, people talking and people hanging out, laughing, people come up to the Courtyard. And so 4 Sigma Chi pledges at the time that I noticed, that I recall, were out there and trying to get into the gathering or party, I should say, that we had. And I politely went up to them and asked them to leave. After that,
how did they respond to that request?
They responded in a polite manner as well. And I thought everything was going to be okay. I've done this before. It wasn't a big deal asking people to leave an area, especially because we didn't really know them necessarily, and that could potentially
Let me just ask you, where did that conversation that you just described take place?
That conversation happened at Colin and Nick Pearing's house down the stairs in the parking lot of Courtyard.
Okay. So if you were facing the Courtyard from the street, the parking lot's on the left side, would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
All right. So it was kind of in between the 2 buildings towards the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so, and what was there a specific reason why you guys were asking people to leave?
We necessarily didn't want to have any big party that night. We just wanted to have a couple of friends to hang out. If it was a big party, we probably would have let them in, of course. But we were just having a couple of friends over. At the end of the day, we just really didn't want anything crazy. Like I said, it was a Thursday night.
All right. So you asked them politely. They responded politely. What happened next?
And after that, I went back inside and they responded politely, said, oh, okay, we'll get out and out of here. So I walked back inside. About 5 to 10 minutes later, I walked back outside, and they're still there. And so once again, I asked them politely to leave. I think they said, I do not recall what they said, and then I walked back inside.
Okay. Was it still polite?
It was still very polite, the way I had my manner towards them.
And them in response?
In response was still polite.
All right. All right. Were you the only person amongst the party, the invited people at the party that were interacting with those guys?
I do not recall, and I do not believe so, but I know I was there interacting with those 4 gentlemen.
All right. All right, so did they ultimately leave?
I suppose not, because when I walked back I walked back inside after the second time talking to them. And when I walked back outside, I believe, from my understanding and what I recall that day, that I saw Nick Pearing and Colin Bro out there. and I believe Nick Prado. And then I heard a little bit of yelling, and that's when I guess things got a little out of hand that night.
So where was that? Was that
I believe, started in the parking lot and made its way over to Mountain View.
Is that what you saw?
What I saw was when I walked out, I saw them right next to the grass area in Mountain View getting over, and I was at the grass area at Mountain View, I should say, and they were walking across the street.
All right, Nick, so I'm just going to ask you to limit your testimony to what you saw, to what
Okay.
you heard,
I apologize.
so forth. But so what I understand is you walked out, there was a polite conversation back in, a few minutes later out, a polite conversation again
Yes.
back in. And then the next, did you go out through the courtyard and come around the building or out the
I
front
walked
door?
out those same stairs, and when I walked out those same stairs, I believe I was with an individual, and I do not recall his name. I do not recall who he was. I don't remember. And when I walked out, there's that grass area, and I heard screaming and yelling and shouting, and that was across the road over in Mountain View.
Okay, so...
Over across Franklin, I should say.
So when you came around, you walked out through the courtyard, and when you came around the building, can you just describe what you could see?
What I could see when I came around the building was I was sitting on the grassy area over at Courtyard across the road. And when you pass Franklin, or when you see the other side of Franklin, I saw a confrontation. I did not see pushing. I did not see punching. I did not see any stir of, all I saw was a verbal interaction and a verbal words being exchanged. I don't recall the verbal words that were exchanged, but all I heard was yelling, screaming.
Okay. How many people did you see that were engaged in the actual verbal confrontation you've described?
I believe I saw 5 to 7.
Okay. And did you recognize any of those people?
I did recognize Colin Brew. I recognized Nick Peering as I got closer to the scene.
Okay. And you're saying that was already across Franklin Street?
They're already across Franklin Street, hitting the Mountain View parking lot at this time.
All right. So are you familiar with that area? Would you agree that there's kind of like a gate that runs along, or a fence that runs along in front of Mountain View in that parking lot?
Yes, correct.
Were they past that gate on the other side or on your side?
They were past that fence.
Okay.
Or that gate.
All right. And so you were still on the courtyard side of Franklin in the grassy area?
Correct.
Was anybody else around you that you recall?
I believe there was one individual next to me.
All right. Who was that? Do you know?
I believe it was Zachary Volpo.
Did you recognize the other people involved in the verbal confrontation? Had you ever seen them before?
I believe I did not see anyone that I recognized. Like I said, I was a pretty far distance away. Courtyard and the street and then Mountain View, it's a good far distance away. And during that time when I was sitting on that grass area, I couldn't really get a good picture of who was there, so I did move forward.
Okay. How far are you able to venture an estimate of how far away they were from you when you started to move forward?
Say 50 to 60 yards.
Were they moving?
They were moving.
In which direction?
They were moving forward, more towards the parking lot, more towards that tree, and more towards the asphalt, and basically where the scene occurred.
All right. And you said you didn't recognize or understand the things that were being said?
It was, like I said, I was 50 to 60 yards, a football length away. It was pretty hard to, get dialect out of what I was seeing.
You said you heard yelling?
I heard yelling.
Was it just from one side to the other, or
I think it was both. I believe it was both sides.
So, Nick, I appreciate you answering the questions, but the stenographer needs to take down both the question and the answer,
Okay.
so we
Sorry.
can't talk at the same
Apologize.
time. That's okay. So, okay, so you thought it was both sides?
Yes.
All right. And so you indicated that you left that grassy area and started moving in that direction?
Yes, I left the grass.
Why?
I left that grassy area and started moving in the direction over past Franklin. And when I saw this, I thought there was a security guard at the moment.
All right. Describe what you saw that made you think that.
I saw a light. I saw a flashlight. And like I said, I was about, moving towards 50 to 60 yards away, now probably hitting 40 yards away. And I see a flashlight. And I thought, hey, maybe it's a security guard or a police officer breaking the altercation up. And like I said, I didn't drink too much, and I wasn't underage. I was underage. And so I went over there to see if I could stop the altercation or see if I could do anything.
Okay. Was the light stationary? Was it moving?
The light was moving.
Where did you first see the light?
I first saw the light when I was about 40 yards away, walking towards Mountain View. And when I was walking towards Mountain View, I looked, and when I saw the light, I saw Colin sitting up above on the cement area. The light was on the asphalt area. And I believe I saw Nick Peering sitting on the cement area as well. Not sitting, standing, I should say.
Okay. Was it the same group of people the whole time that moved in front of Mountain View, or did it change in any way?
I don't believe it changed in any way.
All right. So the same 5 to 7 people?
Same 5 to 7 people, give or take.
Okay. And so you're saying that the light was stationary. You didn't see it moving?
Oh, no, I saw the light moving.
Okay. I misunderstood. Where did you first see, where was the light when you saw it? Not where you were, but where was the light when you saw it?
The light was shining towards Colin.
Okay. I see. All right. So you're moving in that direction. Were you paying attention to that interaction?
I was paying attention to that.
Were you walking or running?
I was walking, I believe, or maybe a fast-paced, fast walk, I should say.
Anybody with you?
Like I said, I do not recall.
What happened next?
What happened next was I heard boom, boom. And then I knew, it sounded like a cap gun. I really didn't understand what it was at the time. And that's when I kind of started, picking up my pace of speed, I should say. And at that time, would you like me to keep going, sir?
Yeah.
And at that time, when I kept picking up my pace of speed, I saw the light, and I saw that a man had his hands up and shot Colin twice. And then when I got about 10 to 15 yards closer, I saw him shoot Nick Peering twice down.
Okay. So you saw that person's posture?
I saw that person's posture, correct.
And the light was on Colin prior to that?
The light was on Colin prior to that. He was aiming towards Colin.
Did you hear any verbal exchange, any loud commands, anything like that?
I do not recall. I did hear yelling, though.
Anything about a gun?
Okay, you guys, we'll take you back to that shooting trial later on in the evening, but we are switching out hosts now. Mike Page coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show, everybody. In the meantime, while we switch, I'm going to give you guys a live look of the beautiful New York City, everybody. We'll be right back.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are so happy that you could be with us this evening. 8:02 there, out on the East Coast, 5 o'clock right here. Hope you guys are having a great evening. It's hump day, it's Wednesday. We are just days away from TGIF Friday, so getting very close. And take a look at, I was going to show you our weather map here, but I don't have it loaded up there. But it's going to be very hot this weekend here in Arizona. So hopefully wherever you guys are, it's a little bit cooler. And it's going to be about 96, maybe even 100 on Sunday here. So thank God we got those pools out here. That's a good thing. All right, folks, what we're going to do here for you, barring any breaking news that comes up, and of course, if it does, we'll go right to it. We'll update you on everything that's going on with a breaking news event. But I do want to show you, I briefly showed it. We caught the tail end of it during my show a little bit earlier this afternoon. But I do want to show you in its entirety the Illinois lawmakers hearing from people and community members about why they should legalize recreational marijuana. So let's go to that, and we'll keep you updated on any kind of breaking news. And of course, we will have Mary Kate up here this evening, barring anything that we have to show live here. All right, guys. See you in a little bit.
This is already the law. This is a neutral view. This is an objective review of what's been happening in other states. We anticipate as we move forward with hearings over the coming weeks and months, we will have an opportunity to hear from everyone. Any of you who are here today wishing to submit testimony, if you want to submit written testimony to either Senator Staines or myself, we'd be more than happy to make sure that that gets to every member of the committee, even those who aren't here yet. And with that, I want to make sure that we respect everyone's time and get things underway. There'll be plenty of time for questions from members. And I want to hand it over to Senator Staines.
So Senate Bill 316 and House Bill 2353 does set up a framework. It's a framework to tax and regulate marijuana for recreational purposes here. It is a major policy shift. We understand that. So we really do intend to not call this bill for votes this session. We are planning on doing, as Kelly said, a number of hearings over some period of time and really seek lots of input in how this might be structured to work well in Illinois. 2 years ago, I was not somebody who felt like this was necessarily the right thing to be doing in Illinois. As I have been looking and understanding and learning from the medical marijuana experience here, and then when we had done the decrim bill last year, I have become convinced that trying to look at doing a tax and regulate structure really makes a lot of sense. Prohibition right now, I think, just does not work. And we know we have around 750,000 people in Illinois who we think are using cannabis, and just 17,000 people who have those cards. So most of them are going to the black market. So we wanted to take a look and understand what is happening around the country on taxing and regulating, and are there other ways to be thinking about this? Today we're going to hear first from Barbara Brohl, who's the Executive Director at Department of Revenue in Colorado, and she's been responsible for implementing the programs related to cannabis in Colorado. And then the second witness we'll hear from is from the National Conference of State Legislators, who is just going to give us an overview about what's happening in the country regarding cannabis laws. And then we'll be setting up a number of hearings to talk about all the issues that you get along with this, what happens with public safety, how does it affect law enforcement, what are the economic development potential impacts. We'll be doing a whole series. Right now we have 695 proponents who have filed witness slips, 27 oppositions, and 1 no position on the merits. We will be looking forward to having lots of opportunities for much conversation. Right now, we ask Barbara Brohl to please come on up to the table. She is going to be our first witness today, and we'll let you. There's a green button. There's a push button there. You're going to want to push. That'll bring you up, and when it gets green, we know you're on. And I think she's got a presentation we're walking through, and if you don't have a copy yet, we're getting more copies made, and we'll get it to you. Welcome. It's so great to have you. Please, first thing off, just state your name for the record, and then I know you have a presentation to walk through. We look forward to that, and then we'll open it up for Q&A after that.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Brohl, and I'm the Executive Director for the Department of Revenue. First, I want to thank the committee for inviting me to come here and provide some information as to the legalization efforts and regulation efforts is really what it is in Colorado. So thank you very much. I have been regulating marijuana in the state of Colorado since 2011 when I was appointed to my position. The very first thing I want to tell this committee and your public is that I am neither an opponent nor a proponent for the regulation and legalization of marijuana. My job is to regulate, and my job is to implement. In the year 2000, voters voted to not decriminalize, but to essentially legalize medical marijuana for use in certain instances. And then in 2012, they also voted again with Amendment 64 to legalize it for non-medical purposes. So for those of you who have the presentation, the agenda will be, and I'm going to go through this very quickly because I want to be respectful of your time and really leave it open for you to ask me questions on the areas where you are more interested. So I'm going to give you an overview, which is really the background of, and backdrop of what we're doing, the structure of the division and the regulatory process, the results, and then challenges. So as you can see, the Department of Revenue does a number of things. I'm responsible for DMV, taxation, the state lottery, and then enforcement of the industries of gaming, liquor and tobacco, automotive dealers, horse racing, and medical and recreational marijuana. And if you'll go to slide 6, you'll see that there's a framework, and there are 3 boxes there, the red, yellow, and green. And red is where marijuana usage was coming from prior to any of these 2 legalization efforts. That's essentially the criminal effort, and that was the black market. As we have moved over to the right, we have become more of a regulated model. There are certain things in the yellow that allow for private growth and private consumption and private use. And so those are yellow, and those are through Amendment 20 and Amendment 64 as well. But in the green area, that's the commercial licensed regulated segment, and that's kind of the space where I live. And if you'll go to the next slide, slide 7, you'll see there are 2 industry segments. Those segments are the medical market and the recreational market, and they're all license-based. They all require that they are state licensed, and on the medical side, they're also locally licensed, and on the recreational side, the local jurisdiction has other capabilities as well. And there are cultivations, there are products manufacturers, stores, labs, and there are 2 new ones this last year, and they are operator licenses. So if you have a kind of a management company to come in and operate, or transporter licenses as well. If we go to slide 8, it'll tell you how we got here. So Amendment 20, as I mentioned, was voted on in the year 2000. It provided for a caregiver model. It generally allowed for 6 plants per patient to be grown, about 2 ounces each, and a patient would have to obtain a physician recommendation. During that first few years, there was a lot of more commercialization of that for 2 reasons. Number one, there was a Department of Justice Cole memorandum that came out that basically said that they would prioritize the enforcement of medical marijuana usage and cultivation in states that had a regulatory program. And then there were some issues that went up to our state Supreme Court. As a result, we started to see a lot of the green crosses all over. And in 2010, our legislature acted and
I'm sorry, can you pull your mic a little bit closer? Some of the members are having trouble hearing you.
Yes, I will. My apologies. And in 2010, then our legislature acted and determined that what they needed to do was actually put some rigor around this. And what we started then was the that process at that point. On slide 9, it talks about Amendment 64, tells you what it does not do. It allows for personal growth up to 6 plants per adult and use. And it also allows for anyone over the age of 21 to be able to purchase and then consume. Cannot consume openly or in public. That's part of the amendment. And then it allows for the system of licensed marijuana establishments, as I mentioned. One of the really key things is that both the statute and then now this amendment and the resulting statutes require a very rigorous background check. You have to go through owners must go through a criminal, fingerprint-based FBI background check, and there's also an extensive financial background check. Very similar to those of you who regulate gaming or know about the gaming industry, we use some of those best practices. And then if you'll take a look at slide 10, the way that we started was when the governor proclaimed the election to be valid, he also, by executive order, issued a requirement for a task force, and I was one of the 2 individuals who led that task force. And what we did is we brought in a number of individuals that had very diverse viewpoints in order to make sure that we looked at this from all aspects. We were required to provide a report to the governor, the attorney general's office, and the legislature as well. The task force, which is what I think you're talking about doing, is we had that was conducted for about 2.5 months, and we had a task force, and we also had individual groups that were subcommittees, so to speak, and they were regulatory in nature, they were law enforcement in nature, they were public safety in nature, they were in public health. And then you can see on page 11 what the timeframes were, and these were very aggressive timeframes that were placed in the amendment. So we were required to have rules in place by July 1st of 2013. We had to begin accepting applications on October 1st of 2013 and begin to license 1/1/14. And if you look at slide 12, that'll give you a list of all the stakeholders that were a part of that particular task force. And you can see there were a number of very diverse stakeholders, because our view was if you get people that are on opposite sides of the situation, you can almost always come up with a better solution because you've really addressed things. If you look at slide 14, we had some very specific regulatory objectives in all of this, and the first one was public safety. The second one was preventing distribution of marijuana to minors, then preventing the involvement of criminal enterprises, gangs, cartels in the legal marijuana industry, and then preventing diversion to regulated marijuana to other states and criminal markets. And then all of this was under the auspices of a very transparent regulatory oversight. Everything that we've done is on our website. Every report, everything is there. And so all of our rules, so you can go and take a look at it. Page 16 or 15 rather will show you that it was a very highly collaborative rulemaking process, and we've continued with that kind of collaboration throughout the last 3 years. It's the use of those stakeholder work groups, as we've talked about before. And when everybody comes to the table, two things really come out of that. And one is that everybody feels like they've been heard, and they are heard. And I'm the state licensing authority, and I carefully consider everything that comes before me. I read every piece of paper, I read every comment before I put my name on anything. But one of the things we found through these stakeholdering rulemaking processes was that we came out with what we call negotiated rulemaking. And so everybody walked out a little bit a little bit pleased and a little bit displeased, and so that kind of means that we were probably hitting the middle point in the sweet spot. But the bigger thing that we started to realize was that the industry became much more voluntarily compliant because they had been involved in this, and they knew we were listening to them as a regulated industry like any other industry that we regulate, and so they were able to implement the rules and requirements that they were actually addressing. So if you'll go to 16, you'll see some of the regulations that we put in place to protect minors. Child-resistant packaging, and if it's a multiple serving product, it has to retain its child resistancy. It also has to be opaque so that you can't see what's inside of it. Extensive labeling. There are advertising restrictions that we have so that you can't target youth. Waste removal, production limits. We have to manage production. And then enforcement and underage compliance checks, similar to the way that we go into liquor stores and bars and restaurants to determine whether or not there is going to be some underage purchasing that's going to be allowed inadvertently or intentionally. We do the very same thing with this. Then on slide 17, you can see some of those regulations that were protecting public safety. That is a really big issue for me, and that is a really big responsibility. The amendment itself requires me to balance public safety with burden on the industry, and public safety is paramount. So as I mentioned, there are production management, restrictions on purchase amounts, restrictions on hours of operation, restrictions on where one can consume. You cannot consume on the premises. restrictions on edibles, and then video surveillance. Everywhere marijuana can be touched in the licensed premises must have a video camera on it, including ingress and egress and at the point of sale. If you look at slide 18, you can see how what our guiding principles are for with regard to development of rulemaking, so transparent, systematic, operable, and defensible. Now we'll go into the structure. And if you look on page or slide 20, these are the reports that we have had either completed ourselves or had completed for us. The Amendment 64 Task Force final report. We actually conducted a demand study, so we know what the demand for marijuana is in the state of Colorado, and that's really important when you're looking to see if you're making some headway into the black market or if you're managing production. We also had an edible work group report because we really needed to come up with additional rules around edible products, which I will talk to you about, and then marijuana equivalency, and then our annual report, which gives you all the, everything, how much marijuana is in the state, how much is consumed. The edibles work group was really important. We came up with several new requirements. One was that all edibles have to, on the recreational side, each serving can only be 10 milligrams of THC or less. Every product that has more than one serving in it must be specifically scored so that it's intuitive, that it's multiple servings. And then we have a universal symbol that also must be stamped or imprinted on every one of those, so you know, and your children know, and everybody knows if there is an edible product that's being consumed or could be consumed. And then the reason we needed to do the equivalency study was because the amendment said that 1 ounce or its equivalent was lawful. So if you go on to page 21, you'll see how we structure the Marijuana Enforcement Division, which is a division that's within my department. So the first part is business and individual licensing, and that's kind of a gatekeeping function. So as I mentioned, the background checks and the licensing, and all individuals are licensed that work in this industry. Even the what they call bud tenders, the individual or horticulturists or anyone that works in there still has to be licensed. So that's different than regulate like alcohol, but it's a lot more similar to regulate like gaming. So we use a lot of those best practices, as I mentioned. And then there is field enforcement. And so I have over half of the staff that I have within the Marijuana Enforcement Division are post-certified peace officers. And so they know how to do criminal investigation as well as compliance investigation. And so they go out and they do all sorts of compliance checks. Page 22 will show you how many businesses there are in the state. The state by itself, the state government does not limit the number. What we do is limit production so that we know that there's sufficient amount, but we don't limit the numbers. The amendment allows for the local jurisdictions, because Colorado is a very local jurisdiction, strong state. And so the local jurisdictions can actually limit time, place, manner, and number, or they can do outright bans. So there's a lot of local control in the amendment and in the other statutes that surrounded that. As you can see, there are approximately 3,000 business licenses approved across the state. 1561 are medical licenses, and 1410 are retail licenses, and that's everything from cultivations down to labs. And if you look on your slide 23, you'll see what those licenses look like for both the owners as well as the occupational individuals who just work there. Slide 24 will give you some of the primary activities that my field enforcement staff does. We do compliance investigations. We address complaints that come in. We also have, and I'll talk about that in a little bit, a seed to sale tracking system. And so every plant is tracked with an RFID tag from the time that it's an 8-inch plant, so once it's viable, up until the time that it's sold. And so we're able to gather a lot of data, and so we can evaluate risk factors and then perform additional compliance checks. Slide 25 addresses the testing requirements. So we test for potency, we test for homogeneity, and for homogeneity, what that means is if you have an edible product that is about any size and it has more than one serving in it, you want to make sure that the THC is equally distributed throughout so that the person who takes a bite of it doesn't get all of it. So that's homogeneity. We test for residual solvents because there are many ways to extract THC from marijuana, and one of them is to use butane. And not only is that dangerous, but it also can leave some of the residual solvent in there, so we test for that. There are microbials that we test for, and mold. One thing I want to say, and then we also are starting this whole process with the medical side. The one thing I want to talk about residual solvents, though, is that butane is not lawful for a lot of facilities. It's really only lawful in some facilities because of the fact that it can have some danger associated with it. So we move then to slide 26. You'll see what the RFID tag looks like. This is a really key component of this, and the reason for that is because it tracks that plant, as I mentioned, from seed to sale. And some of the other states will talk about it as a trace and track kind of system. And there are three pieces of information that you'll see. One is a 7-digit code, so if this is a very small business, they can do it through those 7-digit codes. They're on the bottom, there's a bar code, so similar to the grocery store. So if if they have a barcode reader, they're a little larger shop, they can use that. And then embedded inside it is the RFID technology, and that they can use a handheld device in order to determine, and that's what we use when we go out there and do a compliance check. On slide 27, you'll see what it looks like on the plant, and it stays there through cultivation and until it's processed, it's harvested, dried, and then put in other containers and packages. And then slide 28 will show you what it looks like when it turns itself into a label to go onto the package. So it continues its tracking throughout. Slide 29 will show you what the universal symbol is. We have a universal symbol that it has to be on every label as well as every product. And you'll see they're different from medical to recreational as well. Now, here are some pictures. So if you'll take a look at slides 30 and 31, you'll see some of the extraction methods, because these are ways that you have to pull that the products manufacturers will pull the THC out of the marijuana plant. And it was just so you can kind of see there are small versions and there are larger versions. One uses cold water and ice to extract, and the other one uses CO2. Slide 32 will show you what the symbol, the universal symbol, looks like on the package. And slide 33 will show you what it looks like on the product. And they must have that on there. This was a really key thing because, as I mentioned, I really listen carefully to what the public tells us. And I will tell you that all of our stakeholdering work groups, we have members of diverse groups that come in and are part of our committee, but also we also set aside time for public comment and public testimony as well at every one of these. And so one of these, it was a school resource officer that came in and talked to us, and one of the things he said was, it may increase the coolness factor for a product and a candy for youth. They may decide that's why they want to have it, because it makes them feel like they're cool. And what he said is that so it might actually introduce more usage. However, he didn't really think so, and I agreed with him. What he did say to me, though, was that when these kids are walking down the hall at school, and if they have it, he can do his job because he can see it, and he can pull them into a room, and he can have the conversation with them, and their parents will know. So results. If we go into page 35, one of the biggest key factors here is taxation. And the one thing I want to tell you is taxation is a key component of this, because regulation and good regulation costs money. It takes longer than you think, it costs more than you think, and it's harder than you think. But this sort of thing, people were consuming marijuana in Colorado and in other states, I'm absolutely convinced, long before it became legal. So there were social costs that surrounded this. What marijuana taxation money does is it allows for my staff to be fully funded, both my Marijuana Enforcement Division staff and my tax staff. It also allows for programs for youth prevention and programs for substance abuse prevention and treatment. And those are the kinds of things that it actually goes for. In addition, as you'll see on this slide, we have a 3-tier taxation for recreational. And the first tier is a 15% excise tax on the first transfers of unprocessed marijuana when it leaves the cultivation, regardless of where it goes. And the first $40 million of that goes to school construction, and the rest of that stays in the public school system as well, and it goes to fund the public school fund. So all of that 15% goes to that. There is a 10% special sales tax that's on the point of sale of recreational marijuana, and the first 85% of that 10% is retained by the state, and that's what goes to fund the programs that I talked about. The other 15% is dispersed and distributed back to the local jurisdictions on a pro rata basis based on their sales. And then there's a regular 2.9% state sales tax that also is assessed on both medical and recreational. If you take a look at slide 40, I think? No, 38. I might say 40. I don't know why it says that. It'll show you how those tax distributions are done. And here is one of the reasons that we have to have RFID technology. You'll see on your slide 37. You can see the number of plants that are tracked in our metric system. That is our seed to sale tracking system. Many of these cultivations can be very, very dense. You know, it's expensive to lease or purchase warehouse space, and so they're very, very dense. And to actually go in between those plants to count them would take a long time and probably have some error rate. What we can do with our handheld devices is actually go into a room this size, and even if it's dense, they're densely grown, we can still track every single one of them. Slide 38 will just give you some information on the regulated marijuana market in Colorado. This is from our annual report. I think it's important to know what's being done and the differences between medical and recreational. One of the things that we expected to see and did not see was a flood of individuals from the medical side, purchasers, patients, over into the recreational side, because no longer do they have to then go in and go see a doctor and actually have their name on some list. But we didn't see a lot of that. We didn't see a lot of really increase in usage, quite honestly. And a lot of our reports and all the studies that we've done, we have a Healthy Kids Colorado survey, we're not seeing an increase or a change in youth use or even really adult use. There are some differences up and down throughout the years, but it's not statistically significant. And so what we're finding is those that were consuming before still are, and those that weren't still aren't. And so that's been, and we're hoping that a lot of our education and to the public and to youth have been part of that. If you look at slide 39, you'll see what our local jurisdictions have done. And you can kind of see that there are jurisdictions that have banned both medical and recreational. There are jurisdictions that have allowed both, and there are some that allow only one or the other. And they've stayed pretty consistent from last year to this year. Slide 40 will show you the violations and penalties. As a state licensing authority, I determine who gets licensed. I determine who gets sanctioned. And so I have, as I mentioned, a large number of criminal investigators, and they investigate issues, and they bring those to me, and then we determine what those sanctions will be. I have 3 primary penalties that I can assess, and I'll talk about the one on the bottom first, because it's the least impactful, and that is the license infractions. Those are going to be things like they changed a room and didn't let us know in advance, or things like they didn't input everything into metric every day, but they did it every other day. And those can be a suspension up to a $10,000 fine per violation. Then the ones in the middle are license violations, and those are a little bit more serious, and those can also be suspension or revocation. And those can be a fine up to $50,000. And then public safety violations, those are ones that I can summarily suspend a license immediately. And then I can fine up to $100,000, and I can either revoke or suspend the license. What is it going to take to actually do this sort of thing? At least for Colorado, on slide 41, it'll show you. In my marijuana enforcement division, I have 108 appropriated FTE. It costs about $12.25 million a year to run that group. And as I mentioned, more than half are post-certified law enforcement. On the next slide, you'll see what it is on slide 42 to set up the tax division, because the tax division is within my organization as well. And so we have about 19 FTE there, and it costs about $1.36 million. The reason that this is really important is because this is an industry that was not as comfortable, and I don't mean it that way, but they weren't used to paying taxes on a lot of what they were doing, and so we're bringing them into the fold, and they're paying their taxes now. We need to make sure of that. So if you'll take a look at 44, I'll show you how we do that, and that is, I'm sure that your tax groups probably audit about 10 to 15% of the businesses in an industry every year. Well, what we do with this marijuana industry is we tax audit them 100% of the businesses every 3 years. So they're on a rolling cycle. And we have criminal tax special agents that investigate cases of tax evasion as well. They work very closely with the Marijuana Enforcement Division, and they utilize the metric system so they can know whether product is being transferred and it isn't getting excise taxed or sales taxed. I think it's always important to talk about our challenges. As I mentioned, I'm very objective. I'm not biased one way or the other. On slide 46, you'll see what some of our initial challenges were. They were an aggressive implementation deadline. We had from November of 2012 to January of 2014, we literally had 13 months to implement this. There was a lack of established infrastructure, and there was no model to follow. We were the first in the world to do this on a recreational basis, and so we really had to figure out how to do this. So there was no established infrastructure. We didn't have a good sustainable funding model, and so we had to figure that out. And I will tell you that if you don't fund this appropriately and have a sustainable funding model, it probably won't work. We had a lot of difficulties at first. Working on with our local jurisdictions, we had to work those issues out. We also were allowed at the 2010 a lot of the unlicensed businesses were allowed to operate while we got them licensed, and that was very difficult. So if you'll go onto slide 47, they'll tell you what the ongoing challenges are. Again, implementation timelines. We have bills every single legislative cycle. There is no way to have everything done at the know everything from soup to nuts at the very beginning. You are going to have changes. And the best advice that I can give you on that is to create a structure by which you can be flexible and nimble in making the changes that you need and identifying them and being able to do that. And in Colorado, that's our stakeholder working group process. Rapid organizational growth. Production management, we're always on top of that. Edibles, as I mentioned, we had some issues with edibles. We had to jump on top of those really fast. Pesticides, the banking are all part of this lack of federal regulatory assistance. But I want to talk about gray market first. And gray market is what we call when you can cultivate legally, but it's distributed illegally. And in Colorado, we've had some concerns about that, and what we're doing this year is putting out there are a couple bills that are going through our legislative process right now. And part of the problem was that there was the ability to grow at home, either caregivers or just every resident of the state of Colorado. So my other advice to you is if you have the ability to not have personal growth, you're going to be a lot further ahead. We didn't have a choice because it was in the amendments. But the other things that I'm talking about with regard to the lack of federal regulatory assistance, you'll hear me say over and over again, this is still illegal at the federal level. I'm not talking just criminally. I'm talking about all the other supportive services that the federal government agencies provide to the states. Our Department of Agriculture had to figure out pesticides and which pesticides would be lawful for use. That's normally done by the EPA. They weren't able to do that, so we had to figure it out. Our public health department had to come up with lab protocols. It's normally things that we do with the FDA. They couldn't do that. And the IRS has been interesting because they actually have a little more of a hands-off approach than we had. They actually have come to us to ask us help on a number of things. So doing this, you'll know that you'll have to do some things that you normally have left to your federal partners, but I will tell you that, those are things you'll have to take into account until and unless the federal, government moves on this. The last slide tells you how you can get more information, and I want to thank you for letting me come in and talk. But what I want to make sure is that you know that we took this responsibility very, very seriously in Colorado. We knew that we were the first, and that we had no model to follow. So what we did is we created our own guideposts, and there were 3. And so every statute, every rule, every recommendation, every process, everything we do, we think of these 3 things. And one is to keep this out of the hands of kids, keep this out of the hands of criminals, and keep this out of other states. And so everything we do is with those 3 goals in mind. So with that, I want to thank you, and I can be available for questions if you'd like.
Thank you. And Kelly's going to handle questions in a second. I just forgot to, at the beginning to say that CAN TV, Illinois Family Institute, Columbia Chronicle, ABC, and Blue Room Stream have asked for leave to videotape. They have been. Seeing no objections, yes, you may go ahead and continue. Kelly?
Thank you. Please add Representative Davis to the roll. I want to thank you. This was a lot of information to take in, but our entire game plan here as we begin this conversation is to begin from a place of learning from other states' experiences. And so your generosity with your time and expertise and experience is very much appreciated. One thing that popped out in your testimony I have a question about, and then I'll take other questions. You talked about how the businesses are audited. 100% of the businesses are audited every 3 years. Do they actually know when they're up on the when they're up on the Wheel of Fortune, or is it randomized?
Thank you. It is randomized, and just because they have been audited on year 1, if we start to see any risk factors that are popping up, they might get audited year 2 and 3 as well.
Got it. Thank you. Are there questions? Okay, Senator Rose and then Representative Davis.
Thank you. So the copy of the slides that I had here, the tax rates and some of that didn't make it onto this for some reason. So that may be why your numbers weren't matching up either. I'm wondering if there's 2 different versions out there.
I don't know. Let me see what numbers I have.
Okay. Well, let's just walk through this. So retail excise tax was 15%. Then you got retail special sales, retail state sales tax, and medical sales tax. What are those rates?
It's 15% excise tax.
Right.
So that's on the wholesale. I will tell you that using the term retail was kind of confusing because it's really recreational, but the industry didn't like that term, so our legislature pulled out retail, even though it's not retail versus wholesale. So it's 15% excise tax on the first transfer, so the wholesale side, just like excise tax on alcohol. So that's 15% on that. And that's at the cultivation. Then there's a 10% special sales tax at the point of sale.
Okay.
And then the 2.9 is also at the point of sale.
And then 2.9 is your state sales tax rate?
Yes.
Okay. So then all that, when you add in, is the medical tax at the same rate as the non?
2.9% only at the state level.
Right. Is medical tax differently than the retail?
Yes, because it only has a 1 tier, the 2.9. It doesn't have the the excise or
so
the
medical is only
tax.
2.9.
Yes.
And then everything else is 2.9 plus 10 plus 15?
Well, everybody tries to make that, because if you think about it, it's 15 at that wholesale rate, and then it's 10% at the retail rate. And so chances are about a pound of marijuana is, we have an average market rate of about $1,471, but that's not what a pound of marijuana will be sold for at the point of sale. First off, nobody buys it at that level, but that would not be what that would be. It would be more than that.
Let me just make this simple. Does the 10% include the 2.9 or not?
No.
So you pay the 10% on a retail
special rate plus an additional 2.9.
Yes.
And medical only pays 2.9.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the one thing I
So-
didn't provide to you was the amount. And so for the public that doesn't have this in front of them, to date from 1/1/14, we have collected $401.9 million in taxes to date. That includes both models as well as the 3 tiers.
Right, so last year, 16-17, you're at 152.8 million.
No, 15-16 it was 141.2.
No, 16-17 was...
16-17 to date, because we're not done with 17 yet. It's 152.
Okay, all right. So that's gone up.
Yes.
All right. So, but you had a statistic earlier that said usage has not gone up. So the price go up?
Sometimes. The price goes up and down.
But you're saying that that's all a factor of price, not driven by usage. A minute ago in your testimony, you said that what you found was the people who were using it kept using, the people who didn't use it didn't.
Yes, but
so who's accounting for that increase in? I mean, you went from 88.2 to double that in 2 years.
Well, first of all, there is still a black market in Colorado, and we are obtaining more and more of those. Let me see if I can put this in a different way. What we are finding is that we are satisfying about 75% of the demand in Colorado through the regulated market. I'm going to go out on a limb and tell you that we were probably supplying and providing, satisfying less of that demand in the regulated market earlier on. If you think about it as a kind of as a Venn diagram.
So these are still people. Nice to use the word Venn diagram, which I've not heard since law school, thankfully. But so what you're saying is that these are people that are coming off the black market into the regulated market.
That's what our belief is.
And so that will continue to increase for another 25% or so?
It could be, yes.
Okay. So, and first of all, I appreciate your testimony. I appreciate the position you're put in because this is your job as a state employee, right? So you've got to regulate this. But I am very concerned, and I want to hear what your thoughts are because I'm looking at a CBS News report from last year that traffic deaths have increased 48%. 20% of all traffic deaths from marijuana related compared to only 10% 6 years prior to this. Emergency room visits are up 49%. I mean, I can go on and on, but youth rank number 1 now in marijuana use and 74% higher than national average. But I will admit that on that one, I always wonder who kids in states where it's still legal would actually admit that. So, but I have no doubt that you're number 1, but I'm not sure about the comparative. But have you looked now at a couple years out what this has done?
Yes, we have.
Because you mentioned the societal cost.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we have. And actually, as I mentioned earlier, that we have the Healthy Kids Colorado survey that we have done. And in that survey, we have surveyed over 17,000 youth. And so, and they're pretty open with us. We know how many of them have been, because it's a blind study, so we know how many of them have been using. One of the things that has gone up is that the question to is marijuana use risky, that's gone, there are less kids that believe that. However, the statistics on marijuana use for youth, so for teens, has pretty much stayed the same. And
so you were
Colorado
number 1 before?
Was already, we were already at the top. And I will tell you that the Colorado average of youth to the national average is pretty darn close.
Okay. What about the emergency room visits and the traffic deaths?
Well, the traffic deaths, that's a really interesting one because just yesterday there was another news article that said that DUIs had actually gone down in Colorado in the same time frame as from last year. You're looking at the very first quarter, 33%. So there are a lot of these kinds of stats and numbers out there, and it really kind of depends on what it is you're looking at.
Okay, so certainly you're not saying CBS is fake news.
No, I'm not. Okay. I'm just saying that the news changes. This is a very dynamic industry, and it changes all the time.
Last question, and this is what I think worries me about this whole thing. This is still illegal under federal law. And so now you've had a change in administration. I mean, how do people from a legal rationale look at this and not think that depending on who's sitting in the U.S. Attorney's office, that you couldn't charge one big conspiracy on this whole thing?
I'm not certain.
Because ultimately the states have to follow the federal law.
Yes, and we looked at that from the very beginning, regardless of which administration was in power. So we were looking at that in 2013. We got a constitutional scholar to be on our task force, and one of the things that we were discussing at that time was the fact of, should this be actually kind of like in some of the states that have liquor control, where the state controls liquor and they have state liquor stores and liquor establishments. Should that be something that should happen here in order to make sure that the state maintained all control? And what we found out then, and what we did with a lot of...
liquor's allowed under federal law.
Let me tell you. Let me just finish. What we discovered was, and what our constitutional evaluation was, is that there was a difference between facilitation and regulation. And if you regulate, that's regulating, that's not facilitation.
So that's how you get out of it. But how does the vendor get out of that?
You know, here's the thing, is that this is still illegal at the federal level. And so if an individual wants to be licensed here, I can regulate that. But it is still illegal at the federal level, and individuals who get into this industry, that is a risk that they have to take with their eyes wide open.
All right, thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. How you doing, ma'am, up here?
Thank you.
So as I'm looking through the, and I apologize, I unfortunately came at the very tail end of your presentation, so if I'm being redundant, please forgive me. So just so I understand some of the terms that are in your presentation, I see MJ, MED, MMJ, RMJ. What is, I don't know if you kind of went through all of that on the front end.
No, and my apologies. I get so used to that, and I was just listening to someone talk yesterday. It said, quit talking in acronyms. MMJ is medical marijuana.
Okay.
RMJ is recreational marijuana. MED is the Marijuana Enforcement Division that's within the Department of Revenue.
Okay, what's MMJ? I've seen
Medical
that.
marijuana.
That's medical marijuana. Recreational marijuana
Is RMJ.
RMJ, so MJ is just marijuana.
Yes.
Okay, and okay, just want to make sure I got all the terms correct. So in your presentation, you talked about the challenges. I guess it would be well, for us it's page 23, and you talk about the challenges that exist. So just curiosity, what's the gray market?
The gray market is marijuana that is cultivated legally but distributed illegally. And let me give you a couple of examples.
Okay.
Amendment 64 allowed for any individual over the age of 21 to grow 6 plants in their home, basement, garage, as long as it was kind of, contained. What can happen is this person will grow 6 plants, and they have a friend that lives with them that grows 6 plants, and there is a term called assist in the Amendment 64 as well that says you can assist someone. And so what has happened and what we are clamping down on is if more than 2 or 3 people live in one location and then they grow their 6 plants, that's way more marijuana than any 4 people or 5 people can actually consume in a year. And so rather than share it with their friends,
say, right?
They will, what?
So you say it's more than they can consume.
So I say, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So there may be a motivation to actually sell the excess, and that would put it into the gray market. It was cultivated legally, but it was distributed illegally. Now, they can give that to their friends, but they can't sell it to their friends. The other thing would be in the caregiver model, which is through Amendment 20, an individual caregiver can grow for him or herself and 5 other patients, and that's usually about 6 plants. Well, what we found was in Colorado, certain doctors were recommending, because they can't use the term prescribing, they were recommending extended plant counts, and there were large numbers of plants that were being grown for patients. same thing. There is, there's just so much that can be consumed, and so there's a motivation to sell it. So one of the things that we're doing in Colorado this year is we have a gray market bill, 2 of them actually, and so what it's doing is it's putting a bright line test of 12 plants in a location, because one of the things that's causing problems is with local law enforcement. And as I mentioned, that half of my staff is law enforcement as well. We were very cognizant of that in the state government of Colorado, and it was very difficult for local law enforcement to go out and know what was lawful and what was not lawful. And so this year what we're doing is it's gone through the state legislature, and we're hoping it'll continue to go through and ultimately get signed into law. And that is this gray market bill that will limit it to 12 plants per location, and even if they have an extended plant count for more because of a patient issue and a pain issue, they can grow those in some other commercial area. So it's not in neighborhoods. And that, we believe, is going to be allowing law enforcement to have a much more bright line process, because otherwise they're left with a lot of ambiguity.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you explaining that. In, I think, the same chart that my colleague referred to, where it kind of explains where the dollars go, what percentage is given to school funding?
Well, it's that entire 15% of the excise tax. So
in your distribution, you have the retail excise, the 15% going into 2 different buckets. That's why I'm asking how much of it is for school funding.
Well, the first 40 million annually will go into school construction.
Okay.
So new heaters, new playgrounds, new roofs, and then the balance of that will go into the public school fund.
So can you, maybe in the last year, I guess, can you give me an idea of what that number looked like?
Yes. In 15-16, that number was about 42 million, about 43 million. So 40 million went into school construction and about 3 million went into the public school fund. As you can see with the numbers for this year, it's going to be higher, and there's going to be an increase in the amount that's going to the school fund.
And if you can answer this, and this would be kind of a legislative question, I'm just curious to know, why did you take the first 40 off the top for construction and not the first 40 or 45 off the top for school funding?
In Colorado, we have something called the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which requires us to go out for a vote of the people anytime we either increase or we assess a new tax. And in this, with Amendment 64, it was written in that amendment that the first 40 million would go to school construction. So that was part of the overall structure of that amendment.
Okay. Can you explain to me what is the Marijuana Tax Cash Fund and what's that for?
Yes. The Marijuana Tax Cash Fund is where the special sales tax goes at 10%, as well as at 2.9. And where that goes is the majority of that, the 85% of the 10%, goes into the Marijuana Tax Cash Fund. 15% of it goes into that participating local jurisdiction bucket, and that gets distributed out to local jurisdictions on a pro rata basis based on the sales in their jurisdiction. The medical and the recreational 2.9 sales tax also goes into the Marijuana Tax Cash Fund.
So what's the fund for, though? I mean,
I'm sorry. The very first thing that it is used for is to fund, so for same year appropriation, we use that to fund the Marijuana Enforcement Division, the Tax Division, and other law enforcement types of things like drug recognition experts, retraining of the dogs, those kinds of things.
Okay.
Then second year appropriation, because you never know exactly what that amount is and you want to be really careful you don't over appropriate. So second year appropriation is for youth prevention and substance abuse prevention and treatment.
Okay. And going back to the challenges, so I know my colleague asked you about kind of the juxtaposition of the state and federal government. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't quite say it as eloquently as he did, but he talked about that. But I'm kind of curious about the banking aspect of it. So does that mean that the people that sell the plants or sell the stuff to consumers, that they're like stockpiling huge, like stuffed mattresses full of cash? I mean, where's the what's the banking side of this look like?
Well, in 2013, the Department of Justice came out with their call memo to us that provided the 8 enforcement priorities, and that helped regulators who do enforcement opportunity challenges and activities. In the next year, in 2014, they came out with what was called the FNN guidelines, where the financial, and can't remember what the CEN stands for, and those are to banks, and those are basically to say, know your customer, look at the SARs, because anything over $10,000, you have to, file a SARs report, those kinds of things. And so immediately we saw a real reduction in the amount of these licensees that had access to banks. Since that time, though, banks have, even though it's not legal at the federal level, even though they are under FDIC control, and some of the state-chartered credit unions are starting to bank with these individuals. And what they have done is opened up their books to them. They've allowed them to look at everything to make sure that they're compliant with state rules and state regulations. And as a result, we have some businesses that operate in still in cash. We have some businesses that have banks or provide electronic funds transfers. Some of them bring in money orders. And so there is, we call it that are not so much they're underbanked, they're not unbanked, but what they don't have are credit cards. And that's a little more difficult because if an individual goes in to purchase, they have to take cash with them.
Okay, so you've kind of figured out how to massage the banking side of this some kind of way.
Yes, and in Colorado we have managed to obtain cash in a number of areas. Gaming is a largely cash business in the industry, so we know how to do the dual controls and all that, and we just essentially created a dual control kind of money counting, cash counting room, and so we know how to manage that as well.
Okay, so relative to, and I guess this is the way I'll say it, has there been any major changes to your knowledge, and if you cannot answer, I understand, more of a legal question with regard to statutes. So did Colorado always have just criminal dealing with marijuana possession? Have they ever done like local municipal tickets to deal with possession? And how has maybe some of that changed over time, to your knowledge?
Actually, the decriminalization of possession and use of small amounts was actually accomplished years ago in many of the larger cities in Colorado. And so now if you had a larger amount, then that was still, considered trafficking and a felony, and it still is, quite honestly. And there are a lot of statutes and rules. I'm going to show you this book. This is our, this is Big Red this year. Every year we get this printed from LexisNexis, and it has all the Colorado marijuana laws, regulations, and all the amendments. And I will tell you, there is a lot. This is a very heavily regulated industry. In addition, there are a lot of the laws that they are still subject to. So if they, even though a 1 ounce or less possession is lawful for someone who's over the age of 21, giving it or selling it to someone who's under the age of 21 is a felony. And also having larger amounts is also considered a felony. So those rules are still in place and those statutes are still in place. It's just the minor possession and minor usage that is allowed for. But decriminalization of small amounts of marijuana possession and use was done a long time ago.
Okay, and then my last question relative to the thought process about supply and demand, as you have gone through this process to allow for recreational uses as well, has the cost of potato chips gone up? You don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator McConkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming out here today, and always appreciate visiting your beautiful state. I have a few questions. First of all, you had the picture in which you denoted the difference between the medical and recreational marijuana products. Why is it important to denote those differences on edibles and things like that? What are the different factors that are important to know? Do they change in? Is the product at all different between them as far as potency? Is it simply so that for enforcement purposes, you know kind of where it came from? What's the whole purpose behind that?
So, two things. From an enforcement purpose, we know exactly where everything came from if we have the label, because we have that traceability all the way back to the plant. But the reason for the difference in the two universal symbols, why one of them has an M and the other one does not, is because for recreational purposes, we have the department and the state has a great deal of authority to regulate the amount of THC that is in a serving. So that's limited to 10 milligrams of THC in every serving. However, on the medical side, a serving and the amount of THC is directed by the physician. And so one of the things that we wanted to make sure of, and a lot of this is around eliminating confusion as much as possible, was we wanted to make sure that we didn't create an environment by which someone said, okay, I have now a serving and it has this universal symbol, must only have 10 milligrams of THC, because that's not necessarily the case if they pick up something that is a medical product. It could have more than that. So we really wanted to be able to delineate those differences so people wouldn't pick up something from a medical patient and think it had only 10 milligrams of THC.
So the retail portion is standard across the board. Medical is not. You have no idea kind of what's in there unless you go to the prescription or whatever the referral is in order to identify the quantity of THC in that product.
No, the THC is, there is a potency test that is required for medical purposes as well, but it doesn't have to be 10 milligrams. So that will be on the label, what the milligrams are per serving size and per edible. But when you look at, the reason that it's stamped on there is because we wanted to make sure that marijuana products outside of the package were still identifiable as having THC in them. At that point, you don't have the label with you. You want to make sure that at least the product can be differentiated.
Okay. Is there then any sort of required education for someone who decides they want to go into a retail establishment and try the product, though you've indicated there doesn't seem to be a lot of change in this? So if I were to go in and decide to buy a product, how do I know what the effects are going to be of this? What 10 milligrams as a new person who personally have never tried marijuana? Is there anything that would educate me on what to expect from this? We have certain medications, for example, that indicate that you shouldn't drive while using this product and things like that. What types of things do you have?
There are a number of things that are required to be on the labels. And there's things like that. You should not use this if you are pregnant. You should not use this if you're nursing. You should not use this if you're driving. You shouldn't use this if you don't know what it's going to do for you. But the other thing is that we have some of the educational programs that we have in place from the Public Health Department. There's one that's called Good to Know. And one of the things it talks about is to start low and to go slow. And so there are little slogans that are supposed to be kind of catchy to help people to understand what that is. We recommend 5 milligrams, quite honestly. If you're gonna do this and you're gonna consume, start very, very low. The other thing that's out there, and it's information that many of those bud tenders that are in those stores will have information on, and that is edible marijuana has a different effect than smokable marijuana. Smokable marijuana, you can feel the effect pretty much immediately, it's my understanding, within minutes. However, edible marijuana, it can take 2 to 4 hours. It goes through a completely different system in your body. And so that's one of the difficulties, quite honestly, because if you have a cookie that's this size and it's 6 servings, someone will bite off that piece, they'll break it, they'll eat that piece, and if they don't feel anything in that time frame that they think they should, sometimes they'll eat another and another. And so that's a lot of the education that we've been putting out there has been around only eat one, wait 2 to 4 hours before you ever even think about doing anything more. So there's a lot of education out there, and we're continuing to provide much more of that as we move forward. And that's one of the things that taxation money is used for.
So this education requirement is essentially your responsibility, not the sellers.
Oh, it's both.
It's both.
It's both. And
you require that of them.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Absolutely. We also have what's called responsible vendor training as well, and these are businesses that go in, just very similar to what we do with liquor establishments, and teach them how to interact with customers. It teaches them how to make sure that the ID they're looking at is, shows that they're over 21, those kinds of things.
So in regards to safety, obviously every state has a standard in regards to how much alcohol they can have in their bloodstream. Forgive my ignorance, is there the ability of doing some sort of test of being under the influence of driving is the easiest example that we normally think of. Is there a test for that? And if so, what's the standard for that? And is that something that your police departments are capable of administering?
So right now there is it's a rebuttable presumption of 5 nanograms in the bloodstream, and that is presumed to be impaired, but and I'll explain the difference in a minute. And it's done through a blood test. It's my understanding, I've been reading about a number of jurisdictions that are looking at other things like cheek swabs and different things to see about doing that. The difficulty is around the amount of THC that's in your system versus impairment. And the reason I'm going to say that is because alcohol, it goes through, and once it flushes through your system, it's done, and you're no longer impaired. But THC is stored in the fatty tissues, and so it can stay in your system for sometimes up to 30 days. And so you might show that you have an increased amount of THC in your system, but it's no longer active in your system, and so you may not be. So there are a lot of studies that are still, I think, have to be done to really identify what that is. We had to put a stake in the ground, and our stake was 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood. And so as a result, that person will get a citation. There are also the drug recognition experts that go out, and they know exactly what to look at. I've met with them, and there are actually different things that they look at for DUID versus DUI. In addition, so they have that training. The other thing, though, is that if an individual is cited because if they don't pass the roadside sobriety, or they maybe go ahead and accept and say yes to the blood test, they can go into court, and because it's rebuttable presumption, they can go in and present evidence that rebuts that they were under the influence. That's not an easy thing to do, but it's something that the judge can take into consideration. And the reason for that was because we heard a lot of testimony that medical patients just have a higher level of THC generally in their system, but they're not impaired. And so what we're trying to do is figure out what's the right way to approach this. But we still had to it was really important that we put a line in the sand, and that line was 5 milligrams of THC, and then leave it up to that individual to be able to prove something different if that was the case.
So is it safe to say that there is essentially no scientifically accepted standard of impairment for use of marijuana as there appears to be for use of alcohol?
I would say that I would have to say yes. I agree with you, and that's one of the difficulties of this.
Okay. You indicated earlier that as a state you saw essentially no change in use. How would you measure that? If a product was illegal before, people were not openly consuming the product, how can you essentially be able to say we've had no change in use when you're measuring private illegal activity versus, whether it be private or public, legal activity now?
Two things. One, we conducted a demand study at the very beginning because we needed to understand what our production management amounts needed to be. So we know what the demand is going to be, and we had that conducted by the University of Colorado. They have a special group that does that. And so we were then able to determine exactly how much then of that demand was being satisfied in the regulated market, because we can track exactly how much is being sold in that regulated market. They have also conducted studies for us that have identified exactly what the usage is for adults And so that's how we know those numbers. And the youth usage is done through the Colorado Kids Healthy Kids Colorado Survey, and that's where, like as I mentioned earlier, about 17,000 youth in Colorado were surveyed, and they're surveyed throughout the state, and they've been surveying these kids since about 1991 on many things, and this is just one of those. And so as a result, the Public Health Department that conducts that study is very comfortable with those numbers.
But a demand study does not indicate use, correct? It indicates desirability. I would obtain this product if I could.
Not really. The demand study was really about use. If you take a look at it, it talked about it had numbers associated with individuals that had used within the last month, had used within the last 30 days, the last year, how many times a month they used. We have statistics that show that 20% of the users, of the consumers, consume about 80% of the marijuana. And so we know even what those cohorts are and how much they utilize there. It wasn't so much of a, I would do that if this were legal. It was, this is what I've been doing.
And then lastly, I want to go back to your guideposts that you posted. I think this is slide 12, where you indicated there were three main things that the task force were focused on doing: preventing distribution of marijuana to minors, preventing the involvement of criminal enterprises and gangs and cartels, and preventing the diversion of legalized marijuana to other states. Can I ask you first to comment about the minors portion? I know that you spoke a little bit about the penalties. You have in here a page on the penalties. This is on slide 39 in regards to what happens if you violate some of these as a distributor. You did indicate that passing this off to a minor or someone under 21 is still a felony. Do you have ways of being able to measure whether or not people who have going in, buying it, giving it to minors has increased, changed in any way through demand study or anything like that, to know whether you guys have been successful in this regard?
So one of the things from the regulated side, and as I mentioned, that's the part that I live in, the licensed businesses, is we track from seed to sale. So I can track and make sure that we are not selling, that those businesses are not selling to minors, and if they are, they get heavily sanctioned. Those types of things. But I will tell you, what keeps me up at night is that 22-year-old person who walks in and buys it legally and goes home and gives it to his or her 15-year-old brother or sister, or their 20-year-old friend or their 19-year-old friend. I worry about that, and that's one of the reasons that we have done a number of things, which is education, as well as the identification of marijuana that in and out of the package. The other thing is that there are huge sanctions with regard to that. That's why we're training parents what to look for and how to look for it, because that is something in a regulated market we can't prevent any more than we can prevent that 22-year-old that walks into a liquor store and buys, some fruit-flavored vodka and takes it home and shares it with his or her younger sibling. That's something where we really are trying to educate people and make sure that they understand that this, like any other either medicine or intoxicant, needs to be kept up and locked.
So is there an enforcement? You were saying your responsibility is up until sale. Is there any entity that it's kind of their responsibility of doing what they can beyond that point? I know you said you're working on education. Is it a function of social services or anything like that that is looking at trying to get more directly involved in this particular question?
We work with our local law enforcement a lot on this subject because it is something that is kind of a shared responsibility between local law enforcement, local jurisdictions, as well as state. Just because my department doesn't look at it beyond sale does not mean that the state doesn't look at that as a very, very huge responsibility. So as a state, I know the Public Health Department is looking at this. I know that others are really looking at what we can do from an education perspective as well as a sanction perspective. Because, as I mentioned, what we do is we make sure that there are, poison control guidelines around resealability of packaging, that it's not. The other thing we've done also is there are lots of rules and requirements around making sure that they are not, what's the word I'm looking for, attractive to children as well, so that you don't have, the lollipops or the gummy bears or any of those anymore. An edible product has to be something that is not just sprayed on a product that they've already purchased from somewhere else. It can't be pre-manufactured. They have to make it from scratch. So if it's a chocolate, then they have to make that from scratch. It has to have the symbol on it. So we're doing as much as we possibly can, knowing that this is, something that everyone needs to help take responsibility for. That's why we're trying to educate parents and giving them the tools. We're giving them things that, educational materials that say how to talk to your kids about marijuana. And so those are the kinds of things that we can do and that we have been doing. So yes, we do the best that we can.
And at the bottom of that slide, in regards to, I haven't heard you comment in any regard in as far as trying to prevent diversion into other states. Can you just comment on that briefly in regards to what you have doing, since it was one of the primary guideposts when the task force started?
Well, one of the things that we do is we make sure that every store that sells marijuana has to have posters that talk about the fact that you cannot take this out of the state. And
so you can sell it to non-citizens?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We can sell it. We could, because of the way the amendment was written, it did not allow us to only to limit it just to Colorado residents. So people can come in from out of state and consume and purchase and consume. So there are several things. One, like I said, there are big posters in all of the stores, and if there aren't, I want to know about that, that talk about the fact that they cannot take it out. The bud tenders, when they see their license and the license shows an out-of-state address, will also talk about that to them. The Good to Know program also tells them that too, and those are PSAs that are on radio stations and TVs and things like that as well. We've, in addition, at some of the airports, they have boxes where you can get rid of it before you leave and get on an airplane. And so there are things like that. In addition, the fact that these are, like I said, they're heavily labeled. They're very, you can tell whether it's come from either the black market or the gray market going out of state, or if it is something that's actually come from a licensee. One of the things that we do is, because of the video surveillance, we can tell who it is that purchased any product at any time, because those videos are required to be held for 40 days. And so this, I will not tell you it's 100%. It is something that we continue to work on, and that's why gray market was one of my challenges, and it remains one of my challenges, and we continue to work on that.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Ryder.
Director, is it Brohl?
Brohl.
Brohl. Welcome.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. I want to start with the issue of the finances and federal banking regulations. I've actually skimmed the memo from the Department of Treasury, and it's written like only the federal government could write something, of course. So I want, and obviously you're much more familiar with it than am I. I would like you to explain to me and the rest of the committee how the few banks and credit unions, the financial institutions that are working with these marijuana-related businesses are doing so and staying in compliance with federal law.
You're asking me a question about whether another entity, what their views are and what their actions are in order to stay in compliance with federal law. I can't tell you specifically what they're doing because I really don't know. I don't regulate the banks, and so I don't have that insight necessarily. But it is my understanding in talking with, and some of my licensees as well as some of the banks that have come to talk to us, is that what they are doing is that they were not told that you cannot have a business relationship with a licensee, but that you must know that they are complying with all state laws and regulations. That's a pretty high burden. And so one of the ways that my understanding is that they're doing that is that the licensees are extracting certain reports from the metric system. They're opening up all of their books and records to them. They're looking to see exactly how much is being sold. They're looking to see exactly how much money is coming in and out, and so that all of the money that is attributed to all of the sales, because they can get that from the metric system, from the licensee, not from us, but from the licensee, so they know exactly how much they've sold and what those amounts were, and they can go back and figure out, are they then putting that, depositing that much money into their account, or are they depositing less than that, or are they depositing more than that? So it's that sort of thing that it's my understanding is the way that they're doing that, and so and that's how they're able to deduce that these individuals are actually in compliance with state law.
Wouldn't all those things be something a bank would require normally if you wanted a startup loan? You're going to have to show them your plan. Here's how much we're going to sell. Here, I mean, isn't that?
I would assume that.
That's fair. You mentioned that one of the things that they've been told is that they've got to make sure that the banks, are complying with all state laws, which would also be something that you would expect you didn't say that.
The banks have to know that that the people who are that their customers who are the licensees,
their customers are following the law.
Following state laws.
Got it. Okay. If you can give me a ballpark, what percentage of your licensees have a relationship with a financial institution where they can put their money as opposed to keeping it under the seat cushions or whatever else they would do with it to stockpile the cash?
I'm going to be reluctant to answer that question, and the reason is because it's a public safety question to me. The amount of cash is something that I take very seriously. I do have security at that location and the locations where I accept that, and the businesses themselves come in with security. It's one of the other businesses that's popped up around this industry has been additional security. If no disrespect, but I really am uncomfortable talking about that.
Okay, I want to be clear, and I completely agree with you. It is a huge public safety issue. But let's talk about that a little bit later. So you're saying that your division doesn't track the percentage of your licensees that have relationships with financial institutions, or you know that and you don't want to disclose it?
What I'm saying is that I know how much cash comes in, and that you could go back and extrapolate that. So if I could, if I told you 5% had a relationship with the bank, then you could go back and figure out exactly how much that 5% could be, and know exactly how much cash I was getting, what the 95% was. That's why I'm reluctant to talk about that.
I completely understand. Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask you another question along these lines. Does your division, are you aware of the suspicious activity reports that under our federal law? Do you know? Can you tell me whether or not there has been an increase in the filings of those reports since this industry went active, or how many are related simply to this industry?
I don't have the answer to that question.
Is this I don't know, or is this I can't tell you?
This is I don't know.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Okay. You said Colorado limits production but not in the aggregate. It does. Tell me how it does that.
So each cultivator has to have a license, and when they apply for a license, they apply for a certain plant amount. And so, as I mentioned, the demand study, I know exactly how much demand we need to have, how much we need to satisfy in the state. The other thing that we do is we look to see about whether they're able to sell what they have. So they start off with a certain number of plants, a certain plant count, a tier 1, for example, and then go up to tier 1, 2, 3, 4, et cetera. And so in order to go up to a second tier, to the next tier, they have to demonstrate through facts and data and through the metric system that they are able to sell a large percentage of the marijuana that they cultivate in the last 3 to 6, 9, 12 months. So I look across the last year. And only if they're able to sell like 75 to 80% of that are they allowed to go up one tier. When they've gone up one tier, or regardless of what tier they're in, if they are unable to sell, because I keep track of that, not just me, all those police officers that work for me, if they're unable to sell the majority of their marijuana in each cycle, then I can pull them back down to a lower tier. And that's how we manage it, is that based on not only the overall demand, but also what in the aggregate, but also on the individual basis, whether or not they're able to sell the amount that they're cultivating. And the reason that we want to make sure of that is for a couple reasons. Number one, we want to make sure that they're not stockpiling and then flushing the system, because that will create two things. One, a drop in price, which means there's a ton of it out there, and we don't want that. We want it to be a very controlled introduction of marijuana into the marketplace. And so we keep really close track of how much each licensee, each cultivation is allowed to sell, how much they're allowed to cultivate, and how much they're actually selling.
You mentioned, you said 70 to 80%, and then you said majority.
It's 70 to 80%.
Okay, 70.
Yes.
Well, is it 7? I mean, how do you? I mean, there's a lot of flexibility there. Tell me how you decide
I'd have to look at my rules because I don't have them all memorized. Remember, this is a really big book, but it's a very large amount that they have to be able to know.
Okay, and the cycle is 3 years?
It goes back the last year.
So it's 12-month cycle.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You said that one of the determinants in deciding how much more, or if a cultivator can be a larger producer, is based on the demand. Tell me how you're measuring that demand.
Well, one of the things is I know overall, from a state perspective, what that demand is to be. So I know overall through the metric system how much is being satisfied within the regulated industry and the regulated market. So that's on an aggregate basis. On an individual basis, I know exactly how much each one of them is selling, and I can map that back to what that overall aggregate is to make sure that they're not selling more than that, and to make sure that that each one is being able to sell what they're cultivating.
Okay, how do you measure, let's back up then. Tell me how you measure the demand on a statewide basis. How do you know that?
We had the University of Colorado conduct a demand study for us. They used a lot of information from the RAND Corporation, from a number of places. They did surveys. The demand study itself, I didn't bring a copy with me, will talk about the methodology in which they were able to determine what that demand would be.
Can you just give us the name of the website where you can find all those studies?
Yes,
I know
and it's at the very last page of your presentation, and it says, please visit the DOR/MED website at, and that's that very first one. So, and that's where those reports will be, and as I mentioned, we wanted to be very transparent, so every report that we have is out there.
Okay, now going back to the individual cultivator, you said to make sure they're not, I mean, how do you measure the demand for an individual cultivator?
I don't measure the demand for an individual cultivator per se. What I want to make sure of is that they are only producing no more than the number of plants that they are legally licensed to produce.
Right, but I thought you made this decision on whether or not they can go to a tier 2 based on the demand for what they're selling.
So the way that we do that is if they're able to sell, and remember, I don't know whether it's 70 or 80, that 70 to 80% of their cultivated plants, if they're able to sell those on a consistent basis, and they want to move up to another tier, then they can move up to that other tier.
Okay, so the demand the measure of demand statewide is different than what you're using for the individual
Right.
cultivators. Okay. All right. Thank you. You've referred, I want to make sure I understand. The gray market is people who purchase legally and sell illegally?
Cultivate legally, distribute illegally.
Right. Okay. As opposed to the black market, which is just
All.
illegal across the board.
Mhm.
Okay. What is the price, including the taxes, for marijuana in the legal market in Colorado?
You know, that's going to be based on each individual store because they can all do something different. And so I don't know what all of the prices are.
Okay, can you give me ballpark? I mean, because, and the reason I'm asking is because the higher the price, the more likely you're going to have both a gray and a black market. You would agree with that, correct?
I think that is one factor to consider.
Okay, but if prices were, let's $25, the gray, there's going to be a certain line there. Understanding there are other factors, but if that price is $50, that's going to drive more participation in the gray and black market. I mean, that's just as a general economic rule. You would agree with that, right?
Well, for purposes of this discussion, yes.
Okay.
I mean, because what I will say is that there's also a value that people place on being able to buy it in a safe manner, to be able to buy it in a location that has some security, where there are lights and it's not in the back alley. There's a value that people have placed on buying marijuana that has been tested, so they know that it's safe, and that they know that if they are found to be in possession of it, that it will be lawful, because it's still illegal to buy it in the back alley. And so as a result, there's a value associated with that it's not, so I'm saying that that's one factor.
Have you, how many instances have you encountered of cultivators producing, and let's say in a given cycle, they produce and sell 75%, and then the other 25% they're selling on the black market? How do you prevent that?
Because I track every single plant that goes through their system. And so when I come in and I do a compliance check, I know whether there are 25% of those plants missing. And I can look to see the data, and I evaluate data on a continuous basis. In addition, when they transport from a cultivation to a store, for example, both of them have to input the data into the metric system, and if there is any anomaly, my folks get an alert, and they go out and they do a check and a compliance check. The other thing is that is considered a public safety violation, and I have in the past, and I will continue to do so in the future. That could cause me to issue an order of summary suspension, which means that they shut them down immediately, and they no longer can operate at that point pending an order to show cause, which goes before a hearings division that's within my department, and they then go through that hearing and determine whether or not their license is subject to revocation, whether they can have that fine up to $100,000, those kinds of things. Those are pretty severe sanctions. In addition, there are criminal activities, criminal sanctions that take place, and the individuals who work for me have both administrative and criminal sanction authority.
Based on your experience thus far, most of the licensed business entities were not able to borrow from a bank or a credit union to start their entity. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
Typically, where did their cash come from?
I will tell you, a lot of them tapped out their 401ks. A lot of them cashed out any pension plans. They have tapped out their parents, their siblings. These are large family-owned businesses. They've saved for a long time. They've worked a second job. I mean, there are a lot of places where they get that money. One of the things that we do before they're licensed is they have to go through a financial background check. And so my enforcement division also manages gaming, and so this is another thing that we do in that gaming division as well, which is follow that money. And they go all over, and they're pretty much, they're financial forensic experts, and they look to see where the money is coming from. And so that was one of the best practices that we employed in the Marijuana Enforcement Division, was to pull some of those things out of the gaming division. And so they do that financial background check as well and determine where that money came from, and they follow it.
Senator, if you could please wrap up your question. We have two more people seeking a chance to ask, and we have a witness waiting on Skype.
Sure. You talked about, we've talked about other industries, and well, let me back up for a second. You've talked, and try to wrap this up into a couple of questions. The people, you said roughly, you believe it's your position that roughly the same number of people are using marijuana now as we're using before legalization. Is that an accurate statement of your position?
The studies that the state of Colorado has conducted indicate that, yes.
And you have faith in those studies?
I have faith in those studies.
All right. What about, now that's people in Colorado. What about the out-of-state traffic into Colorado? And the reason I ask that is because my industrious young staff here earlier in the hearing found a website, www.coloradocannabistours.com. And what it is it's a business that says that if you pay $99, I think the price has been marked down from $120 to $99, that we'll take you on a day-long tour of cultivation centers and places where you can smoke your marijuana and whatnot, places where you can legally do it. My question is, because you're a licensing authority, is in a situation like that, we have a touring company. Are you licensing them?
No.
Okay. You're familiar with these companies?
Yes.
Okay. Is there, other than the cultivation centers, are you licensing anyone that's affiliated with these tours?
No.
Okay. I want to, last area of questioning has to do with unintended consequences. Every time, but not just a person, but particularly a government, does A, you hope for B, but sometimes you get a little C. And a C, a lot of what C is can be controlled through smart planning, good regulation, and sometimes it can't be. And the reason that I want to ask you about your experience, and I understand I know that you're aware of this. I don't know whether it falls within the scope of your duties or not, and if you don't want to answer it, that's fine. But I have a story from summer of last year with regards to the homeless population in Denver, and what it talks about.
All right, folks, you are taking a live look right now at beautiful New York City, and just 60 seconds away from Mary Kate joining me up here. We got a story for you, and we're going to discuss it coming up next. I know we teased it yesterday, but it's happening tonight. All right, everybody. Good evening. I'm joined here by Mary Kate.
Hi, thanks for having me.
And, of course, Mike Pace right here. And you know what, Mary Kate? We haven't done this in a while.
I know. You know what? It feels good to have the crew back together
Yes.
discussing the biggest stories in the news right now.
It really is, really is. You know, sometimes we want to do these talks, and then we don't get to because there's breaking news, there's a fire somewhere, there might be a police chase. It could be anything.
We cover so much that we don't always get to do these chats.
Yeah.
But you wanted it, and we're giving it to you guys.
And I know I teased it yesterday, but don't worry because we're doing it right now. And like you were saying, don't we look very patriotic?
Patriotic.
We should do this for July 4th as well.
I know this, and with the colors in the background, you guys, this wasn't planned.
No.
This is just how we are up here.
This is how we kind of knew. Okay, if she's gonna wear the red, I'm gonna wear the blue, and we don't even have to talk about it.
Yeah, we just know.
It just happens.
Yeah, co-host life.
Okay, but this evening we have a talker for you.
Oh my gosh,
because
this is a talker.
If it happened to you, I want to know, what would you do? So here's the situation that has a lot of people talking. This happened in Ohio too. This is
where I'm from.
Yeah, this is your neck of the woods.
This is crazy.
All right, so this is what happened. An Ohio man was traveling with his family, and they were going to the park. And on the way to the park, he sees on the side of the road a backpack of some sorts. So he thinks that it's probably maybe a laptop.
Okay.
He pulls over, looks in, and finds $14,000 in cash. All $100 bills.
Wow.
And he's with his family, and he wanted to set a good example. So what's he do? He calls it in.
He calls in $14,000.
Wow. So the police come, long story short, the police come, they file out a report, and they find the guy who dropped it. And what it turns out was this guy was going to the car dealership. He was going to buy a car, puts the money on top of his car and drives off. And he gets to the car dealership with no money. But anyway, that's a whole different.
Other thing
we're not going there with that.
Let's not even.
But I'm thinking, okay, Mary Kay, let's open it up. If you found $14,000, would you have that easily said, no, I'm just going to part ways with it? I don't even want to go there.
I mean, did he really just do it because his son was watching and he was trying to teach his son a lesson? Meaning, if his son wasn't there, he would keep the money?
I don't know. That's another good thing. If he was alone, would he have kept it? And now he was probably trying to be, father of the year here.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, geez, would I do it? I don't know. I would be afraid I'd get in trouble. That's a big amount of money.
You think he might have been scared too? Like maybe this could have been a drug thing. He was maybe really scared.
Yeah, that's what I would think. What is this just left here on the ground? Obviously, I would think someone else was on their way to pick it up. I don't know. I think I would get a little freaked out. I would think, is this a joke? I would look around to see if anyone's taking my picture.
Yeah.
Is this a joke? Who forgets $14,000?
Now, yeah, that's true. And we haven't. Hopefully we hear an update maybe in the coming days. Hopefully this guy got some kind of reward from the guy who lost the money in the first place. Hopefully he peeled back and just gave the family maybe $1,000.
Oh my! I really hope so, because if you just say, "Hey, thanks," it's like, well, son, that teaches you a lesson. You always turn the money in.
I bet the little kids would be like, "I'm never doing that,
yeah,
Daddy."
Okay, I gotta ask you, what would you do?
Well, here's the thing. I think it would be very hard to call it in so fast. I think what I would do is take it home and think about all the things that you could do with it. I mean, think about it. For a family, they probably have a lot of bills. You don't know. Maybe they have bills.
Yeah.
Maybe they have medical bills. You don't know the situation. But you know what? I can say, okay, so this guy probably get Father of the Year nomination. At least a nomination. And you know what? I believe in karma. I think it's all going to come back in some way for him. Maybe, you know what? Maybe he's going to get a job promotion. And he'll get that $14,000 back in another way.
I definitely believe in karma, but could you imagine if he turned it in and it just belonged to some criminal, and then it's like, and then they just probably take it into whatever they do with when they find money, I'm glad it turned out that it was a guy who actually needed money to buy a car.
Yes.
Not just, this is going to belong
drug
to the
deal
police
gone
station
wrong.
now,
Drug deal gone wrong or something.
Yeah, I would think. I believe in karma for sure. I think I would turn it in.
It would be hard. It'd be hard. It would be hard because think about this. You got $14,000 and it's in cash. So that's really like, you got to figure, that's pretty much like $25,000.
Yeah.
Because it's cold hard cash. And it was all $100 bills.
Yeah, okay. I would take
That's
the
like a
money
stack
out.
like
That
Probably
is
like
insane.
a stack like that.
My heart would stop first and think, oh my God, whose money is this?
Yeah.
And then I would take a bunch of selfies with it so people think I'm, high rolling, and then I turn it in,
I wonder what the wife.
Just hanging
I
out.
wonder what the wife might have been saying in the car, like, "What are you doing?" I wonder if it was like one of those, like a little back and forth, maybe, and then the father was like, "No, I actually want to be Father of the Year nominee."
Yeah. No, just keep it. We've got college to
Yeah.
think about. We've got this and that.
So
I don't know.
I mean, think about that. It's a nice vacation for a family of 4.
But, okay.
You could go to Disney World with that and really ball out.
What, 14,000?
Oh, yeah.
You could get the suite in the castle. You
Yeah.
could get the whole thing.
Yeah, you could do everything.
Yeah. But can you get in trouble for taking money like that off the sidewalk and just taking it home?
You know what? Here's the thing. If there's nobody around, you found it.
But then
You found it.
Do you
You're
go
not
to-
supposed to do investigative work on your own to try to figure it out.
do you go to the bank and put it in your savings, or do you just keep it in a box under the bed or something? Like, what do you do?
I don't know. I'd slowly deposit it. I wouldn't put it all one day.
See,
You like-
you're smart. I'd be like going to the bank, like, I've got some money to put away. It would be like, this is a little
Yeah,
alarming.
this is a little because you usually only deposit about maybe 1,500.
Yeah, it's like, are you sure that? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that would be the first thing that would come to my mind is, could I get in trouble? Because you really don't know who the money belongs to.
Yeah.
You know?
You would be paranoid too. Like, what happens if someone's following you and now they know where you live and are they going to come at you now?
I feel guilty even picking up $20 off the road. I end up always giving it to a friend or something. For some reason, I just feel weird about
Yeah.
it. Because I almost feel like I'm stealing even though I'm not, because it's on the ground.
Yeah, that's true. I give
Don't
you that.
you
I give you
think?
that. I give you that.
Go to the homeless and just start giving it away.
Yeah.
What a crazy story, though. I mean, I'm surprised that this, didn't blow up more just because it's $14,000.
And he thought it was a laptop to begin with, and then he looks in. Oh my gosh, honey,
Because it was
honey,
probably-
I got 14,000 here, and I'm gonna call it in immediately. And she was like, "Oh, you want to do that immediately?
now?
Why
Yeah.
don't you peel back a couple thousand so we could go on vacay or something?"
But why was this guy going to a car dealership with a backpack?
Well, he's probably wanted to buy a car.
Is that what you do? You just bring
I wouldn't bring cash in. I would write a check.
But I'm surprised that I guess he must do that a lot, because how could
Yeah.
you forget that much cash? You said he left it on top of his car and then just drove away and didn't think? I would be like, oh my
Folks-
gosh, I would be having it around.
Yeah.
You know?
You know what this sort of reminded me of, and it brought back some nice memories. When I read this, I thought about, remember the movie Blank Check? Do you remember it?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a great movie.
Is that what it reminded you of?
A little bit, because it's different circumstances and everything, but what a
Yeah.
great movie that was.
That is.
I'm going to watch it, I think, tonight.
Does that get you in the mood to watch this kind of movie?
Yeah, I guess.
No, I think you're right, though. Karma. It's all about karma, and I think that...
He'll get it back.
And, maybe this was a family that didn't need the money. Maybe this was
Oh.
already a really wealthy family.
Yeah, they're like, oh,
That's
honey.
like $5 to them.
Honey, I can't even.
Oh,
this is
well.
just too much for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm out of tissues. Maybe I'll use the $100 bill.
Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know. Or it's just funny. Maybe they already had money and it wasn't a big deal to them.
That's true.
Yeah.
And you know what? Karma's going to be beautiful for them, and hopefully the guy finally got the car. I just hope this guy bought a car finally.
His name is Jake Bowers. Jake
Bowers,
We're sending
great
good
job.
karma your way.
Yeah, Jake, you're a Father of the Year nominee right now, and it's only, April
when's Father's
here.
Day?
June. So hopefully he gets a nice Father's Day gift from this guy.
Yeah, hint, give him some money.
Yeah, peel back a couple of how much? I'd peel back 1,000.
Yeah, I think I would.
Yeah, because you got to figure that guy probably felt, oh no, I lost it. I'm never getting this back.
Oh my gosh. If I lost $14,000, I would just...
You know what? There are good people, though, in this world. I've lost my wallet 3 times in my life.
Yeah.
And I've always gotten my wallet back.
Really?
With money in it.
People call you, or just like an Uber driver's...
Yeah, Uber driver happened to me once. One time I even got I lost in Vegas my wallet, and I got it mailed back to me by the taxi company.
Wow, you're kidding.
Yeah, that was nice. And think about it. I had the worst vacation in Vegas because I lost my wallet the first night.
Yeah.
So I didn't have any access to my debit or credit cards. I didn't have it. I didn't have any cash on me. It was the worst vacation ever.
That sounds
And then I had to
awful.
board the plane without an ID. That was very hard.
How did you get by?
Well, there are ways now that you can do it, and
Well, they recognize you from the show,
oh,
clearly.
say news now, everybody. Thank you. How about that?
They said, Mike, come on. We
Yeah,
see you
please,
all the time on
just
News
get
Now.
in here.
I'm so glad you had me come up here for this show because this is in Ohio, man. I'm from Ohio,
Yeah,
so
see?
I like this story.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, this
See,
was good.
Good people come from Ohio.
It's a feel-good story.
There we go. So hopefully you guys found that a little bit inspirational. Next time you might find a wallet, maybe you'll find $14,000 in a bag that you might think's a laptop, and you know what to do with it. Call the cops, and it'll come back to you some way, right?
Absolutely.
All right, everybody. Have a great evening. We'll be back for some more inspirational stories. All right, there, folks. So we have to put in that temporary channel says, we were going to do that for a video. He knows it.
Yeah, we're clipping it. We had to pause a little bit there at the end because we're going to clip it and put it on
Beautiful, guys.
our YouTube channel.
All right, well, Mary Kate's coming up next. She's going to be with you for the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Yeah, no
You're the
problem, guys.
best.
And look at this. Beautiful New York City one more time, everyone.
All right, everybody. Well, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. Let me pull this up for you guys to get you all caught up in the world of entertainment tonight. Let me create this lower third really quickly here so you guys know what we are discussing. Perfect. And then let me get this up as well for you guys. All right, so I've got some videos here I want to take you guys to. All right. All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, getting you guys caught up on everything in entertainment tonight. Julia Roberts is more than just a pretty woman. She's the world's most beautiful. People magazine has given her the title for a record 5th time. The 49-year-old actress has previously claimed the title for a record 5th time. She claimed the cover spot in 2010, 2005, 2000, and 1991. Roberts says she is very flattered by the experience. People's 28th annual World's Most Beautiful double issue will be released on Friday. And from pop singer to well-known designer, Victoria Beckham was named Officer of the Order of the British Empire. The award was presented to her by Prince William today at Buckingham Palace. Her husband, retired soccer player David Beckham, and her mother accompanied her to the event. The former Spice Girl said she was proud to be British. And a woman has been arrested for breaking into Drake's Southern California home and drinking the rapper's water and soda. The LA County Sheriff's Department says they found the 24-year-old woman locked inside a room in the home, just surrounded by open soda cans and water bottles. There's no evidence she took anything else, and she's being held on a $100,000 bail and is expected in court today. And from battling a fraternity in the movie Neighbors to actually joining one himself, Seth Rogen became an honorary member in the Pi Kappa Alpha chapter at the University of Vermont. He went to visit the fraternity last Monday after they raised $32,000 for his charity, which helps fund Alzheimer's research. The actor tweeted that he's proud to be a Pike, and a video shows him sharing drinks with members in the fraternity. Just keeping you guys updated on all entertainment news here. Moving on to the next top story for you here in the show, everybody. I thought those stories were sort of interesting, so I wanted to bring that up for you here. Let me change the lower third now so you know we are, in fact, streaming live here. Thanks for joining me tonight. And then I think I want to take you to... I'm going to change that title in there as well. I want to take you guys to one more segment here. Let me pull this up. Okay, I've got this. Pull this up here. Let me get this down. Just putting this together for you guys here. Appreciate your patience. Okay, so I've got... I don't know if I still have the lower third made here. No. So I'll pull this up. Okay. Perfect. Got that lower third made. We are talking tech. Let me get some video up here for you guys too. Okay, perfect. So we've got that. And then I will pull this up. Let me just get this in the right spot here before we start this segment. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for joining me tonight on Fox News Now. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and we are discussing tech and gaming news tonight. Let me pull up some video for you guys here. Video games could one day be part of the Olympics. I'm not kidding, you guys. The Olympic Council of Asia announced Monday it will embrace the electronic sports video game phenomenon by adding esports as a medal event in the 2022 Asian Games. The Asian Games are second only to the Olympics in terms of number of competitors, with over 10,000 participants. The Olympic Council of Asia will debut esports as a demonstration event at the 2018 Asian Games in Indonesia. Pretty exciting stuff. And next in gaming news, DARPA, otherwise known as the U.S. Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, will be using computer games that could be used to train future military strategists. The U.S. agency hopes to use video games as a way to improve human strategies in warfare. DARPA also says that they hope it will improve the on-the-fly human decision-making skills to ensure success in the field. As the next step, DARPA is now asking members of the commercial video game industry to come forward with ideas that can bring all of these components together. Pretty cool stuff. Just wanted to keep you guys updated on that story as well. We just covered entertainment. We covered some tech. So now let's take you to, I think we've got a chopper heading somewhere. Let me write back to my producer here. Looks like our chopper is looking for a car that Phoenix Police has been following. So let me make sure that chopper is plugged in here and ready to go. Yeah, so we've got it all plugged in. So hopefully we'll get that soon. And then I want to pull up for you guys in the meantime. Yeah, I agree, Temporary Channel. I do like tech, Pete. Thanks for asking. Appreciate you guys chatting with me tonight. Love it when I can kind of add your commentary in the show as well. Okay, last night we did have Mike Pence, who was in, okay, let's see if I've got it here still. Yeah, he was in Japan speaking, and we didn't get a chance to play it for you guys, so I'm going to take you there, and let's see what he had to say. Here we go.
Lieutenant General Martinez, Major General Charoti, Vice Admiral Aucoin, Vice Admiral Domon, Rear Admiral Williams, Rear Admiral Carter, Rear Admiral Inoue, Rear Admiral Shima, Captain Donnelly, Charge Highland, Ambassador Sasai, Director General Mori, members of the United States Forces of Japan, the Japan Self-Defense Forces, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to join you here today on America's flagship, the USS Ronald Reagan, where every day all of you prove it can be done. Now, you all look sharp out there, but at ease. It's so good to be with you today. I bring greetings from the President of the United States of America, your Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump. You know, I spoke to the President this morning just before I boarded the ship. He said to tell you that he's proud of you. And he said to me, I wish I could be where you are. And I know he meant it from the bottom of his heart. You know, the President sent me here today to thank you. to thank you for your service, all of you, American and Japanese who have stood up, who stepped forward to protect our countries, our values, and our very way of life. You are the sons and daughters of freedom, willing to defend it with your life, so that your families, your fellow countrymen, and future generations may continue to call themselves free. Give yourselves a round of applause. All of America is proud of you. You know, the good book tells us if you owe debts, pay debts. If honor, then honor. If respect, then respect. I stand before you today on behalf of your Commander-in-Chief to pay a debt of gratitude to each of you and to express the well-deserved respect of the President of the United States and the American people for all of you who wear the uniform of this country. Our prayers for you, for your families, for your safety rise every day into the heart of heaven. In a word, you are the best of us, heroes all, and you are here, the Americans among you, so far away from home, because the United States of America and Japan are bound by history, a time-honored treaty, and the abiding oath of friendship. The United States-Japan alliance is the cornerstone of peace, prosperity, and freedom in the Asia-Pacific. And let me be clear, under President Donald Trump, the United States stands unwavering in our alliance and unyielding in our resolve to defend all that we have built together over these generations. Our bond with Japan is strong and growing stronger by the day. In February, only weeks after he took his oath of office, President Trump
Okay, you guys, we'll take you back to that in just a few seconds, but we want to alert you to some breaking news right now. This is happening here locally. Let me update that lower third for you. Here's what we know right now. DPS investigating a stolen vehicle. There was a pursuit. The vehicle stopped near 19th Avenue and Morningside. Skyfox is up in the air right now looking for that car that Phoenix police have been following. So we do know that the vehicle stopped near 19th Avenue and Morningside. I'm going to update this lower third for you here as police are still on the scene right now. You're watching live from the Fox News Now stream. Okay, everybody, I'll be sure to keep you updated on any new information that we get about that story. In the meantime, let's take you back to Mike Pence, who was speaking in Japan yesterday. Let's see what he has to say. Here we go.
Words. There's strong determination to further strengthen the U.S.-Japan alliance. You here, on the deck of this great ship, are the physical manifestation of that alliance. And I have to tell you, it is deeply inspiring to stand before you today and see what I see gathered here on this deck. Every American would be inspired and proud if they had this view, and I know I am. Now, as the President and the Prime Minister made clear, the United States will strengthen its presence in the Asia-Pacific. Japan will assume a larger role and responsibility in our alliance in the years ahead. And both of our nations will continue to expand our cooperation for our common defense. Under President Trump, the United States' commitment to Article 5 of our security treaty is unwavering. And our treaty covers all of the territories administered by Japan, including that today I deliver this message aboard this great ship, a majestic ship, the USS Ronald Reagan, here at Yokosuka Naval Base. Her steel deck literally signifies the ironclad alliance our country enjoys with Japan and our enduring commitment to the Asia-Pacific. You know, we're standing on a ship named after my second favorite president. Our 40th president, Ronald Reagan, was a great president who powerfully reminded us that peace only comes through strength. You are that strength. Today, over 50,000 U.S. troops and a further 50,000 civilians and family members are stationed here in Japan. And the United States will continue to deploy more of our most advanced military assets to the region in the years ahead. Beyond this noble ship and the carrier strike group that it leads, by the year 2020, this ocean will boast 60% of our Navy's fleet. And the skies above already have F-35 Joint Strike Fighters flying for freedom. And you can rest assured, the full range of the United States military capability is dedicated to the protection of Japan. Japan, you are our friend. You are our ally. And on that foundation, we will face the future together. Under President Donald Trump, the United States, once again, will stand with our allies and stand up to our enemies. And I can assure you, President Trump will unfailingly support the brave men and women in uniform who defend our freedom every single day. You know, we're the proud parents of a United States Marine stationed as we speak at a naval air station in the south of the United States. And I have to tell you, as the parent of someone in the service, it's the greatest privilege of my life to serve as vice president to a president who is so dedicated to the men and women of our armed forces, their families, and our veterans. I can tell you from my heart, President Donald Trump will be the best friend America's armed forces will ever have. The President and I will honor your commitment and secure America's safety through historic investments in our national defense. Just as President Ronald Reagan restored the armed forces in his day, so too President Donald Trump will make the strongest fighting force in the world even stronger still. Just look at what President Trump has already accomplished. In his first 100 days, President Trump has taken decisive action to end the era of budget cuts for America's military. President Trump has submitted a budget which will rebuild our military and restore the arsenal of democracy, with the largest increase in defense spending since the days of the namesake of this ship sat in the Oval Office. And in just the past 2 weeks, the world witnessed the strength and resolve of our new president in the decisive action that he took in Syria and Afghanistan. The enemies of our freedom and this alliance would do well not to test the resolve of this president or the capabilities of the armed forces of the United States of America and our allies. Make no mistake, under President Donald Trump, the United States will be strong, stronger than ever before. For as history attests, when America is strong, the world is safe. A strong America, militarily, economically, and diplomatically, is vitally important to this region and all who call it home. It was through the bravery of our service members and the spirit of our people that America established a foundation of peace and freedom that endures in the Asia-Pacific to this very day. And under President Trump, the United States will continue to defend prosperity and ensure security on these seas and between our lands. Today, as in ages past, American leadership lights the way. The United States stands with all our allies and our partners in the region to keep the peace, enrich our people, and advance the common good. Together, we will defend the rules-based order upon which the region's progress, past and future, depends. We will protect the freedom of navigation and overflight and other lawful uses of the sea in the South China Sea and elsewhere, and we will ensure the unimpeded flow of lawful commerce on the 7 seas. We will uphold international rules and norms, promote peaceful diplomatic dialogue to address issues of regional and international concern. And we will defend human rights because the dignity and worth of every person is an eternal value of the United States of America. Under President Trump, the United States will faithfully defend all that we hold dear, for we know that if we falter, the light of truth and freedom in the world could swiftly be extinguished. We gather here today on this deck and in this place as storm clouds gather on the horizon. On Monday, I traveled to the front lines of freedom, where the vibrancy of a free South Korea meets directly the repression of North Korea. At the demilitarization zone, I met with the brave men and women who watch over that land day and night. They know what you who stand in the gap in this region already know. North Korea is the most dangerous and urgent threat to the peace and security of the Asian Pacific. For more than a generation, North Korea's leaders have sought to develop nuclear weapons and the ballistic missiles on which to deliver them. They have impoverished their people and embittered the region in their pursuit of this dangerous goal. For more than 2 decades, from the agreed framework of 1994, the 6-party talks in the year 2003 to 9, to the strategic patience of the recent past, the United States and our allies have worked tirelessly to peacefully dismantle North Korea's nuclear program and alleviate the suffering of its people. But at every step of the way, North Korea answered with our overtures, with willful deception, with broken promises, and nuclear and missile tests, including a failed missile test they attempted just this past Sunday. As President Trump has made clear to the world, the era of strategic patience is over. At the President's direction, the policy of the United States will be to continue to work diligently with Japan, our allies across the region, China, and the wider world to bring economic and diplomatic pressure to bear on the regime in North Korea. And we will do so until they abandon their nuclear and ballistic missile programs. But as all of you know, readiness is the key. And you, the instruments of American policy, should know. All options are on the table. History will attest, the soldier does not bear the sword in vain. And those who would challenge our resolve or our readiness should know. We will defeat. The soldier does not bear the sword in vain. And those who would challenge our resolve or our readiness should know. We will defeat any attack and meet any use of conventional or nuclear weapons with an overwhelming and effective American response. The United States of America will always seek peace, but under President Trump, the shield stands guard and the sword stands ready. Rest assured, under President Trump's leadership, the United States will continue to protect our people and our allies and to strengthen the bonds between us today, tomorrow, and every day that follows. You know, as I look out across this deck, I see men and women, American and Japanese, who have answered the call to duty, and you have my deepest respect. In these challenging times, it's you, through your voluntary service and your sacrifice, who guard the flame of freedom, undimmed and undiminished, to give to generations to come. The President and I have absolute faith that you will accomplish this mission, and freedom will prevail. because you follow in the footsteps also of those who defended freedom in the Asia Pacific in the past. I stand before you deeply humbled to be among so many in uniform, because my own life's journey did not take me into the uniform of the United States, but it took my father. 65 years ago, a young Edward J. Pence left his home in Illinois, put on the uniform, and crossed this vast Pacific on which you serve. Like so many of his countrymen, that second lieutenant in the 45th Infantry Division of the United States Army landed on the shores of South Korea in the midst of a battle for freedom, a rifle in hand, resolved to defend that freedom with his life. Just 2 days ago, I stood at the demilitarized zone and looked out across the landscape, the very landscape where my father had fought for the Battle of Old Baldy and the battle on Pork Chop Hill. It was a deeply emotional experience for me. There, alongside his brothers in arms, American and Korean, my dad had helped seize the high ground, repulsing more than 20 enemy counterattacks. And they seized the high ground of freedom, which prevails in South Korea to this day. "64 years ago last week, my dad was had a medal pinned on his chest for his valor on the field of battle. But like most of our nation's heroes, my dad never talked much about his time in combat. I believe that he carried in his heart something that you understand in ways that I perhaps never will. My dad never thought of himself as a hero. He often would say that the heroes were the ones that didn't get to come home. He lost friends, young, shining faces, filled with promise, who gave the last full measure of devotion for your sake and for mine, to defend our freedom and to plant freedom in that ancient land. And they succeeded. So now it's our turn in this generation. And more to the point, it's your turn. Today, we best honor the sacrifices of those who've gone before by defending the freedom they fought and bled and died to secure. And on behalf of your Commander-in-Chief, this we know you will do. As President Ronald Reagan said in his time, quote, "We must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have." For generations, the United States has stood guard over the Asia Pacific, protecting freedom through our strength of will and strength of arms, with our friends and our allies, with Japan and...
All right, you guys, we're going to move on to another story here because it looks like the feed is getting a little glitchy with that. Let me pull up the next top story I have for you here in the show tonight. Give me one moment. This is coming from the United Nations. Oops, there we go. This is a discussion on education for refugee and displaced children, again coming from the United Nations. So let's hear what they have to say, everybody. Here we go.
We're delighted to be joined by Gordon Brown, the Secretary General Special Envoy on Global Education, who will also, in addition to this press conference, be giving a speech this afternoon at 6:15 in the ECOSOC chamber, to which you are all invited to. Sir, welcome back, and you have the floor.
Yeah, I want to thank you for coming at this more difficult time for you, and I want to outline two initiatives that I'll be talking about in more detail this evening and is contained in a fuller statement that is being issued to you on email. The first is to announce that following what happened in Syria with the use of chemical weapons, particularly against children, And following President Trump's remarks that many red lines had been crossed, and recognizing that this includes the militarization of children's schools, the use of children in militias, the abduction of children, the violation of girls, the forced marriage of girls, an inquiry is being set up to see if we can develop greater protections for children in conflict. Following Gracia Michel's groundbreaking work in the 1990s, a special representative for children in conflict reports annually to the Security Council. But there is a question as to whether the law, which I know the new head of the International Criminal Court is also concerned about, is sufficiently strong to protect children from these violations and abuses. And that's why through Save the Children and Their World, two charities, a review has been set up that I am helping move forward. And we want to find out whether, for example, there is a case for an International Criminal Court for children's cases. Only one has been brought to a successful prosecution in all the life of the International Criminal Court on a child militia, and whether other domestic and international protections can be made available in law for children. As you know, there are more displaced children, 30 million, than at any time since 1945. There are 10 million child refugees. There are 75 million children caught up in conflict zones. And therefore, this inquiry, led by a London GUC, Shahid Fatima, will report as soon as possible on whether we should be urging greater and stronger protections in international law. I also want to announce the second initiative that we believe is absolutely essential, given our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals and the doubts that now exist as to whether we can meet these goals without additional resources. Let me say that our estimate is that by 2030, when the Sustainable Development Goals deadline is reached, there will still be, on present trends, sadly, 200 million children out of school age. There will be 400 million children, that is a quarter of the world's children, who will not even have primary school level skills, even although our commitment is that every child has quality secondary education. And there will be 800 million children, perhaps nearer 850 million children, who will be without the qualifications that are necessary for them to join the workforce as they leave school. In other words, half the world's 1.6 billion children will be without the qualifications that would be recognized as meeting the Sustainable Development Goal. And if we do not act now, we will not meet the Sustainable Development Goal on education in 2030 or 2050 or even in 2100. If we cannot devise a proper system of financing for education that matches and complements the reforms and modernizations that are necessary to deliver education for children, then millions of children will remain on the streets rather than in schools. Then girls in particular will be the majority of those who lose out on education. And in conflict zones, the vast majority of children will not have the chance of education, and they will fall prey to terrorist organizations exploiting the fact that we have made a promise and are not delivering it, and therefore coexistence, they will argue, is impossible. At the moment, only $8 per head per year is spent on aid in lower and middle income countries per child. That is not enough to pay for one textbook, far less to pay for a teacher or to pay for school buildings or to pay for the necessary elements of a school curriculum. If we do not change that system and reform it, then we will be far from our ability to meet these goals. When we reported as an Education Commission last year, we said that individual countries, lower and middle income countries, had to increase their performance to that of the best 25%. We said that they themselves had to spend more money on education, 4% to 5.8%. We said that the world itself had to raise the amount of aid spent on education from 10% to 15% as we move towards the 0.7% target. But we also said there was still a gap in funding that had to be met, and that we wanted to create a new international facility that would enable more funds to flow to education. Some of you may remember the advances made in the first 10 years of this century. HIPC debt relief, where I was involved, in writing off for 38 countries 100 billion of unpayable debt. We had the Gavi initiative for vaccination aligned to the Global Health Fund, great initiatives at the beginning of the century. We had what's called the International Finance Mechanism for Immunization, which has raised $5 billion. And between these different initiatives, 500 million children have been vaccinated and 5 million lives saved. Now it's time to end the neglect of education. And so we're proposing an international finance facility for education, where countries who are donor countries would give guarantees. On the basis of that, the development banks would borrow money for educational purposes. We would then encourage countries to buy down the loans that were available into credits or into grants to enable countries that are lower middle income countries at the moment who can only borrow money at 3 or 4% to pay for education at terms that they can afford. And we want to see the World Bank, which has got its IDA facility, increase the money available to education from 1.6 billion at the moment to 4.5 billion by 2020. And that would help the 200 million children in lower income countries. So we have a very specific proposal to put forward to solve the financing gap in global education. We believe it would help us meet Sustainable Development Goal 1 and 2 on famine and poverty. It would enable us to help and unlock what we can achieve on health. Remember that an uneducated girl in Africa has 5 children, an educated girl has 2 children, and we need to break this vicious cycle of illiterate young girls, high levels of birth rates, low national incomes per head, and in some cases, as a result, big levels of emigration. Our proposal, we believe, would by 2050 increase the GDPs of many countries by 70% because of the investments in education, would increase employment prospects, cut infant and maternal mortality, and at the same time boost the quality of life of millions of people around the world. So today, in a world where protectionism and confrontation is on the rise, and international cooperation is in decline, I believe that this initiative makes the case for cooperation at a global level and for global solutions to global problems. And this is one of the proposals that is on the table this week as we discuss international issues at the World Bank's annual meeting. Our goal is nothing less than to be the first generation in history where every single child has a chance to go to school. And we believe that the proposals that we are putting forward, first of all, to protect children, and particularly girls, and secondly, to finance education, are 2 of the most important changes that can be made and need to be made now if we are going to be the first generation in history, indeed, where every child is at school. I'm happy to answer any questions. You have a fuller statement that's been issued with this, and I'm speaking at 6:15 in the ECOSOC hall to outline these proposals in more detail.
Evelyn? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you again.
Mr. Brown. Evelyn Leopold, Huffington Post contributor, and welcome on behalf of the United Nations Correspondents Association. On accountability and red lines and Syria and so forth, there is a commission of inquiry in Geneva at the Human Rights Council. There is also Ambassador Venevasa, who's trying to collect things in the General Assembly. Are you all going to combine it? Are you giving him any information, or any of these other groups? Are you all going to get together so there can be a persona non grata list?
Yeah, the problem is, as you know, the International Criminal Court does not have in its membership countries that are accused of perpetrating these crimes. And the problem also is that the only way around this is for a Security Council agreement on a reference to the International Criminal Court, which at the moment is not possible. We are particularly concerned about the violations of children's rights throughout the Syrian conflict, but we know this is happening in Yemen, it's happening in Iraq, it's happening in Libya, it's happening in Nigeria, it's happening in other states in Africa, and we believe that we have neglected for too long the violations and the abuses of children's rights that have become so manifold and so obvious to those people who look at these issues. So we are an addition and a complement to the important work being done by the Human Rights Council. and by the attempt of the General Assembly to have a further review into the Syrian conflict. And we are looking not just at Syria, but we're looking at children who have been persecuted. As we know, in Iraq and Mosul at the moment, I've seen reports in the last few days on this. We know what's happening in Yemen when child militias are being mobilized. We know in South Sudan that children are being forced into, being recruited into the army. We know of one instance where children who were at school were forcibly taken out of school in South Sudan, and the army commanders who were wanted to use them in the child militias gave them permission to go back to school to sit their exams as long as they would come then to the child militias later. And these are situations that we cannot allow to continue. I respect the great work that's been done by the special representatives of children in conflict, but it's time to look at whether the law is good enough to protect the rights of children. In particular, of course, I'm concerned about the rights of children free of child marriage, free of child labour, free of child exploitation, to be in schools and not to be forced into these exploitative conditions. We want opportunity and not oppression for children.
Great. Hi, Matthias Ask, TV2 Norway. Thank you for the briefing. About the possible International Children's Court to protect the rights of children, how would you go about trying to avoid the same problems with, for example, the International Criminal Court, namely that it's not recognized by many countries?
Can I just say, because you represent Norway, it's appropriate for me to thank the Norwegian government for their leadership in the International Commission for Financing Education and the leadership on educational issues as on health issues across the world. And our proposals would have not been possible without the support that has been given us by the Norwegian Prime Minister, the Norwegian Foreign Minister, and the Norwegian government. And it's important to recognise that the advances we're making here have been made possible by this. As far as one of the proposals is to look at whether, given the nature of crimes against children, whether it would be more appropriate to have a different court dealing with these at an international level. One, because you would be able to cover more violations of children's rights than are covered by the remit of the International Criminal Court. And second, because there may be more public support in different countries for signing up to that International Criminal Court. So it is possible that an International Criminal Court for children would find other countries that have not signed up to the ICC being prepared to recognise the importance of children's rights. But I do stress this is only one of the proposals we're looking at. A lot of the answers lie in improved domestic laws for dealing with violations of children's rights, children's commissioners, children's ombudsmen that can actually stand up for the rights of children in countries, even where there are conflicts, that these voices can be heard. And some of the proposals refer not just to international law itself, but to the implementation of international law and why cases take so long to come to court.
Ali, then Mr. Abadi.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Ali Barada. I'm from Lebanon. I work for An-Nahar newspaper in Lebanon and for France 24 in Paris. In fact, I read recently a study here in the U.S. about the private participation in the education of the Syrian refugees. And there are questions about that the private sector is participating in this investment, let's say.
Okay, you guys, we'll take you back to that, but I do want to alert you to some breaking news here. Locally in Phoenix, an officer involved shooting tonight near 7000 West Alta Vista. One subject is down, and there are no injuries to the officers. The sergeant sent us that statement just a few moments ago. You can see police there on the scene right now, again, of this officer-involved shooting in the 7000 block of West Alta Vista. They said one person is down, but there are no injuries to the officer. You're watching live here on Fox News Now. Okay, everybody, we'll keep you updated on any news that we get about this situation here. Let's take you back to the United Nations.
Trademark or for their own purposes. They're doing good for the refugees sometimes, but is there a line where we should separate the participation of the private sector and the role of the governments and the states?
Well,
Thank you.
let me say in Lebanon, because I have visited Lebanon and know the situation there, that on the ground, the major provision for education for Syrian refugees is being done by governments and by aid agencies. They are supporting what has been an initiative that I have repeatedly praised the Lebanese government for, where they have allowed Syrian refugees to use in a double shift system the existing schools in Lebanon, and there are more than 200,000 young Syrian refugees who are now being educated in the afternoons in Lebanese schools. And the issue there is not the shortage of teachers, nor the shortage of school facilities. The issue, I'm afraid, is the shortage of money. If there was more money, we could educate probably 400,000 Syrian refugees. This is one of our problems, the shortage of money that is available. So the main provision, I do stress to you, is from the public sector, from governments. And I'm not... Well, I'm not aware of the big projects that you're talking about in the private sector. I am aware, however, of philanthropic projects that are widely praised, both in Lebanon and in the region. One I want to mention today is the PEER initiative, which is to provide access through the internet for teenagers who are Syrian refugees to get the chance of college and university education. And the International Institute of Education, thanks to help from Catalyst, a foundation that I've been involved in, have given money to enable a website to be set up, and hundreds of Syrian students are now able to apply through that website and link themselves to universities and colleges in America, in Europe, that are prepared to offer them scholarships. So this is an example not of a private enterprise initiative by a company, but of a charity that has been set up specifically to help Syrian refugees get education, not just in Lebanon, Turkey and Jordan, but right across the world. And because it's a website that is now widely used and it can link, it's an agency that can bring together the colleges that are offering places with the students who need places, then we have great hopes that that will allow hundreds of thousands of people over time, not just in the Syrian conflict, but elsewhere, to be able to draw on this website to get linked up to universities and colleges. So these are the big initiatives that I'm aware of.
Mr. Abadi, and then Carla.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you to Dr. Brown for this briefing. Given the fact that the international community set out a goal for 2030 in the educational field, and the fact that you said that if action is not taken, it may not be met by 2100. How realistic are these proposals, one? And second, you alluded to the decline in international cooperation. Do you think this phenomena is temporary?
I believe that we have to prove, given the skeptical world, that in each instance where we make proposals that they will be working and be very effective. And that's why I say to you, if our proposals were accepted, so first of all, countries themselves that are way behind, some countries are 100 years behind Western education systems, and Japanese and Taiwanese and Korean education systems. And if they were to, first of all, decide that they would modernize and reform and try to reach the level of the top performers, if they decided they were prepared to spend themselves more on education, from an average of 4% of their national income, that's low and middle income countries, to nearly 6%, 5.8%, and if the world community was prepared to honor its promises on aid and develop the innovative facilities that I'm talking about, that once were applied for debt relief and then for health and then for climate change, but these ideas now need to be developed in the appropriate way for education, then yes, we can meet this goal. And we've got 13 years to do this by 2030. If we start now and take the initiatives that I'm talking about, we can achieve them. But if we continue to neglect education and see it as a declining proportion of aid and allow countries that are not investing in their own education systems to be free of criticism and scrutiny, then we will not meet these goals. So it's important that we recognize that this is a turning point for education. There are proposals. They can be implemented. They can make the difference. We can help those 800 million children who are in danger of leaving school without qualifications worth their name. Half the world's children. In 2030, there'll be 1.6 billion children in the world. We reckon that 400 million will not have primary level qualifications. 850 million will not have secondary level qualifications unless we act now.
Thank you. Carla? And then
Sorry? Yes, and international cooperation is essential to this, because when we created the health facilities, the Global Health Fund and the Fund for Immunization, this was an international cooperative effort. When we created the climate change initiatives in Paris, it was an international effort. When we did debt relief, it was countries who were owed money who came together to say that they would be prepared to relieve these debts. And it's the same in education. We need donor countries who are prepared to cooperate with each other to come together voluntarily, to make the difference that is necessary. And we are proposing that individual countries come forward as guarantors of this new facility, and this is exactly what happened with the health facility, and that we then build on that to create the momentum for meeting the 2030 goal. Remember, Amina Mohammed has talked about turning billions into trillions by the innovative use of finance to achieve that, and this is one project that can achieve it. Well, that's a different question. That's more general than the question on education. And I'm talking today about education. I'm saying that the decline of aid to education, 13% to 10%, is incredibly damaging. And I'm saying we can persuade people that the money invested in education can actually create economic growth, reduce infant mortality and maternal mortality, improve health outcomes generally, improve quality of life, and improve education, economic performance. So I'm saying that we've got to put the arguments that make international cooperation from something that is blamed for many of our problems to something that is seen as the solution to many of our problems.
Carla, then Matthew, then Nina.
Thank you for your always very sane concerns. I would really flabbergasted the statistics you gave, and I'm afraid you're correct. I just wanted to clarify one thing before I ask a question. You said by 2030, a quarter of the world's children would not have primary school education?
Would not have primary level qualifications. So they may have been at primary school, but they will leave school and not go into secondary education or get any benefit from secondary education, and they will end up as people entering the labour force with nothing more than not even is the word, primary school level qualifications in literacy and numeracy. 400 million is the figure. And when it comes to secondary level qualifications, the figure is 800 million. And that is out of 1.6 million children, 1.5 million billion of them in lower and middle income countries.
It seems as though the world is headed more toward confrontation than toward a focus on solving these problems, which you're quite absolutely correct in being concerned about. Your country, my country, and France have boycotted the United Nations conference to negotiate a treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons. And the trillions of dollars that are being spent by my country, your country, and God knows how many others on nuclear weapons could be spent financing global education and health care. Is there anything that can be done to persuade a rethinking of a world that's headed toward another war, it does begin to seem, toward a world that's headed toward human development?
Well, you know that when we were in government in the United Kingdom, we launched a number of measures to try to bring about a lessening of nuclear tension and to bring about greater attention to nuclear disarmament. But I'm not the UN envoy on that. I'm the UN envoy on global education. And I want to stick strictly to the remit that I've got. Yes, there are ways that by decreasing expenditure in other areas, we could increase expenditure in education, and there's no doubt about that. But I'm putting forward a proposal today that is quite unique, that is different from any other proposal we've had on education, that we create a new international finance facility for education. We mobilize donors to give guarantees. When they give guarantees that allow us to raise loans, We then convert these loans into credits or grants to enable some of the poorest children in the world to get to school for the first time, and that's where I want to focus my attention.
How much enthusiasm are you finding for these kinds of contributions?
In the statement that is circulated, the written statement, which I didn't go into detail on in my remarks, President Kikwete, the former president of Tanzania, with Caroline Kent-Robb, who has been Kofi Annan's advisor, have been, at the request of our Commission, going around Africa and now are going around Asia to talk to the leaders of these countries at a presidential and prime ministerial level about their commitment to this initiative. And we have letters of support and testimonials from many of these leaders in Africa wanting this facility to be created and understanding if we don't have a step change in the way that we treat education, then we will not make the progress that we need to make. So we have been talking to the World Bank and the regional development banks. We've been talking to donors in Europe and elsewhere, and now we're talking to the African countries themselves. And I've had talks with the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, the President of Sri Lanka. I talked to the Prime Minister of Pakistan last week. Burma, I've had communication with Aung San Suu Kyi. And all of them want to see this education initiative getting off the ground because they know in their own countries that they've got large numbers of out-of-school children, but they've also got large numbers of children at school who are not learning in the way that they should. So we have built up support across Africa and across Asia for this facility from the countries that are low and middle income countries, but we're also building up support from donors. This is a major initiative that will come to that will take several months for it to be finally developed, but I believe we've got sufficient support to go ahead.
Matthew? Sure, thanks a lot. Matthew Lee, Inner City Press, on behalf of the Free UN Coalition for Access. Thanks again for coming to do this briefing.
Pleasure.
I wanted to ask you about a couple things about the UN and education.
Yes.
One is, since the last time you've been here, it's emerged that the UN peacekeeping mission in the Central African Republic itself used schools as a military base, which is something I know that your office has been critical of armies for doing. What are the provisions for the UN itself not using it? There's also a case in South Sudan where to take a test, students were made to leave a UN protection of civilians site where they felt safe and were told by the government you have to leave the site to take the test. Many of them didn't take the test. And I wanted to know, since it seems the mission didn't do anything about that, whether that's the kind of thing your office can work on. And finally, since you mentioned the Internet, I wanted to know whether you're aware of the situation in the Anglophone areas of Cameroon, where the Internet has been turned off for 91 days now, including in schools, and whether you see that as something that your office could work on. And I wanted to ask Stefan one thing. I just noticed here now that the press conference of the African Union has been canceled. So I wanted to know, can you explain that, and why wasn't the stakeout co-moderated by the African Union?
The AU just texted me, said they canceled the press conference.
Why wasn't the stakeout co-moderated by them?
Because I moderated it.
Okay.
Well, it's good of them to give me the chance to speak.
Steve, you have more time now.
No, but I don't want to cut across your explanation, but you're raising, look, education appeals in Africa for money in conflict zones, and I include all the countries that you've mentioned. South Sudan is one of them. Education appeals that were issued for Syria perhaps got a 40% response. There was an education appeal because of difficulties in South Sudan. It got 2.5% of what was asked for. Burkina Faso, 1.7%. Chad, 0.5%. Gambia, 0.5%. So as long as we, the international community, cannot support children getting to school in these conflict zones or in these emergencies, then we will run into major problems. As a result of that, children will be on the streets, they will be recruited to militias, schools will be abused by conflicting parties, girls will be violated, and we will have all the repetition of some of the incidents that you have mentioned. So we must start by taking the education of children seriously. It is possible, even in a conflict zone, for children to be educated and to be at school or to be in education. It is possible, as you rightly said, that the internet could be better used in areas which are remote and areas where children don't have a formal teacher available. But we must recognize that when we have appeals in emergency and in conflict zones, and we respond by giving 0.5% of what is asked, then you cannot expect that these countries are in a position to run a successful education system.
I just want to ask one. I just want to be clear that it's not about remote areas. In the case of Cameroon, it's the government intentionally cutting the internet for now 91 days.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm also saying to you that where there are 75 million children today in conflict zones, and where in some cases it is impossible to reach them, then there are other methods that can be used, and we've been stressing, and this is where the private sector that was mentioned before can come in, that the internet companies should be coming together, not to promote their own brands, but to come together to jointly provide internet services in some of these countries.
Nina?
Nina from I24. I wondered, are you planning any kind of international donor conference for this? And do you have a shortage of teaching staff?
I think one of the interesting things about the Middle East challenges is that in countries like Lebanon, there is not a shortage of teachers, but there is a shortage of money to pay for teachers. So in Syria, three vicinities, Lebanon, Turkey and Jordan, if we had more money, we could get the teachers and we could get the children to school. Now, that doesn't mean to say that we are not short of qualified teachers. Right around the world, we need more qualified teachers, and we need to raise the status of the teaching profession, and we need to raise the quality of teacher training. And one of the proposals of our Education Commission is that we do exactly that, that we invest more in the status and the training and the professionalism of teachers, and we make sure that there is the same discipline imposed on teachers turning up for school as there is for children turning up for school. That needs to be improved in all cases. And we want to work with the teachers' unions, Education International, to make for a better deal for teachers. So that is one of the issues that has come out of the Commission report.
Can I just ask you, what kind of figure are you hoping to raise? You say you need more money. What kind of figures are we talking about?
Well, we think that the International Finance Facility could raise 10 billion. So if you think that education aid at the moment is about 12 billion, so we're effectively trying to double education aid. We reckon that if we could get 2 billion of guarantees from countries that include the donor countries at the moment, and if we can back that up by 2 billion in grants to buy down loans and convert them into credits, then we could, because of the way that you can raise money on the basis of guarantees, increase education expenditure for that investment by about 9 to 9.5 billion a year. Go ahead.
Thank you. Does your agency is having any concerns in terms of what's happening in Venezuela for children right now? The economical situation and also the uprising in the streets, the lack of food and everything that is happening between the government and the opposition has pushed kids to not be able to receive the accurate education. 40% of the teachers in any given day skip class, don't go to work because they want to go into the lines and wait to try to get food, which is the way they're now pretty much operating to be able to get the minimum household basic goods. What the United Nations and your agency will be able to foresee in terms of education for children like this in Venezuela, which is a country that is not like Syria that is getting all the attention.
Yeah, we obviously don't have reports on what's happening in every country. In my capacity as UN envoy for education, but where there are reports, like just today on Mosul in Iraq, or where reports came through on Idlib in Syria, where incidentally not only the chemical attack happened, but also a school was bombed deliberately by Syrian or Russian warplanes on October the 26th, and 30 children died. And there should have been a Security Council resolution to put that to the International Criminal Court. So I can only comment where issues are raised with me. But in general terms, you're absolutely right, where children are deprived of education, either because the schools can't open or because teachers are not present. Then we have to draw people's attention to that. These are the rights of children to education, a fundamental human right being breached. And in every situation where that's happened, happens, it's important that we draw attention to the damage that is being done to children and to their potential and to their hope that they can plan and prepare for a future. If they're not in school, it's very difficult for them to do that.
Mr. Abedi?
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Dr. Brown. In the process of the formulation of these proposals, to what extent have you consulted with UNESCO?
UNESCO was one of the sponsors of this report. So we had four sponsors. We had Norway, Indonesia, Malawi, Chile, and with UNESCO and Irina Bokova as supportive. And on our commission, if I may remind you, we had Tony Lake, the head of UNICEF. We had Julia Gillard, the head of the Global Partnership for Education. We had the Jim Kim, the president of the World Bank. And we had presidents and prime ministers and educationalists from all over the world, including President Barroso, who had just retired as head of the European Commission. We had Helle Thorning-Schmidt, who's just retired as president of prime minister of Denmark. We had Jack Ma from China, the Alibaba. We had Aliko Dangote, the Nigerian business leader, and we had Gracia Michel, who was obviously one of the leaders in education over many, many years and still is. So we had a very big representation. Larry Summers was on from America as the former Treasury Secretary. So we had a large number of important positions that represented on this commission.
Great. Carl, I think we have to let Mr. Brown go. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, that was the United Nations giving an update on education for refugees and displaced children. Taking you to the next top story here in the show for you guys. Thanks for joining me tonight on the Fox News Now stream. You guys, it's Wednesday. We're halfway through the week. It's always good news. Let's take you to Expedition 5152 crew meeting officials and reporters as launch approaches. This is coming from NASA. Any space fans out there? They're going to like this segment. Here we go.
Good afternoon. The meeting of the Government Commission on approving the prime and backup crew members of the manned space vehicle flight Soyuz. Per decision of the Government Commission.
The other segment you're going to like. Sorry, guys. That's the one that's not in English. Give me 1 second here. This is, I believe this is the correct segment. Let me check really quickly here. Hold on. No, that's not the right one. I had this NASA segment. Okay. Okay, this is the segment. This is post-launch status of orbital ATK mission to space station. This is the segment I wanted to take you guys to. All right, here we go.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, go for main engine start, 1, 0, and liftoff of the Atlas V rocket with Cygnus and the SS John Glenn, extending the research legacy for living and working in space.
U.S. controls look good. Pump speeds, injector pressures look good. HER roll program has begun. Body rates look good.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is our post-launch news conference for the Atlas V with CRS-7. And here to talk about our launch today is Joe Montalbano, the Deputy Manager for the International Space Station Program at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston.
Afternoon.
Frank Culbertson, President of Orbital ATK Space Systems Group. And Vern Thorpe, the Program Manager for Commercial Missions from United Launch Alliance. And we'll begin first with Joel.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back. Just a fantastic launch. In the control center, you're sitting there, you're watching the rocket take off, and just shortly after launch, the building starts to rumble a little bit, and it's just a great feeling to be back. at Kennedy Space Center watching the commercial cargo launches back to the International Space Station. So from the International Space Station program, we're very happy. Just a great start. I want to thank our orbital ATK and our ULA colleagues for getting us where we are today. We got a vehicle, on its way to the International Space Station. No change in what I talked about for capture. We're still captured, planning for capture at shortly after 6 a.m. Eastern Time, Saturday morning. I will tell you that we were able to pipe up the video live to the International Space Station, so the crew was able to watch live. We've also informed our crew in Baikonur, so they're aware. And the crew wanted to pass down their congratulations to the teams down here and to everybody that supported the mission so far. With that, again, I want to thank you, George, also on behalf of the Space Station program for everything you've done for us and for everything you've done for NASA. We'll miss your smiling face. We hope as you move on to your next step, you think about us and you continue to watch and enjoy all our successes. Thank you.
Certainly will. Space Station is doing a lot for our country and even a lot for the world right now because of how well the program has gone. So thanks so much. And we'll go now to Frank Culberson, the president of the Orbital ATK Space Systems Group. Frank?
Thank you very much, George, and thank you all for being here. We as a company would like to express our appreciation to all of our colleagues and teammates on this. Of course, NASA, the United Launch Alliance, the FAA, the 45th Space Wing, and those supporting us on the range, and all of the Kennedy Space Center and contractor teams that helped us get ready for this particular mission. It's always a team effort to support human spaceflight, and we all enjoy working as a part of that team. But what's even better is seeing the results that come from that. We've got 3,500 kilograms of very important hardware on board, including about 1,000 kilograms of experiments that are going to be conducted on the space station and continue the research that's going on there that will help us go beyond low Earth orbit. Status of the spacecraft is great. Everything is working well. We've got the prop system energized and pressurized. Power system is up. We've deployed the solar arrays, which is everyone's big milestone early in the mission. They're all fully deployed and rotated and generating power. And team is in control, and we are beginning our approach to the space station. It'll take us 3 days. We'll arrive early Saturday morning on the R-bar, begin our approach, and arrive in the vicinity of the station about 10 meters away, probably between 6 and 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Look forward to the grapple at that point by the crew, and of course they'll have a couple of new members on board. Fyodor Yurchikin and Jack Fisher will be there by then, so we will stay away from the station until they arrive, and they'll be there to help open the hatch. Again, it's a real pleasure to operate out of Kennedy Space Center and to have the whole team work together the way they have. And Vern, thank you very much for a great ride. You guys did a fantastic job, and we appreciate the great service. And I also would like to echo what Joel said, and George, thank you again for all you've done. And I guess we could say you're an icon or a monument, which of the space program. But you've been doing this a long time and doing it well, and help the American and international public understand what we're doing in space, why it's important, and as I've said before, try to clear up confusion occasionally. Once or twice maybe cause it, but that happens. But again, thank you to all of you, and I'm happy to answer your questions going forward.
All right, thank you, Frank, and we'll go now to Vern Thorpe, who's the program manager for commercial missions for United Launch Alliance. Vern.
Okay, thanks, George. I'm glad you could be with us today for this great launch. It's been a very long day for our teams. It's been a very great day for our teams, and we at ULA are thrilled to be part of this mission to the space station. Congratulations again to NASA, to Orbital ATK, and to the entire mission team who supported this mission. Our countdown began at about 3:51 a.m. local time this morning, so that's why it's been kind of a long day. We had a pretty smooth count. A couple of very minor issues, nothing terribly unusual came up. We were able to resolve those pretty quickly. The weather cooperated beautifully. In fact, we had a light wind from the east, so it kind of gave you that enhanced audio during the launch. That's the perfect conditions for really, getting the sound and feeling the launch. We went on the first attempt. You know that we had 5 opportunities today. We were able to get off on the first one. And let's see what else. So liftoff occurred at 11:11 a.m. Everything performed very nominally as far as we can tell right now. All the timing, the predicted timing of our events was right on the money. The orbit that we inserted the Cygnus spacecraft into was very accurate. And after separation, you know, we had a second Centaur burn to deorbit it, and that was totally nominal. Everything happened exactly as planned, so that was great. OA7, you've heard, represents the first execution of our recently announced rapid launch capability, with launch happening approximately 5 months after signing the contract, so we look forward to having more of those in the future. And I know we've already talked about the Cygnus module being named in honor of John Glenn for this mission, and I just want to highlight again that really has a special meaning for those of us at ULA. You know, John Glenn flew on Atlas when he became the first American to orbit the Earth, and I can't tell you how thrilled we are. Right now we are working to get Atlas ready to start flying astronauts again in 2018. So that's a huge event for us, and hope to see you here for those launches as well. So once again, Atlas V performed beautifully, marking our 3rd successful resupply mission to the station. It's our 119th consecutive success for ULA since we formed in 2006. And we know that our success is due in large part to the dedication of our partners, their focus on mission success. I want to give a shout out to the Air Force and the FAA for the absolutely superb support that they've provided. And thanks to all of our great suppliers, and thanks again to Orbital ATK. I love working with their teams, and I'm hoping we can do it again sometime soon. And on a personal note, George, it's been an honor working with you. You're the one who taught me how to be comfortable when I'm facing the cameras like this, something an introverted engineer like me, it doesn't come easy for. And it's been an absolute honor working with you these last few years. So thank you.
I remember what the first mission was we did together. It was quite a long time
one of the
ago.
NASA LSP missions, yeah.
So.
That's the right brother.
So.
Right.
Hey, I'm not that old.
Well, it took off from the beach just like our Atlas did. So, all right. So, anyway, all right. Well, with that, I guess we're ready to take some questions. Please give your name and affiliation when the microphone comes to you. We'll start here in the front with Marcia.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for Frank. Could you say what fresh fruit or goodies are on board for the crew, part of your Easter basket? And could you give a rundown on Cygnus flights coming up? Will the next one definitely be out of Wallops? How are you going to play all that?
Actually, I don't know exactly what's in the goodie bags. We just pack them and load them after they're given to us. But we know that there's special gifts up there for the crew, and we're happy to be delivering that. The next mission, as far as we know, is planned for September. It's really kind of up to NASA when they really need the cargo. We could be available earlier than that, but right now, tentatively, it's scheduled for September out of Wallops on an Antares.
All right, next, right here.
Chris Gebhardt with NASA Spaceflight for Vern and Joel. For Joel, what's the contingency in case Soyuz can't do a rapid dock?
All right, you guys, I'll take you back to that NASA event in just a little bit, keeping you guys updated on all of the top stories here in the show. Thanks for joining me tonight. I'm your host, Mary Kate, bringing you the latest on what is going on trending all over the web today. We'll talk about the Starbucks Frappuccino later, you guys. I was going to get one today, but I just thought, you know, it's just something that's going to be talked about for a day, and then I think everyone's probably just going to calm down about it. I also read that it's only available for 3 days, so I think it was just one of those things where they wanted this Frappuccino to go viral, and then they're going to end it in 3 days. Because if you think about it, if you've seen the Frappuccino, I don't think that they want to make that all the time. It's pretty crazy. If you haven't seen it, I highly suggest you look it up. If not, I'll show you a little bit later. But I do want to take you to this segment that my co-host Mike Page and I had a little bit earlier. He brought up a really interesting story to me earlier in the day about this man who found $14,000 on the ground. And we asked you guys, what would you do? Would you keep it, or would you turn it into the authorities? I want to hear from you. Let me know in the live chat section on our YouTube page. What would you do? And be honest. Don't lie. Okay, I'll tell you in this segment what I would do, and so is Mike. He's going to mention what he would do as well. So let me take you to this segment, and let me know what you think. Here we go.
We have a talker for you.
Oh my gosh,
Because
this is a talker.
if it happened to you, I want to know, what would you do? So here's the situation that has a lot of people talking. This happened in Ohio too. This is
where I'm from.
Yeah,
This
this is your neck of the woods.
This is crazy.
All right, so this is what happened. An Ohio man was traveling with his family, and they were going to the park. And on the way to the park, he sees on the side of the road a backpack of some sorts. So he thinks that it's probably maybe a laptop.
Okay.
He pulls over, looks in, and finds $14,000 in cash, all $100 bills.
Wow.
And he's with his family, and he wanted to set a good example. So what's he do? He calls it in.
He calls in $14,000.
Wow. So the police come, long story short, the police come, they file out a report, and they find the guy who dropped it. And what it turns out was this guy was going to the car dealership. He was going to buy a car, puts the money on top of his car and drives off.
Oh.
And he gets to the car dealership with no money. But anyway, that's a whole different.
Other thing
we're not going there with that.
Let's
but
not
I'm
even.
but I'm thinking, okay, Mary Kay, let's open it up. If you found 14,000, would you have that easily said, no, I'm just going to part ways with it? I don't even want to go there.
I mean, did he really just do it because his son was watching and he was trying to teach his son a lesson? Meaning, if his son wasn't there, he would keep the money?
I don't know. That's another good thing. If he was alone, would he have kept it? And now he was probably trying to be, father of the year here.
Yeah, and he certainly is. I mean, geez, would I do it? I don't know. I would be afraid I'd get in trouble. That's a big amount of money.
You think he might have been scared too? Like maybe this could have been a drug thing. He was maybe really scared.
Yeah, that's what I would think. What is this just left here on the ground? Obviously, I would think someone else was on their way to pick it up. I don't know. I think I would get a little freaked out. I would think, is this a joke? I would look around to see if anyone's taking my picture.
Yeah.
Is this a joke? Who forgets $14,000?
Now, yeah, that's true. And we haven't. Hopefully we hear an update maybe in the coming days. Hopefully this guy got some kind of reward from the guy who, lost the money in the first place. Hopefully he peeled back and just gave the family maybe $1,000.
Oh my! I really hope so, because if you just say, "Hey, thanks," it's like, well, son, that teaches you a lesson. You always turn the money in.
I bet the little kids would be like, "I'm never doing that,
yeah,
Daddy."
Okay, I gotta ask you, what would you do?
Well, here's the thing. I think it would be very hard to call it in so fast. I think what I would do is take it home and think about all the things that you could do with it. I mean, think about it. For a family, they probably have a lot of bills. You don't know. Maybe they have bills.
Yeah.
Maybe they have medical bills. You don't know the situation. But you know what? I can say, okay, so this guy probably get Father of the Year nomination. At least a nomination. And you know what? I believe in karma. I think it's all going to come back in some way for him. Maybe, you know what? Maybe he's going to get a job promotion. And he'll get that $14,000 back in another way.
I definitely believe in karma, but could you imagine if he turned it in and it just belonged to some criminal, and then it's like,
yeah.
And then they just probably take it into whatever they do with when they find money, I'm glad it turned out that it was a guy who actually needed money to buy a car.
Yes.
Not just, this is going to belong to
drug
the
deal
police
gone
station
wrong.
now,
Drug deal gone wrong. Or something.
Yeah, I would think, I believe in karma for sure. I think I would turn it in.
It would be hard. It'd be hard. It would be hard because think about this. You got $14,000 and it's in cash. So that's really like, you got to figure, that's pretty much like $25,000.
Yeah.
Because it's cold hard cash. And it was all $100 bills.
Yeah, okay. I would take
That's
the
like a
money
stack
out.
like,
That
probably
is
like
insane.
a stack like that.
My heart would stop first and think, oh my God, whose money is this?
Yeah.
And then I would take a bunch of selfies with it so people think I'm, high rolling, and then I turn it in,
I wonder what the wife,
Just hanging
I
out.
wonder what the wife might have been saying in the car, like, what are you doing? I wonder if it was like one of those, like a little back and forth maybe, and then the father was like, no, I actually want to be Father of the Year nominee.
Yeah. No, just keep it. We've got college to
Yeah.
think about. We've got this and that.
So
I don't know.
I mean, think about that. It's a nice vacation for a family of 4.
But, okay.
You could go to Disney World with that and really ball out.
What, 14,000?
Oh,
You
yeah.
could get the suite in the castle. You
Yeah.
could do the whole thing.
Yeah, you could do everything.
Yeah. But Can you get in trouble for taking money like that off the sidewalk and just taking it home?
You know what? Here's the thing. If there's nobody around, you found it.
But then
You found it.
do you
You're
go
not
to,
supposed to do investigative work on your own to try to figure it out.
do you go to the bank and put it in your savings, or do you just keep it in a box under the bed or something? Like,
Yeah,
what do you do?
I don't know. I'd slowly deposit it. I wouldn't put it all one day.
You like smart. I'd be like going to the bank like, I've got some money to put away. They would be like, this is a little
Yeah,
alarming.
this is a little, because you usually only deposit about maybe 15 on the
Yeah, it's like, are you sure that? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that would be the first thing that would come to my mind is, could I get in trouble? Because you really don't know who the money belongs to.
Yeah.
You know?
You would be paranoid too. Like, what happens if someone's following you and now they know where you live, and are they going to come at you now?
I feel guilty even picking up $20 off the road. I end up always giving it to a friend or something. For some reason, I just feel weird about
Yeah.
it. Because I almost feel like I'm stealing even though I'm not, because it's on the ground.
Yeah, that's true. I give you
Don't
that.
you
I give you
think?
that. I give you that.
Go to the homeless and just start giving it away.
Yeah.
What a crazy story, though. I mean, I'm surprised that this, didn't blow up more just because it's $14,000.
And he thought it was a laptop to begin with, and then he looks in. Oh my gosh, honey,
Because it was
honey, I got 14,000 here, and I'm gonna call it in immediately. And she was like, "Oh, you want to do that immediately?
Right now?
Why don't you peel back a couple thousand so we could go on vacay or something?"
But why was this guy going to a car dealership with a backpack?
Well, he's probably wanted to buy a car.
Is that what you do? You just bring...
I wouldn't bring cash in. I would write a check.
But I'm surprised that I guess he must do that a lot, because how could you forget that much cash? You said he left it on top of his car and then just drove away and didn't think? I would be like, oh my
Folks,
gosh, I would be having it around.
Yeah.
You know
what this sort of reminded me of, and it brought back some nice memories. When I read this, I thought about, remember the movie Blank Check? Do you remember it?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a great movie. And
That what it reminded you of?
A little bit, because it's different circumstances and everything, but what a great movie that was.
That is.
I'm going to watch it, I think, tonight.
Does that get you in the mood to watch this kind of movie?
Yeah, I guess.
I think you're right, though, karma. It's all about karma, and I think that...
He'll get it back.
And, maybe this was a family that didn't need the money. Maybe this was
Oh.
already a really wealthy family.
Yeah, they're like, oh,
That's
honey.
like $5 to them.
Honey, I can't even.
Oh,
this is
well.
just too much for me.
Yeah, I'm out of tissues. Maybe I'll use the $100 bill.
Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know. Or it's just funny. Maybe they already had money and it wasn't a big deal to them.
That's true.
Yeah.
And you know what? Karma's going to be beautiful for them, and hopefully the guy finally got the car. I just hope this guy bought a car finally.
His name is Jake Bowers.
Jake Bowers,
we're sending
great
good
job.
karma your way.
Yeah, Jake, you're a Father of the Year nominee right now, and it's only, April
when's Father's Day?
June. So hopefully he gets a nice Father's Day gift from this guy.
Yeah, hint, give him some money.
Yeah, peel back a couple of how much? I'd peel back 1,000.
Yeah, I think I would.
Yeah, because you got to figure that guy probably felt, oh no, I lost it. I'm never getting this back.
Oh my gosh, if I lost $14,000, I would just...
You know what? There are good people, though, in this world. I've lost my wallet 3 times in my life.
Yeah.
And I've always gotten my wallet back.
Really?
With money in it.
People call you, or just like an Uber driver's...
Yeah, Uber driver happened to me once. One time I even got I lost in Vegas my wallet, and I got it mailed back to me by the taxi company.
Wow, you're kidding.
Yeah, that was nice. And think about it. I had the worst vacation in Vegas because I lost my wallet the first night.
Yeah.
So I didn't have any access to my debit or credit cards. I didn't have it. I didn't have any cash on me. It was the worst vacation ever.
That sounds
And then I had to
awful.
board the plane without an ID. That was very hard.
How did you get by?
Well, there are ways now that you can do it, and
Well, they recognize you from the show,
no,
clearly.
say news now, everybody. Thank you. How about that?
They said, Mike, come on. We
Yeah,
see you all the
please,
time on
just
News
get
Now.
in here.
I'm so glad you had me come up here for this show, because this is in Ohio, man. I'm from Ohio,
Yeah,
so
see?
I like this story.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, this
See,
is good.
Good people come from Ohio.
It's a feel-good story. A feel-good story, you guys, and I am from Ohio, so I love that. A guy found $14,000 on the ground and turned it in. I want to hear from you guys. Let me know in the live chat section on our YouTube stream. Would you call in $14,000. Now, keep in mind, this guy did this because he wanted to prove to his children how to do the right thing. Would he do it if he was alone? I don't know. But he wanted to prove to his son, hey, look, when you find money that doesn't belong to you, you should really turn it in. $14,000. I mean, I know a lot of you are probably saying, yeah, you would keep it. But what if it belonged to some crazy gang member or something, and then you're trying to sleep at night and you hear, noises in your house, and it's because they want their money back. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to have to, look over my shoulder the rest of my life. I mean, we are only talking about $14,000 here, but like Mike said, that could get you a great vacation at Disney World. So you never know. All right, you guys, I'm going to pull up one more top story for you here before we end tonight's show, keeping you updated on politics now. And again, if you guys want to catch that segment, you can just head to the video section on our YouTube page, search for Fox 10 Phoenix. But I do want to take you to this event in case any of you guys missed it. I know some of you come into the show later in the evening and miss a lot of the political events that we show live during the day. So I do want to take you to this video here. President Trump welcomes the New England Patriots. So let's take you to this event. Here we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a great day it is to be with all of our friends at the White House. We celebrate the Super Bowl, New England Patriots, world champions, Super Bowl champions, champions, period, and their historic win. And they are champions. Before we get started, I want to acknowledge some special guests. We're proud to be joined by 7 wounded warriors who have bravely served and sacrificed for our nation. Specialist Cameron Greenstreet. Staff Sergeant Frederick Manning. Specialist James Matthews. Sergeant Christopher McGinnis. Specialist Stephanie Morris. Sergeant Major James Watson. Staff Sergeant Sheldon Warner. Special people. And America is very blessed to have you with us. Thank you. The New England Patriots are big supporters of our military and America's veterans. Joe Cardona, where's Joe? Where's Joe? There he is in his beautiful Navy. Thank you, Joe. Serves in the Navy Reserves and is a graduate of the Naval Academy. Coach Belichick is the son of a Navy veteran, and Bob, that's Bob Kraft. He's becoming a pretty famous guy for that between him and Belichick. To support our military. Bob's been my friend for a long time. To support our military. So what a group of champions, all of them. And Bob, I want to commend you for building such an extraordinary organization. 5 Super Bowl victories since 2002. Really unbelievable. And I'll say this right now. George Steinbrenner, as you know, is a very good friend of mine. And George was a great champ, too. But there was a little more turmoil. Right? A little more turmoil in his victories. And that's okay. He was another great one. Since Bob bought the Patriots in 1994, they've won more division titles, conference championships, and Super Bowl wins than any other team. No team has been this good for this long. Amazing. He's built a culture dedicated to winning. And he started it with his coach. And I want to tell you, that is some special man. It's called the Patriot Way. And that really starts with Coach Belichick. And I want to thank all of you for being with us. The Patriots are an incredible organization, and this Super Bowl victory was a complete team effort. That's the beauty of what they do. They win as a team. With your backs against the wall and the pundits, good old pundits, boy, they're wrong a lot, aren't they? Saying you couldn't do it, the game was over, you pulled off the greatest Super Bowl comeback of all time. One of the greatest comebacks of all time. But the greatest Super Bowl comeback of all time. And that was just special. I think I looked at odds, and they gave you less than 0.5% of winning the game. And then the coach said, let's go for 3. He's losing by so much. He said, let's go for 3. And I say, what is he doing? That was a great decision, Coach. I tell him that all the time. The 4th down conversion by Danny Amendola. Where's Danny? Where's Danny? Way to go, Danny. The big sack by Trey Flowers. Big sack. Where's Trey? Come on, put your hand up, Trey. See, he's shy a little bit. You weren't shy when you hit that guy, were you? You weren't shy about it. He didn't mind hitting. Thank you, Trey. Great job. The incredible catch by Julian Edelman. What a catch. We all said, no, that ball was dropped. Isn't it good? You know, in the old days, they might have said that was dropped. Those replays are good. You're starting to like the replay. Right? Great going, Julian. I think of guys like Marcus Cannon and the offensive line. Marcus? Great, Marcus. That's some line. Or Matt Slater, who was awarded the 2017 Bart Starr Award for the character and leadership he has shown both on and off the field. Malcolm Mitchell. It's true. Malcolm Mitchell, who, as a rookie, handled the pressure of the Super Bowl like an absolute true veteran. Way to go, Malcolm. Good job. Or Nate Ebner, who played on our Olympic rugby team last summer. Pretty good athlete, right? And in Brazil, and he was in Brazil playing and doing really well, and is an all-pro special team guy and player. So, Nate, congratulations. Where's Nate? Which is a tougher sport, Nate, football or rugby? I had a feeling you might say that. But everyone played a role, and everybody played as champions. It was the first overtime game in Super Bowl history, and it ended with a legendary victory for this proud franchise and for these absolutely terrific players and coaches. You had the best record in football with 14 wins and only 2 losses, and that doesn't happen by accident. It takes hard work, dedication, and a commitment by every member of the team to work together in pursuit of the ultimate goal, a goal that very few people achieve. And you've achieved it 5 times, many of you. And our coach and our owner have achieved it 5 times. Great, great talents, great, great people. Whether you're trying to win a Super Bowl or rebuild our country, as Coach Belichick would say, there are no days off. And just a quick story about the coach. So I had won the primaries, and I'm now in this rather heated election that a few of you have read about. And he wrote me this beautiful letter after the primaries. Congratulations. He said all sorts of things that were really good. I mean, it was really a beautiful letter. And it was very close to going before the election. And I called up, and I said, Coach, do you mind if I read the letter tonight to a stadium full of people in a very, very big and important state? And he said, you know what? I'd rather not have you do that. Could you send it back to me? I'm going to give you another one. I said, no, that's okay. Nope, I want to give you another one. Now, immediately to me, that means she's going to tone it down because what he said was so nice. And you know what he did? He toned it way up. It was much better. It was much better. He made that the greatest letter, and I did very well in that state. Thank you, Coach. That was very good. But, you know, he's just a very special guy, and he's tough. Is he tough, fellas, or a nice guy? Tough? A little tough, right? He's tough, he's smart, and he's got a great heart. So the Patriot coaches and these great players have delivered iconic American sports moments that will last forever. We're going to watch that game over and over and over. That game will last forever. 5 Super Bowl wins in the era of free agency, which is really, really tough. What an achievement. So again, congratulations to Super Bowl champion, New England Patriots. And with that, I'd like to ask a very special and talented man and a great friend of mine for a long time, Bob Kraft, to say a few words. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a true honor to be here for the 5th time celebrating a world championship. And every time that we have the privilege of coming here to the White House, I think about the long odds that were faced by our country's forefathers who fought for our freedom and independence. Overcoming long odds through hard work, perseverance, and most importantly, mental toughness is the foundation of everything that is great about this country.
Taking you to a live event that just came into the newsroom here, Vice President Mike Pence holding a joint press conference right now. Let me pull this up for you guys and get you all of the